Deep Ellum in the 80s was really, it wasn't just punk rock. It wasn't tattoos and business motivation. It was somehow we magically created a safe place for these gentle artists and playwrights and singer-songwriters to explore. And it was really sort of an artistic social exploration. And what was beautiful is teenage Rhett Miller and shy genius Edie Brickell, we experienced them discover themselves as artists and turn themselves inside out in front of us all. And we were there to witness this manifestation. Deep Ellum became an environment in the mid-'80s where people felt safe without the pressure of being monetarily successful. But it provided this safe zone where people could turn their souls inside out. Teenage Rhett Miller, shy Edie Brickell. And it was a beautiful thing that the whole scene witnessed that together. And so these artists were able to open themselves up, and the whole community was flowing in that process together. Personally, the Deep Ellum experience for me was I loved seeing, as we went through time, and these artists that I knew that we had playing the theater gallery and the Profit Bar, and as they grew and became more confident on stage with their artistry and exposing truly their heart and their artistry, and to see the crowds of young people come from all over the Metroplex and connect to those artists, and to see the growth and how the followings of the bands would grow. Or say an artist that we showed in the gallery, and they'd have an opening and then they'd be in a magazine in New York or Berlin. So to see that process of everyone witnessed that the more courageous and vulnerable you were in your songwriting or your painting, and the more people would connect to it, and it would actually take you somewhere. The theater gallery Deep Ellum experience of the 80s, we'd have an art opening in the gallery, and it smelled like fresh oil. And this controversial avant-garde art opening, and wine, and really cool people discussing intellectual things about art. And then you walk through the double doors, and you'd see the Flaming Lips in the back throwing all of the furniture off the stage that was a prop for a play we just finished. And kids with their lighters, like wanting the Flaming Lips to come on and play. So I'd maybe head over to the Profit Bar and see something like, Timbuk 3 or the True Believers from Austin, which just, beautiful guys, beautiful music. Sometimes I felt overwhelmed with the enrichment of the arts that was just pouring in and out, with all the great bands and the great art on the walls and murals, and in between in the street was the most fun people that were just discovering all together like a new world that we had created, and everyone was inspired. And we escaped Dallas, and it was successful. And of course, later, things grow up, and the reality of higher expenses and the authorities and everything come in, competition and all. But for a while, 2 or 3 years there, it was completely magical in the eye of the hurricane. I think one of the most important elements of the 80s scene in Deep Ellum was that we were really all there trying to break on through to the other side and find, in a way, truth and artistic expression at any cost. And it wasn't really motivated by making money, or the band had to get a record deal or any of that. It was truly this sort of naive exploration. And I think in that kind of environment, whether you're a painter or a songwriter or a band or doing a play, whatever the art medium is, you're free to really go deep and explore and become vulnerable and become really unique. And the fruit of that, of course, is like we've talked about, the Bohemians, the New Bohemians, and Rhett Miller, Reverend Horton Heat, Three on a Hill. Those guys, I know their motivation was truly to make something beautiful. And in that process, that art is profound. And then later was also popular and profitable.
I remember Russell was kind of in awe of the building. He stood back, he was looking at this brick facade, giant glass windows, he described it as the Alamo, the shape of the brick, and he was backing up and looking at this building, and this bus came roaring. He almost stepped off the curb. This bus came roaring down the street and almost like flattened him, and the wind just literally pushed him back toward the building. It was kind of very energetic and very momentous, I got to say.
I designed and built a boutique for Elaine on Lovers and Inwood, and I met some painters from North Texas there. And previously I'd gone to art school at North Texas, and we talked about opening a gallery. So we opened, the theater gallery opened in September on gallery nights, and morning news art critic Janet Kuttner came and wrote a big color piece about the smashing controversial art at the theater gallery. It was beautiful. And then we started doing bands all the time. And it was a really vibing, loving, creative scene early on. There were poets and painters and bands that were the shy type bands, Tench Cox of the End, and people like that. It was a very sensitive, artistic scene. There was no neon, it was underground, and it was very stimulating and inspiring, and I just felt like we discovered a new world. Theater gallery affected me and my art in such a way that I was doing a lot of painting in sort of a hungry way when I was living in a warehouse up on Greenville or still living in apartments, because it's all I had to do. I'd say once the theater gallery started, it was my art medium, and so I really didn't paint that much anymore. I was really moved into a role of showcasing other painters, musicians, and theater. So it was really like spreading the message of being who you are. Get rid of your mall clone brand shirt and start a band or make a painting. So that was sort of my art form then.
The first thing I thought when Russ came up with the idea is, that'll never work, because it was a new idea and it just didn't seem like an art gallery and a bar type thing were going to work together. But you'd schedule an art gallery showing at 7 in the evening and then go into the back for the party. And it really worked pretty much well right off the bat. Word of mouth spread quickly.
There was a leftover stage. They played at the Democratic Convention or Republican Convention, something like that. And it was a leftover stage, and Russell got a call saying, hey, come pick up the stage. We loaded up the stage, pushed it into TG, set it up, nailed it or screwed it together. There was our first stage. We had the Drake from Comedies, set that up. It was kind of like our gang characters on Hal Roach's young TV show, these young kids making this theater. We pieced it together piece by piece. It was amazing. An early story of one of the art openings, it was one time, we'll be able to get who the artist was, but the Red Hot Chili Peppers were playing, and that same night we had a art opening. We typically had kegs of beer. We didn't have wine. So we had a keg of beer behind one of the walls in the gallery, and it was actually covering up my little apartment in there. And sure enough, we're hanging out, drinking beer with the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I didn't know who they were, and enjoying the art gallery. And sure enough, they played that night, and it turned out to be an amazing show.
Well, my first impression of Deep Ellum is there was nothing down there. It was just all warehouses, and it was all empty. And there was this one place called the Theater Gallery, this one club, and you'd go down there during the day and there was just not much happening. At night, though, there was this one place where all these people would gather, and it was really cool, just this one spot. Yeah, our first show was kind of eye-opening, but it was really cool because we were this new fledgling band, and we had an outlet, a place to play where we didn't have to worry about what songs we were doing or what we sounded like. We could just be free to be us, and it was wonderful.
Well, the school system we were in, it was pretty much set, preppies, jocks, or you're a freak. And I guess we were the freaks, which was okay. And that's kind of what the Deep Ellum thing taught us was, hey, we're freaks, and we can do our freaky thing here and help each other do their freaky thing and show up to everyone's freaky thing. And even if you didn't dig their freaky thing, you still went. That's what the scene was, actually supporting each other and being there and being freaks. Halloween 1984.
Yeah, that's what it was. So I'd gone down to Theater Gallery to see a band called Zeitgeist. They were from Austin. It was Halloween. It was 1984. And we didn't know much about the place, but we enjoyed the band, and my friends encouraged me to talk to the owner, Russell Hobbs, or the producer, director, booker of the place, and tell him about my band. So I went up to Russell and said, "Oh, I've got this band. Can we maybe get a gig here?" He said, "Yeah, I'd like to hear some music. Come back on Monday." So we went back on Monday with a demo tape with David, who was the drummer in the band I was in. And then we started talking about maybe getting a show.
Yeah, so when we went down on that Monday, Tench had told me, hey, I know where we're going to play, because our whole thing was writing this music and wanting to be in a band and figure out we didn't want to play at parties anymore. We wanted to be a real band and do what real professional bands did, which was play real shows. So Tench said, hey, I know this place. I went to the show. So we go down there and we met Russell. And the door was open. We came in. We played him our tape. He was super nice. We all hit it off immediately. And he held up the calendar, which had Zeitgeist, and on New Year's it had Robert Lee Cobb, Bob Cobb. And he said, pick up, he liked our tape, so he said we could pick a show. And we picked Thursday, November 23rd, 1984. And Russell actually said, you want a Friday or Saturday, guys? And we said, no, because we're bringing all these people from Highland Park, and Friday night's football night, and Saturday night they're recovering from football night, so we need to do it on a Thursday. And we kind of pompously said, well, probably about 300 people. And so I recall at $5 a head, there was a little under 300 people there. So beautiful start to a beautiful thing. Theater Gallery in itself, Theater Gallery, so it was a gallery. That was the biggest thing about this that most people probably forget. When you pulled up, there were massive windows, and there was art, and you saw these huge paintings, and it was kind of like, wait, we're playing here, this is a gallery, So the front was a gallery, and then there was a little door you went through, and then in the back there was a stage, and that's where the bands played, and they had the theater part. They had a lot of plays at the time. Scott Matthews and different playwrights were there, different artists, Ron English. So the whole setup itself, to me, was absolutely unique, and there's still, to this day, nothing has ever even come close to the feeling of that place and how open it was, and just the beauty of it,
When we did our first gig, Jim Heath was our sound man. He was the guy who ran the ad, and he came up and said, "Oh, you've got a Gibson Les Paul." And I said, yeah. Do you want to play it? And I said, "Yeah." And he starts doing this amazing finger picking stuff, like,
Chicken picking.
Chicken picking. That's what it was called. And it was like the Elvis Presley, Scotty, whatever his name.
Scotty Moore.
Yeah, doing
Chet
that sort of
Atkins.
stuff. And I was just amazed, and I thought, here's this sound guy. He played guitar better than I could ever play guitar. I'm not getting up on stage tonight.
The show was coming up, and we needed a PA for the show. And in Buddy Magazine, there was an ad I'd seen that said, PA for rent, call Jim, and a phone number. And we called that number, and it was $75. I actually remember that. And Jim came down, and that is Jim Heath, who later became Reverend Horton Heath. And he started running sound there, and I think he had to actually rent other gear on some shows, but most shows it was doable. So Horton Heat started at the Prophet Bar, and Russell Hobbs gave him his moniker, had made that name up for him, and really encouraged Horton to start playing his own music. He had been in a band called the Polytones with his wife. That was a cool band, and he started playing at Tuesday nights or Sunday nights or whatever the night was at Prophet Bar. And the first time he ever played, he told him to get up and play, and he turned to me. I lived at Theater Gallery at the time across the street, and he told me to go grab a snare, and I came back and we played a little thing.
When we did our first gig, Jim Heath was our sound man. He was the guy who ran the ad, and he came up and said, "Oh, you've got a Gibson Les Paul." And I said, yeah. Do you want to play it? And I said, "Yeah." And he starts doing this amazing finger picking stuff, like,
Chicken picking.
Chicken picking. That's what it was called. And it was like the Elvis Presley, Scotty, whatever his name.
Scotty Moore.
Scotty Moore.
Scotty Moore, yeah, doing
Chet
that sort of
Atkins.
stuff. And I was just amazed. And I thought, here's this sound guy. He played guitar better than I could ever play guitar. I'm not getting up on stage tonight.
Didn't know is he had listed it in the paper, Reverend Horton Heat. I think he had made flyers that said Reverend Horton Heat. And so that evening when I played my first set, people were coming up to me going, "Reverend, that was great. That was great." Well, I couldn't believe there were people there. I mean, it was actually a good little crowd. There were 30 or 40 or maybe 50 people at my very first performance because of Russell. And so I know, because there was really nothing down there. There was a punk club that was kind of close called the Twilight Room, but it wasn't really in Deep Ellum. It was more in downtown Dallas. So really, Theater Gallery, as far as I remember, was the first club, and you can't even really call a Theater Gallery a club. So, but a music venue. But no, I was familiar. Like I said earlier, I was a blues kid, and so my grandparents lived in Dallas, and I would come and stay with my grandparents when I was a kid for a couple of weeks, and I was getting into blues, and I had read about Deep Ellum and how it was a hotbed of blues going back to the 30s and in Dallas. And so I thought to myself, wow, I'm into blues. And one of the main hotbeds of blues is this area, Deep Ellum in Dallas. And so anyway, I was staying with my grandparents, and one morning, it was probably a Saturday because my grandfather was at home. He wasn't at work. It was the morning, and he was looking at the paper. And I said, "Grandpa," I said, "where is Deep Ellum?" And I'll never forget, because he pulled the paper down and looked at me and said, "You know what Deep Ellum is?" I said, "Yeah, it's a blues thing and all this." And he looked at me funny, and he was like going, "Do you want to see Deep Ellum?" And I said, "Yeah." And so he goes, "Okay, let's go." And we got in the car, we drove down to Deep Ellum. This is probably like about 1974, 1975 maybe. And I remember it because it was pretty worn down place, It was rough. I mean, the main thing that I remembered is that there were some dive bars. But the main thing I remember was there was the biggest pawn shop I'd ever seen. It was called Honest Joe's. And it ran, this pawn shop was the whole city block. It wasn't just one place. It was giant. And so we kind of drove through, and there were like a couple of it was still kind of more of I guess, black area. So there were some kind of poor black people kind of walking around, and we just kind of walked around. We didn't walk around much. We just kind of pulled over and kind of looked at it and got back in the car and left. There wasn't much to see, but I appreciate my grandfather for taking me down there to Deep Ellum. I'm lucky. I made a whole career out of it. I had no idea that all this would happen to me, just becoming Reverend Horton Heat, and so I'm very grateful. The atmosphere and the crowds in Deep Ellum, the early days, was a hodgepodge of artists, young kids from the suburbs that wanted to be artsy, and then some punk rockers, and then it was pretty artsy, but it was a lot of young kids that wanted to hear some type of alternative music and feel cool that they were listening to some, band that nobody knew, and they were, playing their own music and that kind of things. But no, I was familiar, like I said earlier, I was a blues kid, and so my grandparents lived in Dallas. And I would come and stay with my grandparents when I was a kid for a couple of weeks. And I was getting into blues, and I had read about Deep Ellum and how it was a hotbed of blues going back to the 30s and in Dallas. And so I thought to myself, wow, I'm into blues. And one of the main hotbeds of blues is this area, Deep Ellum in Dallas. And so anyway, I was staying with my grandparents, and one morning, it was probably a Saturday because my grandfather was at home. He wasn't at work. It was the morning, and he was looking at the paper. And I said, Grandpa, I said, where is Deep Ellum? And I'll never forget, because he pulled the paper down and looked at me and said, you know what Deep Ellum is? I said, yeah, it's a blues thing and all this. And he looked at me funny, and he was like going, do you want to see Deep Ellum? And I said, yeah. And so he goes, okay, let's go. And we got in the car, we drove down to Deep Ellum. This is probably like about 1974, 1975 maybe. And I remember it because it was pretty worn down place, you know. It was rough. I mean, the main thing that I remembered is that there were some dive bars, but the main thing I remember was there was the biggest pawn shop I'd ever seen. It was called Honest Joe's, and it ran. I mean, this pawn shop was the whole city block. I mean, it wasn't just one place, it was giant. And so we kind of drove through, and there were like a couple of it was still kind of more of a I guess, black area. So there were some like kind of poor black people kind of walking around, and, you know, we just kind of walked around. We didn't walk around much, we just kind of pulled over and kind of looked at it and got back in the car and left. There wasn't much to see, and I mean, but I appreciate my grandfather for taking me down there to Deep Ellum. You know, I was a kid, you know.
So coming down to Deep Ellum at 15 years old and seeing 3 on a Hill play at Theater Gallery, you know, really gave me a kick in the pants and showed me what was possible. Made me think that maybe I could play in one of these clubs one day. And at that point, that was really the only aspiration I had, was like, maybe I could play Theater Gallery someday or Twilight Room. And, you know, if you look back now, it's many, many years later, and I've been playing guitar in bands ever since. With Funland, with Peter Schmidt for a long time. Now I'm with the Toadies. You know, we've released a bunch of records, sold a good number of records, played tons of shows, and, you know, music is my life at this point. And, you know, seeing 3 on a Hill at 15 was a turning point for me. In high school, I was playing guitar, but didn't really have any inspiration to be in a band, you know, being a real band, playing original songs. It wasn't until college didn't work out, family kind of didn't work out, and I ended up moving down to REA building with my brother and thought, well, you know, all my adult plans have fallen apart, so why not start a band? You know, my parents wanted me to go to school. I had convinced myself that I was going to do well at the business school, which it didn't take long to realize that wasn't me. And when I finally quit worrying about what my parents' expectations were on me, I just thought, fuck it, I'm going to go down to Deep Ellum and party with my brother and start a band and just start doing whatever I want to do. I'd given up on their expectations and just followed my own interest in my heart.
The Theater Gallery Deep Ellum experience of the 80s, we'd have an art opening in the gallery, and it smelled like fresh oil. And this controversial avant-garde art opening, and wine, and really cool people discussing intellectual things about art. And then you walk through the double doors, and you'd see the Flaming Lips in the back throwing all of the furniture off the stage that was a prop for a play we just finished. And kids with their lighters, you know, like wanting the Flaming Lips to come on and play. So I'd maybe head over to the Prophet Bar and see something like, you know, Timbuk 3 or the True Believers from Austin, which just, you know, beautiful guys, beautiful music. Sometimes I felt overwhelmed with the enrichment of the arts that was just pouring in and out, with all the great bands and the great art on the walls and murals, and in between in the street was the most fun people that were just discovering altogether like a new world that we had created, and everyone was inspired. And we escaped Dallas, and it was successful. And of course, later, things grow up, and the reality of higher expenses and the authorities and everything come in, competition and all. But for a while, 2 or 3 years there, it was completely magical in the eye of the hurricane. I think one of the most important elements of the 80s scene in Deep Ellum was that we were really all there trying to break on through to the other side and find, in a way, truth and artistic expression at any cost. And it wasn't really motivated by making money or the band had to get a record deal or any of that. It was truly this sort of naive exploration. And I think in that kind of environment, whether you're a painter or a songwriter or a band or doing a play, whatever the art medium is, you're free to really go deep and explore and become vulnerable and become really unique. And the fruit of that, of course, is like we've talked about, the Bohemians, the New Bohemians, and Rhett Miller, Reverend Horton Heat, Three on a Hill. Those guys, I know their motivation was truly to make something beautiful. And in that process, that art is profound.
So yeah, it was definitely influence. And like the time I was just a greenhorn from the the piney woods of East Texas, and I came from a place that there were no museums. Nobody even, I barely even knew that you could show art or sell it. I just knew what I had to do. So yeah, it got me off on a really good footing to show with Russ and Deep Ellum. Then I eventually moved there, became one of the urban pioneers. Russ was not, trend chasing. He was, trend making. 15-year-old kid saying this to me, and then that's when that age sort of coming down, then it was kind of the beginning of the end, for the intensity of the scene, the authenticity. The legitimacy was being undermined by its own popularity. Well, I've always been an outsider, and I've always been a loner. And I felt like when I first came to Deep Ellum that it was very welcoming to outsiders and to loners. And I didn't go to art school. I never needed that kind of external validation, or I already knew what I wanted to do. So to me, Deep Ellum was a place for people who already knew what they wanted to do. You didn't have to be a schoolboy to enter, the Deep Ellum, university. It was open to all. And then Russ was like this, very wise, master guru guy who kind of led the whole thing. But so, yeah, in terms of it wasn't so bad then in Texas as it is now with, the art institutions controlling everything. The cathedral hadn't really got its tentacles and clutches into everyday art world like it does now. So it was a good place to be independent. You could say whatever you wanted to say. You didn't have to mince words. You didn't have to hold your punches. You didn't have to soften your bite. You could just go for the jugular. So because I got into that trend of doing what I wanted to do, not editing myself, not censoring myself, not trying to say what other people wanted me to say or be what other people wanted me to be or do what other people wanted me to do, well, then it's kind of forced me to be independent, detached from the museum, gallery, art school, cathedral. And so that's where I am at this very moment, trying to reinvent myself to be something apart from that, but still be able to sell enough work to make a living, And so I learned that I don't need, to have that external validation to be able to pursue my dream and pursue my vision. And I think that I cut my teeth with that idea right here in Deep Ellum. It was, a community for sure. It was a sense of community that I had never experienced before. Where I suddenly wasn't weird anymore. I was part of the group, you know, and accepted for myself. So that was a brand new experience for me. And that, of course, you know, helped bolster my self-confidence, because being out in the woods, I had no idea what I was doing or how it would be perceived. No, I was living out at Sam Houston National Forest with a monkey and a junkie, and making art, getting ready for my first major show in Houston and in Dallas for, you know, real art galleries, when this guy, Russell Hobbs, said, I want to show your work in my new nightclub in Deep Ellum. So that's how it got started, with me being involved with Deep Ellum. Oh, I thought it was like, you know, Andy Warhol. The Factory is my first impression, you know. So where's Edie Sedgwick? And I just got that whole vibe, you know, of this is something special. You know, this is what it's really all about. People coming together in this urban jungle to invent, pioneer, you manufacture this great scene that is vital and alive and changes people's lives for the better, hopefully. And that's what it certainly did with me. I mean, Russ was a major transistor for me, and, you know, coming out of the woods. Time had also met this you know, art god of Texas, you know, at the time, Murray Smither, who was also instrumental in me getting involved with Deep Ellum, because he kept telling me about, there's this guy walking around Deep Ellum dressed like Tarzan, you know. And it was Russ. So everybody at that time was calling Russ Tarzan, because he wore like this, you know, loincloth and these leather slippers, no shirt, and long hair, and he was walking on the sidewalks of Deep Ellum like Tarzan.
My name is Ron English. I'm an artist. I'm often called the godfather of street art, and believe it or not, street art, in my opinion, started here in Dallas and in Deep Ellum. So I started doing street art in the 70s in Deep Ellum, and the first gallery that I ever had was a theater gallery. The crowd's probably largely the same people for the art and for the music. It was the whole Dallas young scene. It was the youth scene, and there was nowhere for young people to show art or experience art of their peers. And there was no place for like Karen Finley or you know, all these what they now call indie bands, you know. There was no place for them to play, you know, so they needed a place to play. You know, they kind of ended up being the most prominent bands of their generation, but, you know, nobody cared who the Flaming Lips were back then, you know, except Russell and Jeff, you know, but everybody else, you know, was just kind of like, yeah, they're just, I don't know, that's not real stuff. So, but, you know, the youth understood, and they were all there. So basically, Deep Ellum and Theater Gallery is our youth. That was our scene. It was equivalent to the East Village in New York, where all those people like Basquiat and Keith Haring, they all got their start because they had their own scene. They weren't going to be allowed to be a part of the Soho scene, you know, but so they just went and made their own scene.
And the other kind of beautiful thing about it was Russell was there, Russell Hobbs was there, and Lori Watson and Tracy was there, and there were people that they were living there, and they were older than us, more, I guess you'd say, worldly and freakish, freaky in a good, in the good way. The kind of people that help you realize, oh, I can be myself, and kind of fully be present here. And the thing I do remember is in the big room, the bar was a boat, and above the boat was a sailfish.
El Barco.
Yeah, El Barco. And again, the vibe was just absolutely one of openness. I never, at those times, ever have any recollection of feeling judged, or it was just open. It was just a beautiful, open time with a bunch of beautiful people.
Well, my first impression of Deep Ellum is there was nothing down there. It was just all warehouses, and it was all empty. And there was this one place called the Theater Gallery, this one club, and you'd go down there during the day, and there was just not much happening. At night, though, there was this one place where all these people would gather, and it was really cool, just this one spot. One thing that we didn't realize that those early shows, in the crowd, we were drawing in all these young musicians that were coming to watch, and all these people that were at our shows. Over time, they started to show up in their own bands playing at Theater Gallery.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I can't tell you how many people came up to me and said, "Man, I saw your first show. It was great. Now I'm in a band." And we were just so supportive. It's like, "Man, that's cool. That's great." And it just kept growing from that.
And we'd be one to say, come play with us next week.
Yeah.
Originally, you go down to Deep Ellum, and it's about discovery. What's happening, and then what am I going to see that's new? What haven't I seen before? Something like that, and then it becomes predictable. So
Yeah.
like, they're playing again. Oh, I don't need to go this week. They'll be back next week, because there's so many different places, and because the bands are starting to proliferate in a way that they're not really original anymore. Cover bands are starting to, play to sell drinks, and there's none of that spirit anymore. It started losing it, I guess, when you were saying that, Kevy, about the end of the 80s. There's nothing new happening.
The name
Maybe that there's a kind of process that I guess an artist can go through. It's like a metamorphosis, and Deep Ellum is a place that allowed that to happen, where you could finally, people fed off you, and you fed off what they gave back to you, and so you just became cycles of that in a way.
We were definitely a band that talked to and listened to our fans, without a doubt. And the weird thing about playing live is sometimes we thought we just played great, and then a friend of ours would say, you were better last week. It was good. And we'd think, oh, how is that? And then we'd play a show where we thought we were absolutely stinking up the joint, and people would say, that was transcendent. It was amazing. So to me, it's a very individual process. We did what we did. We loved to play. That doesn't mean every time you play it's some amazing experience, because sometimes you're really having to work it out. But we were a band that talked to our crowd and showed them the new songs we were doing. Hey, this is the new one. What did you think? We dropped things off of sets because of what people said, because we were always doing what we were going to do, but we were definitely tying it in, because to us, the audience was us. They were our friends. A great deal of them were our actual friends, but the new people you're meeting, you're just expressing where you are at that moment. But it was I don't know what the word is, symbiotic. It was a movement. We weren't just there and they were there. We were together in a thing happening at that moment. So when you feel, it at a show, you go to a show and you're in the crowd, and next thing you know, the whole thing's moving. When I saw Bad Brains there, same thing, it's happening. Flaming Lips, Butthole Surfers, all these bands, Husker Du, Three on a Hill, us on a good night. Something changes. You're out of your body. You're not thinking about your job or your whatever you're dealing with. You're there floating with the thing. And to me, it is pretty much astrally projecting. Something's happening, and it's beautiful, and we're all part of it, which we all are anyway. So.
And so yeah, it was definitely an influence. And like the time I was just a greenhorn from the piney woods of East Texas, and I came from a place that there were no museums. Nobody even, I barely even knew that you could show art or sell it. I just knew what I had to do. So yeah, it got me off on a really good footing to show with Russ at Deep Ellum. Then I eventually moved there, became one of the urban pioneers. No, believe me, Russ was not trend chasing. He was trend making.
How would you describe the
15-year-old kid saying this to me, and then that's when that age started coming down, then it was kind of the beginning of the end, for the intensity of the scene, the authenticity, the legitimacy was being undermined by its own popularity. Oh, I've always been an outsider, and I've always been a loner, and I felt like when I first came to Deep Ellum that it was very welcoming to outsiders and to loners. And I didn't go to art school. I never needed that kind of external validation, or because I already knew what I wanted to do. So to me, Deep Ellum was a place for people who already knew what they wanted to do. You didn't have to be a schoolboy to enter, the Deep Ellum, university. It was open to all. And then Russ was like this, very wise, master guru guy who kind of led the whole thing. I remember one time, in terms of it wasn't so bad then in Texas as it is now with, the art institutions controlling everything. The cathedral hadn't really got its tentacles and clutches into everyday art world like it does now. So it was a good place to be independent. You could say whatever you wanted to say. You didn't have to mince words. You didn't have to hold your punches. You didn't have to soften your bite. You could just go for the jugular. And into that trend of doing what I wanted to do, not editing myself, not censoring myself, not trying to say what other people wanted me to say, or be what other people wanted me to be, or do what other people wanted me to do. Well, then it's kind of forced me to be independent, detached from the museum, gallery, art school, cathedral. And so that's where I am at this very moment, trying to reinvent myself to be something apart from that, but still be able to sell enough work to make a living, And so I learned that I don't need, to have that external validation to be able to pursue my dream and pursue my vision. And I think that I cut my teeth with that idea right here in Deep Ellum. For sure, it was a sense of community that I had never experienced before, where I suddenly wasn't weird anymore. I was part of the group, and accepted for myself. So that was a brand new experience for me. And that, of course, helped bolster my self-confidence, because being out in the woods, I had no idea what I was doing or how it would be perceived beyond, there's...
In 1872, let me start again. The railroads create Deep Ellum. In 1872, the Houston and Texas Central Railroad was extended from Corsicana to Dallas. A year later, the Texas and Pacific Railroad reached Dallas. This crossing point in this ramshackle little railroad terminal that became the Union Depot and eventually moved out of the Deep Ellum side of town and moved to the other side of town and became Union Station. That area around that train depot was the roots of Deep Ellum. It was the intersection of the black and white worlds, most notably, and it was connected. I'm just rambling. How long do you want this answer?
You do.
Okay. The railroads created Deep Ellum. In 1872, the Houston and Texas Central Railroad was extended from Corsicana to Dallas. A year later, the Texas and Pacific Railroad came through Dallas. The crossing of those two lines made Dallas commercially. However, at the same time, it spawned a neighborhood that was in many ways like other areas where the railroads crossed, in other areas of the South especially, that became a conduit. It was both entrepreneurial, but at the same time, it was the place where people, particularly African Americans and poorer whites, with the failure of the East Texas cotton crops, came to Dallas looking for work. There was an incalculable number of day laborers. It was a place where people were picked up and taken back to work in the cotton fields of Collin County and back to Dallas. Within that world, it was a mix of blacks, Jews, Italians, Greeks, and other immigrant groups that came here and trying to eke out a living, but at the same time were, for me, the roots of the cultural life of Dallas. So, I shouldn't have started with so. The music of Deep Ellum is itself this kind of syncretism of cultures. The name Deep Ellum is a mix of the dialects of the Jewish immigrant world, the rural black world, the rural white world. It was a name that was commonly used. Musically, what grew up first in this general area that was Elm Street, Deep Ellum, connecting to what was called Central Track. Those were on Central Track were the black businesses. And it intersected with Elm Street. It was, Deep Ellum became the threshold between the black, the white, and the Jewish worlds. Musically, there were variety theaters first that were common to other places around the South. I mean, where there were touring musicians who came by train and got here and had an opportunity to perform. Blind Lemon Jefferson was the preeminent street singer, but there were other street singers. There was Blind Willie Johnson, who sang, by some accounts, across the street from Blind Lemon. They were on different corners. Music of the flesh, music of the Lord. And within that context, there was also Mexican musicians who were itinerant. Leadbelly, when he came to Dallas and connected with Blind Lemon sometime between 1911 and 1914, got a 12-string guitar from a Mexican that he apparently bought on the street. The details of that are vague. So within the context of these variety theaters, the black entertainment scene especially grew. And most notably, there was the Park Theater on Central Avenue. And when I came to Dallas, I wanted to organize festivals. So in 1981, I organized the Downtown Dallas Traditional Music Festival. And it featured the cultures of Dallas. It was very mixed, from Vietnamese to Mexican to African American to Anglo. And for that festival, I wanted to create a group that at that time I called Dallas Jazz Greats. And I was particularly interested in finding jazz players who had started their careers in the 1920s in this Deep Ellum area, and to bring them together. And over time, that grew. It eventually became a group that I called the Heat Waves of Swing. And sometime later, Russell Hobbs began to feature them at the Prophet Bar as legendary revelations. But during the 1980s, I organized 6 Dallas folk festivals. And the last one was in 1991. And this Dallas Jazz Great group that became the Heat Waves of Swing, which was the name for a band that Buster Smith had in the 1940s that featured T-Bone Walker, began to attract bigger name musicians who had started their careers in Dallas and were no longer living here. Many of the musicians I talked to, particularly in the jazz and blues world, was Dallas was a place you were from, but it wasn't a place you stayed because of the limited opportunities and the racial divide that existed in this city and continues to plague so much of the present. One of the individuals I focused on was Buster Smith. Well, I approached it from a lot of different vantage points. Another person that I focused on was Blind Lemon Jefferson, who was the iconic singer to stand at the corner, near the corner of Elm and Central, playing for tips, where he was discovered in 1925 by a Paramount recording scout. Blind Lemon between 1925 and his untimely death in 1929 made more than 80 records. He was the biggest selling blues singer, country blues singer, male down-home blues singer in America at that time. He had an apartment in Chicago. He had a house in Mejia. When he died, getting lost in the snow and having a heart attack in Chicago, he had $1,500 in the bank in December 1929, at the height, the onset of the Great Depression.
I was not totally on board with that in the very beginning, because I didn't get an appreciation for blues music until I got much older. You know, at the time, at 22 years old, I was still into punk rock. I was still into speed metal and other stuff like that. So I didn't, in the beginning, in all fairness to Russell, I didn't see how the connection was necessary to exploit or to talk about it. You know, he had actually gone and done the research about it. And, you know, first he started talking about the history of the neighborhood and all this stuff, and I was like, it went one ear and out the other. I didn't really, you know, I didn't give it too much thought. But then he booked these guys, these older musicians called the Legendary Revelations, who were older African-American musicians who were in their 80s and 90s at the time. And when seeing them play at the Prophet Bar or whatever, that was when kind of the light bulb went out. It's like, okay, now I get it. Now I see why it's important to uphold the history and the culture of the neighborhood. They don't really do that anymore now, not in real time. I mean, now the neighborhood is all neon and there's restaurants everywhere, and real estate, the power of real estate or whatever has made it really hard to do any kind of creative endeavor down there and do it from scratch. Everything down there now is about making money. Originality was everything, you know. Like I said, prior to that, most of the bands, they all played other people's music. So to see a 17-year-old kid get on stage and do a whole set of material that he had written himself, you know, these bands had created themselves, it was a huge step up for Dallas. But again, the art, the folk art, and the really subversive counterculture art that they were showing at Theater Gallery was as much a part of it as the music was. It set the tone and kind of set the pretense for the activities that were happening in the Theater Gallery. Had a kind of subtext, a profound subtext of political awareness and subversion, and you know, Dallas is fundamentally a conservative city, or it was then. It was really conservative, and to have this place that existed under the radar, that was like a pocket of counterculture expression, you know, that was. I mean, it fundamentally changed who I was as a person, but for a lot of kids, it gave their life a sense of purpose.
From early on, I played with my bass player, who I grew up with, Mark, and me and Mark and Jeff grew up together. And then I found a drummer, and it was a three-piece, and that's how the band formed. And so, and we played our first show probably 3 to 4 months later. We practiced in a garage with a bunch of mowers. We mowed yards. And so we were practicing in a garage, and we didn't really have any prospects for anything. You know, we were just playing in a garage and playing songs. And then we played our first gig at Theater Gallery, and life just changed. It just changed. You know, we went from being completely anonymous people to being in this little world that was just amazing. It was amazing. It was amazing, our first show. Tench Cox from The End and David Mabry were friends of ours, and we would come see their shows. And so we were very nervous. I had played guitar for a long time, but I had really never played in front of people. I had planned the whole deal in my head, you know. You always want to be like your heroes, you know, and I always carried, like, in my wallet, I would carry pictures of rock stars instead of like family, you know. So, so you have it all planned out, but you never really think. And so the first gig, my leg was shaking. Russ was there, Jeff was there, Tench and all those guys. And it was really hard to get through. But when we got through, everyone, was really nice and ran up. And there was only like 40 people there. But I mean, it was amazing. And then it went on from there. But, being there from the beginning and watching guys who really didn't have any other opportunity in life, I mean, you're going to record stores, you're buying records and everything, but you're like, there's no outlet for you. And all of a sudden, bam, there's this outlet down in the warehouse district of Dallas. And the thing I remember is Russ and Jeff were both very charismatic on their own. I grew up with Jeff. I knew him since I was a little guy, and to see them two together, and it's not taking away from either of them, but I don't know that it could have happened without them being together, because the two strengths were just unbelievable. And it was them against the world, and a lot of people weren't receptive to it at first. A lot of people were scared of the downtown scene and all that kind of stuff, but they just kept going, man, believing arrogantly in a way that, hey, man, we own the world. And I remember the feelings. We would sit up in Prophet Bar across the street before it was a club, and you had to have a certain confidence and arrogance that they had, or it would have never happened. It would have never happened. I remember a lot of times I was very withdrawn, and still am to this day. I like playing guitar in front of people, but they weren't withdrawn, and you had to have a certain assertiveness and belief in what you're doing. And then it was like, and we had this little kingdom, and Russ and Jeff were like sitting above the kingdom and giving all these guys this opportunity, seriously. And we were little satellites hanging out, and when you didn't have a gig, you just hang out and sit up in Prophet Bar and just talk and dream. And I think as far as how Russ and Jeff affected the development of Deep Ellum, you don't know what will happen in certain areas. I mean, and people will say, well, if something would have happened down there anyway, but that's easy to say. I think that no matter what happened with Deep Ellum, no matter what the development was, no matter all the condos around and all the restaurants and everything like that, what was there in 1985, 86, and 87 was very important to a lot of people. And yes, I watched the businesses, because of Russ and Jeff, come down there and set up business. First, you'd see the other clubs pop up, which is a great thing, and then you'd see the restaurants come in. And once the restaurants come in and a few apartments and stuff like that, you're like, okay, well, this is moving into a different place. And it always does. It always moves into a more commercially profitable place for people, and then the artists get run out. That's what happens. But that's okay. For that time period, it was absolutely amazing. And a lot of times, I've always moved forward in my life, and a lot of times I'm like, I'm not going to let myself think about that. But as I've gotten older, I've gone back and learned to appreciate all the stuff we had, all the beautiful memories. And that's at the end all you have, is the memories. Yeah, I love that. Get money from your whatever problem came up, and just to watch it happen, and I got to have a front row seat to watch it, on top of getting to be in a band, that got to play it on the Saturday nights for 400 or 500 people, when 6 months before I was mowing yards and weed eating yards and doing that and playing with the amp behind the two mowers, and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, boom, you're in the newspapers, and your parents are like, because of course they weren't into it. They thought, you dropped out of school and you bought a guitar and you're freaking mowing yards and you're playing in a garage. What are you doing, And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, look at this. I'm in the newspaper now, And it's because of these. It's because of Theater Gallery. 100%. 100% it is. And, and I don't think that would have happened otherwise down there. I do not think it. I think it's because those two came together at a certain time. It was just, hey man, some things just happen the way they do. You know what I mean? You know, there's no why. I don't even know how they met. I don't even know how you guys met. You know.
You know, Bob's one of these guys. You just let him go.
You know, I don't know. It was more like leaving home for me. I'd never seen anything. I've never been known these types of people before, and so it was very eye-opening. It was like walking into, you know, a world that I'd never, you know, I'd read about, but I never knew existed, and so it was definitely, everything was new to me. Everything. I grew up, was an only child, so I was very cloistered. Here comes the world. Well, the way that it affected me, as far as just all the other bands there, it gave you a bit of you had camaraderie that developed. And then I think you had a little bit of one-upsmanship, maybe. You have a little competition. And that was the great part about it, because you could write a song that morning and then play it that night. And to have that as a writer and to get that immediate feedback was just incredible and exciting, because you could say, hey, here's my new thing, and you could play it. There used to be things where we would have, after the main show, other bands and people would gather after hours and sit around with a guitar and play, hey, here's a new song I got, and you'd play it. Somebody else play it. It was just like this, and it just happened. It wasn't anything anybody said, let's go do this. It just happened, and that was another part of it that was so exciting, because then somebody was like, oh my God, that's a great song over there. You know, oh my, you know, and that would lend you to respect them, but yet you say, I want to do better than that. I want to better you. You know, and so you had this thing where everybody was, even though we were all different music, it would lift the quality of the songs and the approach. It would keep going up. You know, nobody. It was rivalry, but it was very. You know, you were friendly. It was friendly rivalry.
We're making each other better.
The bands and the club names, everything's a good thing.
Oh well, I mean, at that time, Theater Gallery was the only place. There was not even a profit bar at this point. You know, and of course, we hung out with the New Bohemians. Everybody would come, and you know, we would play with them in Shallow Rain, or they were the End at the time. Three on a Hill, Denouement, Daughter Judy. You know, it was just, you know, every week it seemed like there was a new band and new people to meet and, you know, hang out. And, you know, a lot of times you could tell we would be, whenever everybody would be kind of in the same boat emotionally. Everybody would talk about it, and you know, it was just one of those kind of things. It was nothing to see different people. I mean, there were different people that would come and play Theater Gallery. I mean, I remember when REM came and played. We were playing that night. Peter Buck blew out my Fender Twin Reverb and played my Rickenbacker, which was, you know, it was a thrill, you know. And so, I mean, you had all sorts of people, you know, there were times when they would come in and out of the place, just, you know, I mean, I saw the Minutemen there. Golly, I mean, the Replacements. I went on an alcohol booze run for the Replacements, and that was in their contract that said that they have to have A, B, and C. So you got to go get it. And I remember going to the liquor store and having their list and going and bringing it in. And the minute they came in, they were drinking, and the minute they left, the guy was bumming a beer from somebody. It's like. You know, it's like they went through their whole list of alcohol and they were still going at the end of that night. But and that was exciting because I was a big Replacements fan at the time.
After the Hot Club closed in '82, Deep Ellum was starting to become a music scene spearheaded by the Theater Gallery. We brought acts like Jane's Addiction, Red Hot Chili Peppers, the Smithereens into the Theater Gallery. And, you know, while there weren't a huge number of people there, it was a great start. The theater gallery was a scene that really, it was really amazing to me. I mean, in the fact that I had been all over the place with all kinds of bands and seen all kinds of crowds, but I had never really seen anything or experienced anything like the Bad Brains at the theater gallery. It was truly the wildest show, crowd-wise, that I'd ever been a part of. I mean, people were, body surfing doesn't even do it any kind of justice. I mean, the people were doing things and people were flying around that it was like you were in an animated movie or something. And, it sort of opened my eyes to what the future of the scene was going to be all about. I think Deep Ellum impacted me. It got me out of the 80s, into the 90s, into another scene, into a kind of a whole nother way of life, really. And it was the proving ground for me of bands that, again, I've worked with my whole life. It was sort of like, I don't want to say it was a farm league, because that's not really right, but it was definitely a proving ground for this whole array of bands that were coming out of Seattle and coming out of LA and local bands. And from that standpoint, it just became paramount to what we were doing or what I was doing in the business, because that's where it was coming from. That was a source. And from that source, we would grow into other places, the Bronco Bowl, the, Reunion Arena, whatever, So to me, it was almost like the soul of my business model, really.
Very good. Yeah, when we started playing, it hadn't exploded necessarily. The mothership was the theater gallery. That was the main place. It was our favorite place to play, and it was kind of the mothership, and everybody played there. I saw New Bohemians there. I saw their last show there before I joined the band, and it was kismet. But it was kind of, there was a gallery in front, art in front, and music in the back. And it was just a central hub. It just was. It was the perfect warehouse to play music in, the best vibe. And
60s, there's like the place called End of Coal, which was on Cole Avenue, and even there's a live Velvet Underground record from there. It's probably recorded on cassette tape, but so there was, music that came through Texas and original music like in the early 70s, and then a lot of that gravitated to Austin. And so the Dallas music scene had really turned into, from what I understand, a lot of just like cover bands. And so then in the early 80s, there started to be more people doing original music again. And then by the time Deep Ellum started happening in 85, it was all original music. People would do a cover or something, but it wasn't any more cover bands, not down there. And you had all kinds of bands, this band End Over End and Three on a Hill, and there were just so many bands, and everybody had their own look and sound to them and stuff like that, And we were lucky enough with a person like Edie as our singer, and she was so charismatic and she was so clever. We had this focal point that a lot of people weren't fortunate enough to have. And so, our thing, sometimes we would play gigs around town and be some people there. Sometimes it might be full, but eventually it became like everyone wanted to see what all the hubbub was about, And so it really was a pretty amazing phenomenon, really, and to get to be part of it was very cool,
We do good on card?
Like I was saying, Dallas was making the transition into going into warehouses, and things were getting explored, and music had everything to do with it at the time. And this was different. It was like a gallery in front. You got some culture. We came from the Arts Magnet High School, so mixing all the arts, dance, and visual, that's what we came from. And this was happening like in an establishment. And it was very attractive because Dallas was making the transition into original music, which actually was a big deal. When we very first started playing, and people wanted to know, do you play original music? You couldn't get gigs necessarily if you played original music. And if you did play original music, people had to be able to dance to it and stuff like that. I mean, it's funny to say that now, but that was very real. It was very real. You know, they make it dancey, and you know, this is part of your the way you wrote music and things like that. But yeah, the theater it was a lot of the timing. You know, exploring the warehouses at the same time when music and art was being explored, and there were new young kids needing someplace to go. And the first time I walked in there, I mean, there was already a bunch of people I didn't know, a whole bunch of people. And there was an art showing, and New Bohemians were playing in the back, actually. and it was a trip, you know. There was no place like it, and it was inevitable that it was going to be the mothership of Dallas, because it was just a bunch of kids being arty, and this is Dallas, Texas, you know?
Yeah.
We came, you know, New Bohemians started playing out of Dallas, and people would be like, "You're from Texas?" And it's like, you don't understand. Dallas was very cosmopolitan, very eclectic, and a lot of things going on in Texas and in Dallas, and especially around that time.
Well, and one thing about Dallas too in those days, you know, it was a pretty conservative place, you know. So the artists and the freaks in Dallas had to be extra artsy and freaky to keep the scales balanced. So there was a lot of really creative people, you know, that were kind of living underground. They were living in warehouses, like you said. And then the Profit Bar too, because those places were both, you know, run by Russell and Jeff. It also had cool art painted on the walls. Was it Ron English? Was that the guy's name? You know, that amazing like painting stuff that was on the walls there too. So there was a lot of people starting to live in warehouses downtown and in the Deep Ellum scene, or just on the outskirts of the neighborhood around Fair Park and stuff too, because it was cheap and people could afford to do it. And so there's a lot of like, you know, people making art and making film and doing their own freaky stuff. And so then a lot of musicians and stuff came from that too. And it was a big counterculture thing, especially with what the norm was in most of Dallas, you know. And once again, it helped keep the scales balanced.
In Deep Ellum, I found a community of people who worried more about being different than being what your folks wanted you to be. And I felt simultaneously endangered, like constantly, you know, potentially under attack from skinheads, or, you know, in fear of, you know, getting beaten up by some random, you know, heavy metal kids that rolled down here and wanted to beat up the kids with the long hair. But I also felt really safe. You know, I had a lot of moments of being protected by, you know, Craig Johnson, the old skater who was always around. And he was like a famous skater, I realized later, but to me, he was just the really tall dreadlocked guy that watched out for me because I was the 16, 17-year-old kid opening up for Red Cross at Theater Gallery. Dallas is a city built on commerce, right? And its success growing up for me was always measured by those around me, by my parents, by my classmates, in commercial terms. And when I discovered Deep Ellum, through, you know, a girlfriend's boyfriend was, you know, Murray's gonna love your music. I wound up getting pulled down to Deep Ellum by older siblings of friends who also liked rock and roll. When I found my way to Deep Ellum, I realized that there was a community of people who gauged success by an entirely different metric. In Deep Ellum, I found a community of people who worried more about being different than being what your folks wanted you to be. And I felt simultaneously endangered, like constantly, you know, potentially under attack from skinheads, or, you know, in fear of, you know, getting beaten up by some random, you know, heavy metal kids that rolled down here and wanted to beat up the kids with the long hair. But I also felt really safe. You know, I had a lot of moments of being protected by, you know, Craig Johnson, the old skater who was always around. And he was like a famous skater, I realized later, but to me, he was just the really tall dreadlocked guy that watched out for me because I was the 16, 17-year-old kid opening up for Red Cross at Theater Gallery. Yeah, those Deep Ellum days do seem like lifetimes ago, not just a lifetime, but lifetimes ago. And I think back on the 16-year-old kid and that I was back then. And I can't believe, first of all, that I did the stuff I did, that I was allowed into the inner circle, but also that I insinuated myself into this world, because what I was doing was, on the surface, so different from what, Shallow Rain and Three on a Hill and Murray's band Peyote Cowboys and, Endover and all these bands that I really looked up to, that were the kings of the scene at the time. The bands that would, let me open for them shortly after my sort of winding up playing these little folk shows in Deep Ellum. What I did was so different, but people were so welcoming, and it was weird, because I realized that what brought us all together wasn't that we all liked specifically this one same sound of rock and roll, or this one style of clothes that we wore, although it was pretty much Salvation Army across the board. It was just, what brought us together was that we were all misfits. We were all cast out from what felt like the sort of square society of Dallas in the 80s, especially in the 80s. I mean, we were really concurrent with the JR world of big-haired women and big oil men, and we were these, ratty little kids. And there was years when everybody I knew slept in some version of squalor. We were all on a couch at the Loco Gringo Manor, or I spent a lot of nights on the floor of the Mitchell Building, which was an artist commune building in the Fair Park district just outside of Deep Ellum. We were all just living in this, basically like in a train station bathroom. It was a really crazy way to grow up. And I watched all my classmates, because I went to school at St. Mark's, with the all-boys school, mostly for kind of wealthy kids, which I grew up sort of on the fringes of wealth, coming from a family that had money in prior generations and lost it. So all the kids I was going to school with at St. Mark's were on a fast track to be a doctor, a lawyer, politician. Maybe they were going to work eventually in the Bush administration, the second one, war criminal, whatever kind of life. And but for us, we were just like, we were trading new bands, we were trading albums, all we cared about was music and, lifestyle, the lifestyle that went around the music. And so we were smoking a lot of weed, we were drinking a lot of just whatever cheap booze and or beer that we could get our hands on. But it was so communal and so fun and so warm that then when I would go back to the other, square world, it just felt so antiseptic and sterile. Despite its offer of security, I never felt like I wanted to be a part of that world once I had experienced the sort of warm, squalid embrace of Deep Ellum.
The entertainment scene especially grew, and most notably, there was the Park Theater on Central Avenue, also known as the Ella B. Moore Theater. Ella B. Moore and Chintz Moore had come to Dallas from Galveston. They were entertainers. They were in vaudeville. The variety theaters featured the music of vaudeville, the comedians, and people who played all kinds of musical styles. The Ella B. Moore Theater became a showplace for touring black entertainment. Chintz and Ella B. Moore started something called the TOBA, the Theater Owners Booking Association, to help tour black musicians around the country. The entertainment scene that was happening at the Ella B. Moore Theater was to some extent covered in Dallas. However, mainly it was covered in newspapers out of Dallas, the Chicago Defender, the Indianapolis Freeman, that ran ads about shows that were happening here. There was the Dallas Express. Then within that mix, in terms of the rural white influence that starts to happen in Deep Ellum, there are the hillbilly bands, the beginnings of Western swing. In the book that I wrote about Deep Ellum with Jay Brakefield, called Deep Ellum and Central Track, where the black and white worlds of Dallas converged, one of the chapters takes its lead from a man by the name of Smokey Montgomery. who was a banjo player who hitchhiked to Dallas from Iowa and connected and became part of the Light Crust Doughboys. But he also played in jazz bands. He was interested in black music. He played the banjo as a rhythm instrument, much like it was played in New Orleans bands. There was another member of the Light Crust Doughboys, Dick Reinhardt, who was very interested in black music. Naki Parker, others. There was this cross-fertilization that was beginning to happen. Obviously, Bob Wills, who grew up picking cotton, and also, and was, eventually became much more successful than the Light Crust Doughboys. He was very much into that. A lot of his music was heavily influenced by black music. So there was this intersection of culture and that created this crucible of different musical styles. For me, Deep Ellum is a metaphor of possibility, making something out of nothing. And for me, my work, which is multifaceted, goes in a lot of different creative directions. I like the energy of the mix of cultures. I grew up in the inner city of Boston, and for me, coming to Texas was like moving to a foreign country. But I like that feature of it being a foreign country, and I wanted to discover it. And so much of my work, which has been in varying degrees appreciated in Dallas, got its biggest attention in New York and in Europe over the years. So for me, people in other places appreciated what was here to a greater extent than people who lived here. Because Deep Ellum, in my mind, and in Jay Breakfield's mind, and the other people I've worked with, this is an ongoing collaboration. Deep Ellum was mythologized beyond recognition. It was that tension that existed between the creative impulse and the entrepreneurial endeavor. And during the work, I've been hired as a consultant many times that people wanted to validate their importance within historical Deep Ellum, which was in part being driven by tax credits and other areas that they could benefit from. I don't have a problem with that. I think where things are now in Dallas, in terms of Deep Ellum being a planned development district, I think that's a good thing. However, there needs to be an acknowledgement of what was truly the historic Deep Ellum. And at this point, there's only one block left. It's the 2500 block and some of the 2600 block of Elm Street. As you start going further toward Fair Park, that's important. It's part of a cultural trail, but historic Deep Ellum is largely in the 2500 block. I'm doing an installation for the Deep Ellum black businesses that were bulldozed away in the building of Central. I think of this project as being a healing project. The idea is to connect the thread. It's truly the fabric of this city. It's connecting Deep Ellum to downtown Dallas by doing something evocative, meaningful, thought-provoking under the freeway. So I think that Deep Ellum today, musically, is still discovering itself. In the 1980s, the early redevelopment musically, or the resurgence that began in the 1980s with the Prophet Bar, Club Clearview, Club Dada, and other venues, began to recognize this again. And this is a hard question.
Okay.
because I want to say it
By
right.
the way, you're 5 minutes till your meeting.
I
just so
know.
you
I'm
Just making
okay.
sure we're respecting your time.
They're not going anywhere without me.
Okay, good,
But
good,
this is an important question for you.
I agree.
Deep Ellum rose to a kind of national prominence in the 1980s through musicians who were playing at Prophet Bar, Club Clearview, Club Dada, among others.
Deep Ellum actually made it real. It made it a real possibility. I still had to learn how to play the guitar. I still had to learn how to be in a band and go to rehearsal and do all that stuff. But it was the difference between doing it in my bedroom or actually getting in a room with 4 other guys and rehearsing and playing songs and then doing the gig. And then, it made it real. It made it a real possibility where I guarantee you, if that had never happened, if Deep Ellum had never happened, if Theater Gallery never happened, I'm not altogether sure that the live music scene in Dallas would have transitioned from copy bands and people just being pretend rock stars every week to actually writing their own material and getting record deals and being able to make a living playing your own music. That was a very, very huge thing. I mean, that just leading the copy band, leading Dallas music out of the era of copy bands and into a platform where you could, and the Arts Magnet High School, again, is another key essential part of that, because that's where the kids learn music theory. That's where they learn how to write songs instead of just learn how to dress up and play a guitar and jump around on stage. So that was very essential to placing people like me who were that age on a stage, in a room where people are actually coming there to hear your music and see you do your thing. There was I got to say this too because it's really essential.
My first experiences with Deep Ellum was it was still empty. It was a warehouse district. And it was kind of like, you were a pioneer if you were there. There wasn't much going on except at 1 or 2 places. And that's Deep Ellum early on was, the Theater Gallery and later the Prophet Bar. And then some other clubs popped up. And I remember the Clearview being kind of a big deal because it added a lot of capacity. It was a big room. But early on, it was sleepy. I mean, there wasn't going on. You could park on the same block that you were going into a club. And
when the alternative scene was looking for a home, it first started at a kind of part-time at a couple of just the standard rock and roll joints like Gertie's and Mother Blues and what have you. Wasn't really welcome there. And then it landed at a new club that was set up called the Hot Club in 1980, I believe, 80 or 81. And it had existed, however, briefly at a place called DJ's at the lower end of Greenville Avenue. And then there were a couple of other little pop-ups. There was one up in North Dallas called Ground Zero. And then as all those kind of started shutting down around 83, Deep Ellum presents itself, and then they have a pretty long run since then. So yeah, despite it all, Deep Ellum had the mojo to make it happen. Plus the proximity to downtown and the cheaper rents, it was a magic combination. In order for a scene to really happen, you have to have a couple different things going. You have to have bands that can do it, not playing covers, playing originals for the most part. You have to have a way for people to know about that, and that could be flyers, or it could be the support of a little bit of a press. And then I happened to have a bully pulpit on the radio, on like the #1 rock station in town, and I had a Sunday night platform that a lot of people listened to, and I could tell people, here's what's going on next weekend. And I would go bang, 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 these are the bands, and they dropped off a tape. Let me play you a little bit of what they sound like, because bands would record in their garage, literally garage bands, or at a studio or what have you, and then just, dear Mr. George, here's my cassette, hope you like it, and they would send me the tape, and it'd be like, well, if it's decently recorded, I'll give it a spin. And you give people that first time on the radio thing. But then if you've got, 80,000 people hearing that on a Sunday night, it only takes 40 of them reacting and coming out the following Friday, and you got a crowd and you're just starting out. That works. And then you got cheap ticket because no rents are there. You're hearing about it in the press. You're hearing about it on the radio. Your friends are there. That becomes a scene pretty quick. It reached that terminal velocity within 6 months.
in 1985 and 86. I mean, passing underneath this freeway, which it felt like a tree falling across a road that literally, in some ways, made it so that it separated it from downtown. And downtown Dallas in the 1980s was rock bottom. You literally had the economy crash. And so passing into Deep Ellum, it was an unknown what it would look like. And then suddenly, when you find the safe place to park, the part with the one street light that seems to be working, where afterwards your car might have a chance of surviving, and you hear the thud, you hear the sound in the distance, but you can't really place where it's coming from. And at first, there's nobody around you. And particularly at the time, I remember us coming with some girls that, you know, it was like for them, it was scary, grab your arm sort of thing. And what we didn't want to go is like, well, we're a little bit scared ourselves, but we're too cool for that. And heading toward down Crowdus, moving past Elm and past Main, and you know, a door opening to a club that would no name that I can remember being on the club, and suddenly being immersed into this vibrant scene, this Technicolor explosion going on with a live band on stage, people of all races, people of all sizes, of all businessmen there with punk rocker. It felt dangerous, but at the same time, it felt like this crowd had made a commitment to each other to somehow allow, to somehow enjoy. Like the whole goal was to have pleasure and to enjoy each other. And with this music, like I said, things that I had never heard before. And I couldn't even now at this point, because it was a mixture within one given night. I remember going to rock and roll and country and western and punk rock and all of this within seconds. You could literally walk out the door, be in a totally different experience within 10 seconds. You would just do that all night long. You would continue to work the circle, and someone else like a Barker, like when you're in New Orleans, like, come on in, and you'd come on in, and once again, your mind would be blown. You'd be brought into an entirely different sphere. I've never lived or been anywhere like it.
So in 1985, REM played at the Bronco Bowl, and that was a big deal. Fables of the Reconstruction Tour. We all loved that record. So we were all there. We had taken a cassette tape with us, and in it we had written a note that, because we knew Michael Stipe, it was kind of known that Michael Stipe was in each city, would go and see, you know, where their theater gallery was, where theirs was called 40 Watt in Athens. But so we threw a tape up there, and it had directions to Theater Gallery, and it explained, hey, if you want to see the local music in this town, this is where you go. Well, lo and behold, after the show, I think he was traveling in a Galaxy 66. It was a 4-door old car, and on that tour, he was traveling in that, but not with the band. So he pulled up, and I found out later that he definitely was tripping, and it was apparent that he was tripping. So he got out, and we talked for a minute, and I thought, oh, he got our tape, whatever. And so he came in, and he's looking at the art, and he was really into it, really liked the space. And the band that was playing that night was The Lost Highway, great band with Shaggy and what was his name?
Nightman?
Craig. Craig and I think Mikey on drums. And then Peter Buck got there and heard that, hey, you know, because the band saw Michael and said, hey, you can come up and play, and it was this real kind of vibe. And Peter got there, and in my recollection, I believe he was on another drug that made him very hyper, and him and Michael kind of got into a little thing where he kept saying, are we going to play? And Mike was very chill and digging the scene, and it's fine, just calm down. So they actually ended up getting on stage, and they played with them. And the band that had opened at Bronco Bowl was True West, who we had played with a year before at Poor David's Pub, actually. And after they played, we were standing there, and the singer saw me and said, hey, I remember you guys, The End, and which I thought was kind of funny. And Mike, I thought that was going to maybe be a big thing, that Mike would care that this guy, his friend, knew who we were, but it didn't really matter. But we had a great night, and I do specifically remember when Stipe was leaving and all the kids were kind of out there by his car, he was just saying basically, hey, y'all are already doing it. You know, you're doing what we do. And it was a really beautiful night. So.
Just before the show, I was sitting in the office and the phone rings, and this guy, Michael Stipe, says, you know, hey, who am I talking to? And I said, well, this is Ron English. And he goes, what's going on there tonight? And he goes, well, I'm having an art show. And he goes, and you also having bands play? And yeah, I'm having a couple of bands play as part of the art show. And he goes, well, do you think my band could play? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Who's your band? And he goes, oh, I'm sorry. My name is Michael Stipe, and the band is called REM. And I'm like, yeah, sure, you can play. You know, these other bands are gone, and the stage is all yours at this certain time, or 10 o'clock or whatever. And they're like, that's great, man, that's great. And then he hangs up. And then we're sitting there, you know, waiting for the show to start. And then 5 minutes later, he calls and goes, Ron, hey, it's Michael again. There'll be beer there, right? We're like, oh, yeah, there'll be tons of beer. But so, yeah, they all showed up, and they were fun. And they stayed. I think Michael ended up naked on the roof at 5 in the morning. And it was a really fun night. Their manager threw a beer at one of my paintings. And, yeah, they were wild dudes.
In the Texas circuits, the circuit for rock bands, you could almost not play original music. There were about 3 bands that could play their own songs and play that circuit. Otherwise, you would not get hired. You had to be a great cover band, or you were not going to get hired. And this is bands that were trying to be professional. But we all knew that to get a record deal, to grow artistically as well as, you know, in other ways, we had to write our own music and be original and be creative. And so when I did that first gig, and then the other bands that Russell was hiring, all these bands like Shallow Rain, Three on a Hill, they were all playing their own songs. And for me, it was like, finally, this is happening. And there was an audience of people that they didn't want to hear you do a cover song by Leonard Skinner. They wanted to hear the song you wrote. And I mean, that artistic explosion is really, that's why Deep Ellum happened, is because Russell was hiring, and Jeff were booking bands like that in Theater Gallery, and people came to hear that. And so, you know, that's been a big help. That's a big help to my career. So,
I used to, when I was a kid and beyond, I used to love to buy records that I thought had an interesting cover. And I bought the first Black Oak, Arkansas album that way. I was in Polo's record shop in Malvern, Arkansas, and I see these long-haired hillbillies standing on top of an old truck, and I thought, that looks interesting, and I bought it. And, of course, ended up, you know, loving them, and ended up opening for them when I was a kid for years, off and on. And I kind of did it that way. It's the way I discovered Zappa. It's the way I discovered Captain Beefheart, the Bonzo Dog Band out of England, all that kind of stuff. I just thought, hey, I'm a weird kid. This looks weird. I'm going to buy it. And I do remember, I don't remember which record it was with Reverend Horton Heat, but I do remember looking at this album cover and see this guy who looks like a rockabilly guy, but at the same time kind of like a TV evangelist, and his name was Reverend Horton Heat, and I thought, I gotta have this, and I got it. Hey, I'm a weird kid. This looks weird. I'm gonna buy it. And I do remember, I don't remember which record it was with Reverend Horton Heat, but I do remember looking at this album cover and see this guy who looks like a rockabilly guy, but at the same time kind of like a TV evangelist. And his name was Reverend Horton Heat. And I thought, I got to have this. And I got it. And it reminded me, there was a comedian back in the 60s named Brother Dave Gardner. And Brother Dave Gardner was, his whole act was as if he were an evangelist. And, but it was all funny stuff. You know, he was a comedian, but that was his shtick, you know. And I thought, hey, I wonder if this guy's like that, you know. Well, there was a thing that Zappa said that I think rings true, especially with people who never make the top 10 list. And that is, progress isn't possible if you stay within the norm, or unless you go outside the norm, then progress isn't possible. Because, and which makes complete sense, because if you're just doing what everybody else is doing, how is that progress? So maybe it won't be the most popular thing, but someday somebody's going to appreciate that you did it. You don't see, I saw a list, I think in Rolling Stone maybe one time, of the top 100 guitar players of all time. And no offense to this guy, I mean, you know, God rest his soul, he's gone, but Kurt Cobain was like number, I don't remember exactly, but number 8 or 9 or something like that. And Frank Zappa was like number 50. And I was like, okay, so I get it now, you're a fashion magazine. You are no longer a music magazine, you're a fashion magazine. And, you know, I told them to fuck themselves years ago. I don't buy that shit. And so I had rather be in Michael Buffalo Smith's magazine than that. You know what I mean? So I think that there's something to be said for Zappa's quote, you know, progress is not possible unless you go outside the norm. And, you know, it's like, can you call Horton Heat a rockabilly guy? Not really, because it's far beyond that. It's more complex than that. And it has a sense of humor, and is at the same time very serious and very real. It's the people who are outside that world, the people who appreciate the differences and something that's real and came from another viewpoint. So if I do a painting or a sculpture or write a novel or write a song or a movie, it's coming from the same vision, it's coming from the same mind. Why would you separate them, right? So Jim Heath is a guy who can talk about different subjects. It's all the same guy, and then when he goes on stage and he's Reverend Horton Heat, it's that. But all those other things that he knows about are incorporated into what made that musician and that songwriter and that singer.
Deep Ellum really started happening for people in that way, you know, say 85 into 86 and so on, and it sort of gathered its own momentum. And so in those days, Deep Ellum was sort of part refugee camp, part stockade. I mean, it's where you went to be with other like-minded people, and then once you were there, there was a, you know, you protected the community and tried to keep Dallas out. And again, in the early days, Dallas didn't care, and Dallas wasn't involved. And I think it took the police a while to figure out that, okay, wait, there's stuff going on here, so we probably need to try to shut this down. But I knew that I had to leave Austin, because Austin is a place that was, especially at that time, it was so easy. You could feel like you were living a very productive, rich tapestry of a life while doing almost nothing, you know. So I knew I had to get away from there, and so I came back to Dallas. And once I was here, I was really just sort of adrift, and I heard about this, you know, this was in like early '85, and I heard about, you know, this place, Theater Gallery, that had opened. When it first opened, it was sort of like this art space, but then Zeitgeist had come up and played here, and I'd seen Zeitgeist a billion times in Austin. And I wasn't aware that there was a music scene here. And I had a couple of friends who were like, telling me about shows that were there. And then I learned, going down there, I learned about, like, there was The End, and there was Three on a Hill, and there was this core of local bands that I'd had no idea about when I'd been here before that. And so, and then the Prophet Bar opened, and I started going there because it was a place to hang out and sit and have beers, and and then bands started playing there, and it just became a place to be. I mean, again, as I was saying before, I sort of lived my life like the anti-norm of Deep Ellum. It's like I wanted to go someplace where nobody knew my name, and so I didn't go down there to mix and mingle and get in with the in crowd or anything. I just went down there because it was just a place to escape the weight of Dallas. I mean, it was just a place, your membership in the club was your presence. I mean, that was the password to the place. If you knew enough about it to know it was there and to want to be there, then you belonged there. The music and the community that the music was built on are what made it all happen, I guess. Again, I didn't really know anybody there, but everybody there was somebody who was there for their version of the reasons I was there. And the music, the music and the community that the music was built on are what made it all happen, I guess.
So the first time that I went into the theater gallery, I had heard about it. I think I was at the Star Club, and I heard through friends like, hey, there's actually live bands playing in this other part of town, in downtown. So we said, let's go check it out. So my friend Peter Schmidt took me down to the theater gallery, and we walked in, and the place was filled with punk rock people, weirdos, strange ones, and I immediately felt right at home. I felt like, okay, these are my people. But when you first walked in, you had to walk through a crowd of kids standing out on the street. But that was the only thing going on in that neighborhood. There was nothing else. It was just like this little oasis of artistic activity. And then you walk in and it's a gallery. There's paintings everywhere. And it's like, wow, this is about art. But then you hear the music, and it's like, oh, go through this room, and there's a band playing back there. So that was my introduction, walking through the doorway from the gallery back to where the bands played. And it was dark back there. You didn't know what you were getting into. But that's where I first saw End Over End, Shallow Rain, Three on a Hill, The Trees. Got a ton of bands that were all playing in this little room, and that was the only place that you could play. And that was the ground zero of Deep Ellum for me. After we discovered Theater Gallery, the next thing we discovered was Club Clearview. And at that point, it was in a different location than on Crowdis, and it was like a warehouse party. And that really was the genesis of all the clubs in Deep Ellum. It was, let's get into this warehouse because we can afford it and we can make things happen there. Eventually, Clearview moved to the Crowdis location, and then Club Dada opened up. So then there were 3 places to go in Deep Ellum, and that was the beginning of being able to walk from one club to another club to another club and see 3 bands of your friends playing all in one night. And that was the experience of Deep Ellum that became so different than other cities, because other cities, you go, there's a club on this part of town, there's a club on this part of town. You can't hit all those places all in one night. But once we got used to making the rounds and seeing all of our friends, it became a very close-knit community. You go see the New Bohemians at Theater Gallery. You walk over, see Horton Heat at Club Dada. You walk over, and then as more clubs sprung up, it just multiplied exponentially, and then the crowds started coming down. But yeah, it morphed very quickly into an entertainment center, and it's really tight-knit community of kids, really. Kids right out of high school, all discovering each other from the rest of the Metroplex. They all came there to see what each other were doing and to up their songwriting game, up their stagecraft. And Peter Schmidt, as we all watched him, he was really kind of the leader of this scene. Now, there were punk gigs happening before that, but as far as my generation, that kind of made its thing in Deep Ellum when the Theater Gallery happened, we all kind of looked up to Peter as the most authentic songwriter. You just knew on some random Wednesday night that you were watching Three on a Hill that this is the greatest band on the planet. We're seeing it right here in Dallas. How can this be? I guess other people in other cities probably feel the same way about their scene or whatever, but it was an extremely fast evolution of songwriting and stagecraft to the point that by the time Trees opened, you had Tripping Daisy with Tim suspended from the ceiling with projections and all of this, and you had Ugly Mustard bringing all sorts of crazy things onto the stage. I don't think anybody's matched those days of stagecraft in a room that holds 800 to 1,000 people in Deep Ellum.
And I think Edie wasn't really, I don't know if it was just that everybody was, you know, kind of getting drunk and everything. And she looked at me, she said, hey Horton, do you want to go to 7-Eleven and get a big gulp? And I said, sure. And so they had money because they had gotten the record deal. Their song was doing great, so she had bought an old pickup truck, which I thought was really cool. She didn't buy a new car. She bought an old pickup truck, and so I got in this pickup truck with her, and she's driving to 7-Eleven, and the floorboard was full of crystals. And I picked up this crystal that was as big as a baseball. And I said, wow, you got a lot of crystals. And she kind of laughed. She goes, yeah. She goes, I like crystals. They're beautiful and they're cool, but I don't like sit around and hum. She goes, what happens is all these people come to my shows and they give me these crystals like it's like some kind of magic thing. She goes, I think they're cool and all, but hell, it's just a rock. Something like that. I don't remember exactly. She took the crystal and threw it down on the floorboard of her truck and keeps driving, you know. And I thought to myself, man, this is the coolest girl in the world, you know. I did sound for at least one of the Flaming Lips shows at Theater Gallery, and I remember hanging around with Russell and Wayne the Brain, and but it kind of scared me a little. They brought a big pig's head to the gig. I mean, a real pig's head, and so they were always trying to do something shocking and artsy even back then, But yeah, no, I thought they were really cool. Oklahoma City, you know, so that's like a suburb of Dallas now. I don't know.
Deep Ellum gave me a playground. I knew that anything I wanted to do down here, I pretty much could. I mean, we used to have a drive-through underpass entryway into the neighborhood, a quarter-mile long. I was in charge of painting that. You know, I'd gather up 25, 30, 50 artists and, okay, guys, we'll knock this out in 12 hours. Ready? Let's go. And we would, you know. I mean, just any concept that I could come up with, I could execute. I knew enough of the property owners and enough.
I came to Dallas and worked in corporate for a while and then was disenchanted. Saw some sparks and some things I really liked in Deep Ellum and came down. And was definitely wanting to be involved. And, you know, I had a lot of influences in backpacking the world after I went to college, seeing all these wild clubs and places. And when I saw the spark that really Russell Hobbs and Frank Campagna with some couple clubs, just a couple places in a vast wasteland. Nancy at Conduit Gallery, Eugene Binder Gallery, art galleries. I really liked what I saw there, and I thought, I thought I could bring something to it. It really moved me. It spoke to me, and I dropped my corporate gig and gave it hell for 35 years. D Magazine came out with I think they had a 30-year anniversary, the 30 biggest things that ever happened in Dallas. One of them was JFK's assassination, John Neely Bryan's cabin on the Trinity, where he thought he was going to have all the shipping lanes tied up, and he ended up in an insane asylum in Austin. The Cowboys, Dallas Cowboys moving here, Neiman Marcus opening his first store, and Jeff and I at the Club Clearview. So, I mean, we really kind of caught the wave and kept changing and doing more and more different things. We started out as a dance club and offering a dance, underground dance venue that was not there before. The live music was there. Then we expanded and did some live music too, and more art and doing, then it was just craziness, outdoor festivals, circus freak shows, bungee jumping in parking lots, smart drinks and cyber realities with Tim Leary would come in, and I ended up becoming friends with him, and he'd come in and speak and hang out and stuff. So we were always looking, the new trends, and we were always, getting involved in that and trying to keep an edge. Also, what happened is, over time there was competition that came in a lot of good places, but, initially they would hurt the business and we'd lose a lot of customers going to a new place. But I always saw that, and I always saw that, we were just making the pie bigger. In my experience as a club owner, we were kind of known as a dance club, and then we had we had a offering called the Art Bar. We had a place called the Blind Lemon, which was kind of an upscale, kind of a hip pub, all in one complex where you could roam around within the building. So what was interesting for what we provided, whereas some of the other places, maybe like Club Dada or Theater Gallery or Trees or some of these other live music or Curtain Club, some of the other live music places, we didn't live or die by live music. One of the things that happened when the live music, when bands would play in our place, they would get exposed to people that had never seen them before and didn't know who they were. So we expanded their followings. And so it was an opportunity. I mean, sometimes bands didn't like to play because they said they would be like a sideshow in Barnum and Bailey's, Jeff and Jeff's Barnum and Bailey circus over there. But, not so much. I mean, it's an opportunity to be exposed to a different audience. That's why certain bands want to open for big bands touring. That's why bands play at festivals. You can't just hang out with your little, niche, of people. I mean, even if the reviewers like you and everything else. I mean, exposing yourself, playing in front of more. You want to play to people if you're a band. You want to play to big audiences, and you want to play to as many people as you can, I would think. So I think we forwarded that. As far as the what came first, I guess that might be a better question for some of the pioneers of the live music places. In fact, I think Dallas, I think the authorities and stuff at the beginning were kind of afraid of it. They didn't understand it. It wasn't part of the culture, it wasn't part of the scene, it wasn't something people were familiar with. And which also made, part of the allure of it. For people more traveled and had been around the planet or lived in San Francisco or New York or whatever. I mean, this was just commonplace. But it changed the face of Dallas, and then the music scene that developed, and the popularity of the bands, and then the signing of the bands, and all of that. It really changed the whole. It gave Dallas another facet to it.
I mean, look, when you'd walk around here, no one cared what type of person or who was there. It wasn't like there were certain people who weren't welcome. Everybody was welcome to Deep Ellum. Didn't matter what you looked like. Didn't matter what clothes you wore. Didn't matter what, whether you were drunk or not. It was just a destination for people to come and have fun and get along with everybody and anybody.
And certainly, as I start to write about music, I'm curious about where music comes from, how it's built, roots, where things were invented. And I was kind of drawn to Deep Ellum through a song called Deep Ellum Blues. The version I heard on it was a compilation. It was by a string band, the Lone Star Cowboys. But it just cracked me up because the line, and then I heard that the Grateful Dead had covered this song. But the original was funny because it was about going to a place where you're going to get your money stolen and you're going to get rolled, and the women are going to really, they're going to get you, all these things. So it was sounded like a sinful place of temptation. First people I fell in with was a guy that worked at the state hospital. He was a janitor there, but he was a musician. And he was an old-timer, a guy named Bill Neely. And Bill grew up in McKinney. And Bill told me stories about, as a kid, first, how his life got turned around when he heard Jimmy Rogers yodel. But then how, as a young fella, he wandered down, he found his way down, riding the interurban and all that. He could get to Deep Ellum. And he liked hanging out there. And I knew the stories about Leadbelly, really the father of Texas blues, the first great Texas blues recording artist, worked the streets of Deep Ellum and famously was assisted by Leadbelly. Leadbelly tells a great story and sings a great song about guiding around Blind Lemon. And then so does Lightnin' Hopkins as a very young boy, guiding around Blind Lemon. So, you get these visuals of this blues bard who's making records. They're getting heard by, millions of people. He's a street musician from Deep Ellum. My first experiences with Deep Ellum was it was still empty. It was a warehouse district. And it was kind of like, you were a pioneer if you were there. There wasn't much going on except at one or two places. And that's Deep Ellum early on was, the Theater Gallery and later the Prophet Bar. And then some other clubs popped up. And I remember the Clearview being kind of a big deal because it added a lot of capacity. It was a big room. But early on, it was sleepy. I mean, there wasn't going on. You could park on the same block that you were going into a club.
One evening, Russell was out, I think, at a play. And sure and behold, we think that a competitor called the police on us. They came rolling in. Somebody said, Tracy, the cops are out looking for you, because I was out backstage or doing something. So I come walking out toward the front door, and a young girl, I remember pointing at me going, oh, well, that's him. I think Russell, I think Jeff at that standpoint was standing there with a cop, not in handcuffs yet. And I walk up and I go, what's going on? And apparently we were now bootleggers. So that was pretty funny. And we kind of laughed it off. I think we eventually went to court about a year later, but all is good. I love being a Texas bootlegger. As I recall, after the bootleg charges and Jeff Lyles and myself getting arrested, it basically shut us down. Russell had to get compliant. He had to go to the city hall, had to get all the ducks in a row. He had to jump through a lot of hoops. So at this time, it really, somebody has to mute their speaker, please. At this time, Russell had to get his ducks in a row, get everything above board, get our certificate of occupancy, get our liquor license, and he did a great job because it would have taken a lawyer, but he was a sharp guy, pulled it together. I remember getting a big beer box. I remember doing all the wiring, and we actually painted all the conduit along the wall to make it look like it had been there. And we wanted to make it look like it had been there for years so that the city didn't give us crap about it. But I remember the day that the inspector, Russell, and I were walking upstairs to the upstairs area that were actually apartments. And The inspector was first up at the top of the stairs, Russell was in the middle, and I was behind Russell. And the inspector stopped, turned around, looked down the stairs at Russell, and he goes, "You know, they used to bootleg in here, and somebody was shot in this building and murdered." And Russell so innocently said, "It wasn't us." It was hilarious. I remember cracking up and almost falling down the stairs. But after the way we disguised all the beer boxes and everything, he said, "Didn't there used to be a bar here?" And we both said, "Oh yeah, there was a bar here," and we moved in. So boom, under the radar, slipped right in there, signed off our certificate of occupancy. Bingo. For me, I think my trip to Dallas, all my friends said, "Why the hell are you moving to Dallas?" Well, for me, it was destined. There was some destiny there. It was a, I believe it was the destiny to be part of an experimental. It was like an experiment in life, love, and art. It expanded my horizons. It expanded my soul. It had a cosmic effect, I think, on everybody that was there. We all grew together exponentially and expanded all of our horizons and all of our consciousnesses. It was beautiful.
Well, what's important to note about this new version of Deep Ellum is it really did start honestly with one place, a place across the street, another place here. It was very organic. And this wasn't like, this is the bar strip of Dallas like a Greenville Avenue or a Westheimer or a 6th Street. This was like, it's honest, and there were art galleries. There were theaters that did drama. So it was the sense that it was like multidisciplinary, and there was all kinds of stuff going on. And once it kind of, the word got out, and by the time there were 4 or 5 clubs, then it grew into a scene unto itself. It grew very rapidly, and then it became something very different than what it started out as. And I guess, to go back to thinking the theater gallery, Prophet Bar, maybe 5 years into that, when the clubs start popping up, then it's, I don't know, there's too many people. There's lines out of these places. And there's a lot of attitude people. It's kind of like when something grows organically, there's a point when growth, is a cancer too. And it peaks. Scenes peak pretty quick. And this one was like, it got too dancey, too frou-frou, too she, and it wasn't enough blue jeans and t-shirt for me. And that was kind of the change. And when it became that, and then the real estate really gets expensive. So the t-shirt and blue jean crowd can't afford to be there. Then it kind of loses its vibe. They talk about how it used to be. When was the art squeezed out by the commerce? Pretty much from the get-go. When, the Clearview, it to me is kind of a symbol. And it's more like just the attitude of the people that ran it, the crowd that they attracted, the vision and what they talked about. These cats were more business cats. They were not, these weren't cats that were just having a good time. Let's do something cool and see what happens that comes out of it. On business plans, they're always the great business plans. You do something because it's cool, and then if something happens to come out of it, great, and it's honest. But it no longer was honest. And I shouldn't say that, because I think even today, all good cafe is honest. And there's an honesty that kind of runs, there is a thread there through Deep Ellum that takes me back to the hamburger joint you used to walk up to order at, or Adair's. Those places were honest places. And they somehow survived into the hip era. And now to see, some other things survive into the here and now. That's where I'm looking at it. And there was an honesty to the scene that had not come before in Dallas in a long time. And as far as I can tell, it hasn't come since. Think about 1980. There wasn't anything going on down in Ellum as far as, a few lingering fumes of the old days and a few ponds left. But it wasn't happening. And think about 1990, and I think it already peaked and was kind of on the, post-classic long slide of basically profitable ventures to run. But the scene part and the idea that stuff was being created was that kind of faded. And is that affordability? Because galleries are some of those pioneers that exist because the rent's cheap in most cases. And it's the same thing with clubs. Clubs and the whole coolness of clubs is predicated on the fact that someone can afford to rent that space out and to bring in music and all this stuff. But sometimes it happens, and sometimes it happens for all the wrong reasons. Not because someone wants to make a buck, but because someone thinks it's a good idea. It's fun. It's creative. Deep Ellum's influenced me as a writer by wanting to go back farther, and to know more about that 20s and 30s period, and to imagine more about what happened. And the whole idea again. The story is it was a black part of town. The story I got from this guy, this old cracker, was it was mixed. You could go down there if you're white. Now I'm intrigued. That part intrigued me, because any place that people defied what the laws were, especially during segregation, especially in a hard place like Dallas, and Dallas was a really hard place, but for that to happen there is pretty remarkable. So I'm kind of curious more in finding bands, the string bands and the Western swing bands, as well as the blues artists that all played around there. There was a scene. I'm old enough to have seen that happen several times, but it was for a minute a really great thing, and some of that still lingers, and of course I think some of what happened close to 100 years ago still lingers. So, boy, I mean, I'm not going looking for ghosts, but there's sure a lot of stories in that neighborhood. Well, 1870s has got a lot to do with Reconstruction, and until the 1930s, there's a period when I don't know what the story was, whether it was tolerated or not, but 1870s Reconstruction. And then how everything was changed. I mean, blacks were vilified and made into second-class citizens all over again. So I don't know if that was like the OK District in Dallas where you guys could go play, or what. But in that period after 1870 to 1930, by 1930, it's the interurban's a factor because people can get around taking the riding the rail. And you can go in it goes up to Denton, it goes down to Waco, it's all over. So it's kind of the same effect that happened in the 1980s in Ellum when kids are taking their cars from Euless or from Fort Worth driving over to Ellum to be who they want to be. Because it's the one place they can get together with other people like themselves and be who they want to be. Yeah, so that scene happened for a while. The 80s in Deep Ellum. Dallas has got, it's got a lot of coolness to it, and it's in different parts and it moves around, and again the cool parts are organic. It's Trammell Crow has nothing to do with them.
The essence of Deep Ellum was this scene, these clubs, this style of music, this feeling. This could not happen in a mini mall. It's not going to happen under bright neon lights. Forgive me for the neon TG, because it did happen immediately under that neon light. But generally no neon lights, no flashing laser lights. It's not going to happen like that. It's going to happen with 100-watt light bulbs and poor stage rigging and a floor that might be a little sticky. That's where it's going to happen. It probably couldn't happen in a really clean, brightly lit place where every drink comes with a koozie. Russell Hobbs is 2 or 3 different people. It depends on when you met him. But we all are. It happens. It's evolution. If we stay the same person we were 40 years ago, that's worrisome. So we all become different things, and if we're entrepreneur, if we can speak, we fit into whatever it takes to fit in to not only survive but to thrive. We're kind of like plants, finding the little crack in the cement, and a tree grows in Brooklyn. One of the cool things we had going in Dallas that I didn't see elsewhere, of course, honest, I didn't travel that much, was our bands were not this thing. We were not, forgive me, Austin, we were not all wanting to be Stevie Ray Vaughan. We did not all want to be Gary Newman or The Cure or REM. There were people wanting to do everything. So you got this variety of bands. There were bands that were doing straight up rockabilly. There were people that were doing that kind of thing that would be anticipated by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. They were kind of doing that funky thing. We had reggae bands. We had, you know, Americana bands, real artsy bands, and they were all cheek to jowl in the club together, or playing this one here and another one across the street and another one 3 doors down, and people would just circulate between the clubs. So everybody's getting exposed to all this different stuff, these different ideas at the same time. So it was a scene, but it didn't have, there wasn't really a sound of Deep Ellum, except if the sound was other. That was definitely, it was not Led Zeppelin, Genesis, Journey. It was something else. One of the cool things about Deep Ellum is we ended up having people that could get into the clubs because they were of age, but you also had a lot of underage folks that were there, because there was as much of the scene happening in the clubs as there was on the street. If you've ever seen the films of Outside Pandora's Box in Los Angeles in 1967, you know, where they had the LA riots that spawned, you know, For What It's Worth by the Buffalo Springfield, that, without the violence, that scene where there were teenagers on the street surging and going, drifting from here to there, smoking, having conversation, and then people drifting into clubs to catch bands and then coming out and mingling and going somewhere else and passing a bottle surreptitiously. That was Deep Ellum in '84, '5, '6, '7. It was a very cool scene. Sometimes I would go the whole night and I would barely even, I would listen to a band from the street because the insulation on the clubs were so poor. You could hear a band at a good volume on the street in front of the club. So the underage folks got to hear Three on a Hill. They got to hear The End. They got to hear Horton Heat. They just didn't get to see them.
I financed the alcohol as a favor to Russ, and of course I wanted my money back. And it took quite a while because, you know, we never had that much money all at once, and I got a little mad at him here or there. You know, I kind of needed the money too. So one day, one night about 3 in the morning, somebody said, "Russ Hobbs is looking for you." So I found him, and we talked a bit. The next morning, I saw different people, and I said, "Hey, Russ Hobbs paid me back all the money he owed me." And they'd go, "What?" Then I'd go, "April Fools," because it was April 1st. And then I would reach into my pocket and pull out a big wad of hundreds and kind of flip through it. Yes, he really did pay me back. And surprised a lot of people. And, you know, but it was just great doing that sort of double joke. And and anytime Russ would need anything, I'm there for Russ. He's a 100% stand-up guy. But yeah, financing always was fun. Russ has a fertile mind. And it's always rolling and working. So yeah, he was a great influence on many of the bands just because he would give suggestions, ideas. It was wonderful seeing the legendary Revelations. Those were the guys that were around and alive when Deep Ellum was, you know, the 30s, 40s traditional Deep Ellum. It was a great scene there. It was like the 40s or 50s came back alive for the few hours that they were playing. And they all were very formal, in suits. They nailed it. And legendary Revelations, I still have their pictures somewhere in my archives because they were just a lot of fun. And that kind of brought a reality to Deep Ellum, having people of that age play there. Deep Ellum was open to everybody. You didn't care if you were a cowboy, redneck, white, black, yellow, blue, green, mohawk, shaved head, tattooed, or near naked. You couldn't show up naked, and you could, but you'd get in trouble. But yeah, everybody was welcome. That was one of the great things about it. And all sorts of music were played there. If you didn't like something, it'd be different soon. The Deep Ellum experience not only changed my life, it changed a lot of people's lives, mainly for the better. Especially these bands. Edie and the gang were able to go on to get the fame and recognition that I feel they deserve. They worked hard for it. Deep Ellum has, it was a place, as Russ would say, you know, come to Deep Ellum, learn about life. This is not your middle class, white picket fence, everybody's the same, happy, little fake, artificial family. These are real people doing real things. And there weren't really posers there. They were there just, they weren't trying to be the scene. I don't want to say they were the scene, that just sounds funny. Everybody just existed there. Maybe it was like some sort of harmonic convergence. Boy, I haven't heard that word in a long time.
Yeah, once you do find each other, it's like, oh my gosh, there's other people like me, or other people who I want to be more like, you know, even. And yeah, you do, you stick together. And it was a great community. And a lot of us from that scene are still very close, you know. A lot of great stuff came from it. Eventually, Prophet Bar and Theater Gallery closed down, but then Club Dada became like the new mecca and the new place. And eventually it expanded. It was first just a long, narrow room, and then they got the place next to them and knocked down the wall and became a bigger room. They had an outdoor courtyard. And then that's where the scene ended up shifting and growing to. And that's around the time, even though we were, you know, filling the room if we played Prophet Bar or TG, then that's when the lines would be around the block, you know, to get in and see once again what all the hubbub was about. And you would have a mix of like deadheads, alternative punk people, the college kids, you know. Most of it was still a younger crowd, although you were getting some older people there too. It was a mix of people. And then that's where things shifted to and gravitated to. And then it was in that year, 1986, that we eventually got signed. And then it took a year of us going to make the record. And we kept thinking for real, like, okay, this is gonna be your last gig, then you're gonna go make the record. But then they kept putting it off. And so we had like, it's almost like a Who tour,
Yeah,
like our final gig, like for a year. But that also helped with the hubbub and people coming and seeing what it was all about.
The Who has nothing on us. I mean, come on. I'll show you a farewell gig.
You know, the last tour they didn't call it the farewell tour finally, so which is amazing. Yeah, the Deep Ellum scene, you know, became our home, you know. And it's where we were always most comfortable playing. It's where I enjoyed going to see music the most and just hanging out, because it was such a community, you know. It just was always kind of a thriving, creative inspiration and focal point for so many of us. There was always so many great things going on, be it in the music or the visual arts, in film. And everybody, like a lot of people working in clubs, were actually doing it so they could support their art. You know, it wasn't competitive per se. It was more, once again, nurturing, you know, where people supported each other's endeavors and supported the fact that everybody could be different and be what they wanted to create. It wasn't everyone trying to copy what someone else was doing. And it was just great that there was something like that for so many of us. It really was an amazing, amazing scene. And like everything, you know, nothing stays the same and it changes. But that time period in the 80s was just, it was like our Shangri-La, you know, it really was. It was pretty awesome.
In terms of influence, I would say the local Dallas musicians influenced me the most of all musicians. You know, I have my favorite players in the world. But I think in terms of immediate influence, yes, the local bands and local musicians in particular, yes, had a major influence.
Yeah, when we were, you know, still the young kids coming into the Deep Ellum scene, there was this band, and they all became dear friends of ours, called Feet First, and they were just a little bit older than us and had already been doing it longer. And when they like accepted us and took us under their wing, we started doing gigs together and we felt accepted. That was like a really big shot of confidence for us, you know, to be accepted by some other guys that we already looked up to, you know. So yeah, it was great. The musicians in Deep Ellum, I think, definitely helped influence us and to make us be comfortable with who we were, you know, make us feel okay about ourselves.
Yeah, that's such a huge thing.
Right.
Yeah, well, you know, in terms of Deep Ellum and that scene and the people that came out of there, see, like I said, I was in that Houston scene, but it was earlier. I was gone from Texas by the time Deep Ellum came around. I mean, I knew all about it, you know, but I was gone from there. I wish I had been there because I spent the first 10 years out here, you know, being pegged as something. And I think maybe back there I could have flourished earlier. Yeah, I mean, first of all, if you're from the South, you know, I mean, be it Arkansas where I was raised or Texas where I lived, to this day, there's a prejudice, and on the coasts especially, on the West Coast and the East Coast. They automatically think that you're maybe not as intellectually sound, and that whatever art you have is just because you're like a gorilla who picked up a shiny ball and started shaking it, you know. They don't think that you know really anything. And I kept being myself. I started doing one-man shows. I don't do anything differently now artistically than I did when I was 11. I never changed, but I'll tell you what did it. And this is sad, but it's true. You see, the way it works in the entertainment business is once you win awards, all of a sudden you have carte blanche. If I walked into Universal Studios and said, I'd like to play Elizabeth Taylor, they'd say, oh, he just won an award. Sure, let him play Elizabeth Taylor. So what happens here is once you have something that gives them proof that they can use you, you know, then it's okay, because they don't know if you're any good or not, because it's run by business people. So when business people are given the stamp of approval, which out here is you go get a, you know, $1 jillion tuxedo and hold some trophy in your hand, you know, then all of a sudden that gives them, it takes the pressure off of them, because if they use you for something, then they could say, well, he had an award. We didn't know this was going to suck. You know, that's why certain people will always be outsiders, because you don't appeal to the broad public. You appeal to people who really want to see the stuff. And so you're never going to have, like, let's take the top pop singer right now. And that is also, if you tell the audience they're you, if you make up a name for your audience, if I suddenly called everybody the Bobettes, I'd get more of an audience, you know. So I do have people, they're called Planeteers. It was started by somebody, Amelie and Sage, and they're great. But these are people who want to see the guy that I am not the top pop singer. And we have a following that we love. We love our audience. We'll never have the fans that Bruce Springsteen does, but we're happy. We're happy because we're doing what we love and what we want to do. And that's, to me, worth more. I don't make, I live very comfortably, and my family lives very comfortably, and I thank God for it every day, you know, that I've managed to get where I am. I earned it, I promise you that. It wasn't handed to me. It took years. But I am thankful for it and feel humbled by it. But I'm never going to be the guy who makes $500 million, because to be in that club, you have to, at least on the surface, appear to be harmless. Well, I mean, for kids now, it's different for teenagers and people in their 20s, you know, and, you know, not to sound like the old guy, but it's like, we came up in a time when, well, I mean, I was raised in the heyday of rock and roll. So I was there, I saw it. And in my small way, in my little town, was a part of it. And, you know, protest has always been a part of rock and roll. And I think maybe you don't protest things that are just because that's popular, that's what everybody's doing. Protest what against people who are trying to shut down what you actually believe in. I mean, because your passion will be there. You're not just because, hey, the whole group's going out, let's go out. Well, I mean, for kids now, it's different for teenagers and people in their 20s, and not to sound like the old guy, but it's like we came up in a time when, well, I mean, I was raised in the heyday of rock and roll. So I was there, I saw it. And in my small way, in my little town, was a part of it. And, protest has always been a part of rock and roll. And I think maybe you don't protest things that are just because that's popular, that's what everybody's doing. Protest what against people who are trying to shut down what you actually believe in. I mean, because your passion will be there. You're not just because, hey, the whole group's going out, let's go out.
I first started coming down to Deep Ellum in about 1986, going to places like Theater Gallery and 500 Cafe and the Prophet Bar. And that was like the summer of 86. I was 20 years old, and it changed my whole life, And then all of a sudden you're just like playing in bands, and you're coming down, and you see Pepe from Loco Gringos, or you'd see like, Jim Heath like running the sound at the Prophet Bar. And my band, Tin Hands, I first started playing with Zane Grey, this band, and we'd play around, and that was with Matt Chamberlain, the great drummer who's out in LA playing with everyone now. We had this band called Tin Hands. We started playing every Monday night after Zane Grey. And, it just sort of, we became really good friends with Edie Brickell and the New Bohemian guys. And then I meet Jeff and Lyles, and I meet Russell Hobbs. And it was just sort of like this awakening. And I can't really describe it because it was so pure and organic. There was nothing commercial and fake about it other than in 1987, my Denton band, which consisted of a bunch of guys that loved Frank Zappa and Peter Gabriel, we started playing every Monday night at the Prophet Bar. It was a club owned by Russell Hobbs, and it was wide open to expression. That was the thing about Deep Ellum. There was no conformist punk rock ethic of what you had to be. It was be yourself. So a bunch of nerdy music school guys could come down and do our thing and get a little dirt that you found on the street. And we eventually came up with our own sound. Up until that point, it wasn't common for the clubs to have PAs. You had to bring your own PA to play gigs. It was like most bands were playing Holiday Inns and playing cover songs. I mean, we take original music for granted. And that's what Russell Hobbs did. That's what Jeff Lyles did. They wanted you to play original music. And there were Trees, End Over End, all these great Deep Ellum bands. Bug Pets. I listened to the Bug Pets record the other day. It was just a little musical oasis in the middle of fucking conservative redneck Texas, And it was because of Deep Ellum that this guy from suburban Houston was able to discover something. We didn't have phones and algorithms saying, go see the hippest thing. Our algorithm was Deep Ellum and Russell Hobbs and Jeff Lyles. From what I remember, the Red Hot Chili Peppers played the Theater Gallery, and that was maybe their first show in Texas, or one of their first shows in Dallas. Every Tuesday night, I would go see this band called the Daylights, I would cook burgers at the Profit Bar, and Daylight Tuesday was really, for me, what just opened my eyes to a world of artistic possibilities. Jay Livingston and Dookie, they were like this brooding team. Dookie was always sort of fucked up, walking around with like Chris Dix and Lydia and them. And, you know, I was a cornball from the suburbs of Houston, went to Catholic school. So I would just sit there and watch this band play. And the Daylight's really that funk, but they had this sort of goth Bauhaus thing about them with Jay. And I just sat there and I'd watch them, and it sort of sucked cooking burgers because I was like working for $4 an hour for Preston. But at the same time, it was also seeing Screaming Jay Hawkins, seeing Alejandro Escovedo and the True Believers. Just my mind was being blown. And with Deep Ellum, it was always an accident. I had no idea what I was going to see. And then after seeing all these bands and going and stage diving and seeing the Chili Peppers, going and stage diving and seeing Jane's Addiction, you know, seeing Perry Farrell walk through the Profit Bar the first time. That was our Instagram. Seeing this dreadlock freak wearing ladies' clothes, you're like, whoa, you're blowing my chakras wide open. So eventually, I got kicked.
It's interesting that, or telling or whatever, that Start Club and Theater Gallery opened at approximately the same times on two different points of Dallas. I mean, West End and Deep Ellum. I mean, because they really were like point counterpoint, and it was two. I mean, it was very different scenes that were coming together for the same reason, which was it was people needing community and connection, but it was very different communities and connections, although there were some parallels and overlap.
So Russell let me in the door and even was complimentary enough to take me upstairs. And I was in this sort of caged area watching a bunch of skinheads pounding each other on the dance floor to a music that was so loud, I couldn't quite get a handle on it. But I left thinking, these guys are on to something down here. They're developing something that was not my genre, but was adding a great interest to the Dallas music community. And from then on, I realized that Deep Ellum was going to really become a neighborhood when I started seeing Jeff Swaney and Jeff Yarbrough and the Brady brothers and all of these different groups in Dallas coming down. Even Mark Cuban was down in Dallas. Nobody really knew him at that time, but he was down in Deep Ellum, better said. And the community was developing as sort of an underground music community, and it was remarkable, to say the least. So after I left the Theater Gallery and saw that community, I didn't really have much interest in going back. I just had, I'd seen it. So the next time I went down to Deep Ellum, I started hearing about a different type of community or scene, is a better way of putting it, was developing down there. Jeff Swaney and Jeff Yarbrough and the Woods brothers and some of those young guys were developing nightclubs. Struggled through a year of trying to develop our identity as an international nightclub. And as I know, in September of that year, Deep Ellum started developing. Russell Hobbs and some of that group down there were giving parties and opened a place down there that was our artist people that were creative living together. And we were hearing rumblings of that there was something going on down in Deep Ellum that was drawing crowd, but it was still so underdeveloped. It was so artist. It was so that not many knew about it, but my staff knew about it, and they informed me. And we weren't open every night. We were only open Thursday through Sunday, which gave me the opportunity to go out and research what others were doing on other nights. And that's what I started doing. I started going down into this area of town that was dangerous, and starting to seek out what was happening down there. And that's how I came to know it. It was just me wanting to see what people were doing that when they weren't coming down to our nightclub. What I remember is going down there and seeing people that didn't look like me. As a matter of fact, they looked dangerous. They were called skinheads, and they were rough, and they had an air about them that was dangerous, and yet at the same time, I had interest in seeing what was this all about. So I did go into one of the nightclubs, and the way they danced with each other was by smashing into each other. It was frightening to watch because sometimes there was blood on the floor when they would do that. And so, but I was not going to go onto that dance floor. And so fortunately, Russell Hobbs welcomed me upstairs. I got to watch it from a bird's eye view. I left that night and was amazed at this type of community that, as I said, was dangerous and not easy to watch. The next time I went down, Jeff Sweeney and Jeff Yarbrough and some of that group had opened a club called Clearview. It was more, the community that was going there was not as rough. It was, they were opening the doors to people who wanted to come down. So it had a different air to it. So by the late 1980s, I had heard that Mark Cuban, Jeff Sweeney, Jeff Yarbrough, a whole group of people were giving parties down in Deep Ellum. They were, and they were also opening up a nightclub scene that was not just one or two clubs. There were a lot of clubs going on. There was Blind Lemon, there was Clearview, there was Trees. There were clubs everywhere. There were restaurants. There was Dada. All these things were starting to come into the music scene, and the West End was less attractive, and Deep Ellum was becoming more and more attractive. So people were moving away from my scene and moving more to an underground scene, or I guess less underground than the way it started, but more underground than what I had developed. And it was on Friday and Saturday night, the streets were packed. The police were having to come down. There was areas that were rough. There were areas that were just protected. There was lots of security. It was so remarkable and so interesting. And I loved the community because there were lines out the door at many of the bars, and for some reason, they let me right in. And I would be able to, in one evening, see 8 or 9 clubs where the typical guy coming down would only be able to see 1 or 2 because every place had a line out the door. The restaurants were full. It was hopping. And I loved it. I loved seeing a scene that was music-oriented, but also entertainment, more than just the music, entertainment-oriented, great food, interesting people. For me, pretty girls, you know. There was mimes on the street. It was a remarkably different area of town than the one I had worked to develop. But the scene was as fun and interesting, intellectual as any that I'd ever seen, even in my European travels.
Well, the Dallas before the rebirth of Deep Ellum was definitely go fast, make money, girls and fast cars and concrete and big office buildings and very you know, there wasn't a counterculture here. It was funny to see. I think it's close that there, you know, there was a little scene on Greenville Avenue. It was more rhythm and blues, a little bit of Texas music, but no new music, no, you know, however you might phrase that. So, yeah, it was very 180 for Dallas. I mean, it was a complete. In fact, I think Dallas, you know, I think the authorities and stuff at the beginning were kind of afraid of it. They didn't understand it. It wasn't part of the culture, wasn't part of the scene. It wasn't something people were familiar with, and which also made, you know, part of the allure of it. You know, for people more traveled and had been around the planet or lived in San Francisco or New York or whatever. I mean, this was just common. Well, I think there was some squash factor in the early time, definitely, and then I think there was some kind of reckoning or acceptance of it, and then as it grew, then it was undeniable that this was where Dallas's counterculture and Dallas's new energy. This was the crux of it. This was the hotbed. Thinking about, you know, the theme of round pegs and square holes, I definitely found myself in that in corporate. And I kind of found myself in that my whole life. Just and then going to Deep Ellum and meeting the artists and some of the other people and musicians and stuff, people were like of a like kind. I mean, they were just different. They were not, they didn't follow the herd. They had different ideas. They were more seekers, more open to new ideas, and I guess collectively, those people all found each other in this arena there, and it built off of that. So, you know, and it clicked. It clicked. Yeah, it's like our staff clicked that way. The venues all kind of clicked together. The ones, you know, there was a period where there was a lot of great synergy between venues that were down there.
Yeah, your art and your, and whether it was good or bad, it didn't matter. We all enjoyed supporting each other. So I remember thinking things getting a bit dark when, oh man, right after you left, a bunch of skinheads jumped somebody or that kind of thing. And then the whole drug deal, you know, I've partaken in a lot of things over the years, but just like, okay, did that. Next, you know, just have another beer or whatever. But the heroin thing, of course, started really, there's some people around certain clubs we won't say that kind of gravitated more towards. So that had an element. I don't know, but those first few years, it was, like I said, more freewheeling. No one had cell phones. We were all buzzing around in the streets. Parking was cheap, you know. I love the hybrid of things that were happening, 83, 84, 85, 86. You know, you had the people coming out of a kind of a post-punk thing into kind of a new Americana. There was 60s stuff. We were kind of 70s, but with punk. And then you had people with samplers. That was all gelling really nicely together over these 3 or 4 different clubs. And then you had the New Sincerity, you had the Rank and File, 8 Airs. I loved all that. That was great. So I myself was never bored because you had all that to choose from. And then, of course, you'd have, I guess, you know, oh, wow, someone got curb stomped in front of Theater Gallery. You know, the skinheads were whatever. Okay, it's too bad. Or, oh, someone OD'd. They were over at blah, blah, blah bar, and as far as the whole heroin thing. So that started changing the flavor of things, and people got a little bit more jaded. And then more tourists, I think, of course, came into Deep Ellum, and there was just more of a glut. 82, 83, 84, the seeds were planted, they were growing. It was Theater Gallery, Profit Bar, Clearview, great live, thriving scene because people were kind of coming out of the punk thing and the 80s new wave thing, kind of rediscovering the 60s a little bit. And then you had the skate culture, the art culture, It was all pretty simpatico. I was friends with Jeff, Russell, everybody. Like I said, we were doing something really different, you know. And the lithium formula, whatever, was just originals, kind of make fun of the whole 60s, 70s things. We're more 70s psychedelia, not really 60s. It was all kind of a send up. And there's other bands like Red Cross and Buttle Surfers and people like that were kind of doing this similar thing, but not really in Dallas. And we had I was always mixing and matching different members. We'd have different singers. Sometimes we'd have 2 drummers. Sometimes it'd be a 3-piece. Sometimes it'd be an 8-piece throughout the years. Keep it fresh, keep it interesting, whatever. We just did it. For me, we had a member years later. I said, "Why'd you part with them?" He said, "Well, I'm tired of being part of Mark and Greg's art project." And I thought, I took that as I was honored by that. Like, yeah, I see this as that. I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna sit around and play my scales. I'm just like, we're gonna look this way. This is our theme. We don't need you. We're gonna add that person, and we just show by show. It was just fun. We're not making any money. Just fun, and just kind of a send up. But and we were serious, but we're always having a good time. So there was always that element of it.
All right, we'll start off at Clearview, and then we'll go to 2826, and then we'll bounce down to Art Bar, or we'll go to an event at Theater Gallery, and then we want to stay out, so we'll go up, walk down the street. I think that's really was the unique element of Deep Ellum that really set it apart. Of a walking town. It's not New York, Chicago. It's much more like LA or Atlanta, where you got to drive place to place. And Deep Ellum was the first place where you could find a variety of clubs and just go club to club to club and walk. The day we got to the building to start cleaning it up. And so as you can see, and there's nothing. This is the middle of the afternoon and there's nobody, nothing. And this is the actual building.
Deep Ellum at that time had a few clubs that were going on. Obviously, Mr. Hobbs was doing some very, very cool things and bringing in a kind of edginess that really wasn't available in other places around Dallas. And I don't think that Dada was just about starting, and there were a few other places that were just sort of heading up. And then we just decided to move in, build out a space, which is really nice because and on the air, we were just kind of using what was available. Here, we could really sort of build out a booth, and on the air, the booth was an absolute fire hazard. If there would have been a fire, I would have died because the only way to get out was to climb out a wooden staircase. And so luckily I made it alive out of there. Whereas at Video Bar, we really built something that was meant for what we were doing, which was really incredible. So the idea is that you could create something that was aesthetically live and not repeatable. Every night it was different. And so we could do things in different ways. Also, we were one of the first clubs in Dallas that was doing scratching. That was like a big deal. And so we figured out how to do that. So again, we take a record, scratch the record, and then essentially scratching like things with visuals. So that we were really trying to pioneer a different way that people could appreciate music and images in a nightclub. Every artist at some point needs to have a place where they can experiment without the risk of total failure. And for me, this was that environment where I really learned how to put a list together and get a flow going on that I think was really kind of important. But the other thing,
my first time in Deep Ellum was at what we called outlaw parties. I mean, it was a warehouse party. And was dating a girl from Lakewood, and she said, "Hey, we heard about this party in this warehouse, let's go." And I'm like, "Hell yeah, let's go." And we rolled in, and it was basically an abandoned warehouse, and I swear there was sewage running through the middle of the place, and a DJ and these artists everywhere, and people were dancing, and then there was a band in another room, and like, this is the coolest thing in the world. Went back, told my boss about it, and she said, "It sounds like something from New York," and they were all from New York. And the second time I went the next week, and I saw a band, Alejandro Escovedo, which was the greatest thing it was just the wildest thing, because I'm used to Fort Worth, I'm used to country bands. And it was awesome. So the customers at that point was a really hodgepodge of kind of street smart. Well, there was some punk, but it wasn't punk like what the media made it look like. It was a lot of black eyeliner, a lot of ripped clothes, a lot of blue jean jackets with drawings on it, a lot of leather, and then it was mixing in with a little bit of money. You could tell that, someone had been buying cool clothes, and there was a hip, super hip essence to it that was very friendly. Like the punks and the fashionistas peacefully coexisted. They just melded. There was no friction at all. And I found that really interesting. And then you would start noticing a little bit more of the country club yuppie stuff started coming mid kind of 86. And it was at that point it was really starting to get mixed. And that's when I knew that what really Jeff and Russell and Jeff had all done is they've now created an environment that is going to have an effect on commerce. And I'm like, I've got to figure out how to be part of this because I love it. I love the creative culture. I love the idea that entrepreneurs now have a place. The creative culture has a place, and now there's a market for it that's affordable, either to come and party or to sign up and do business. Because a lot of times you can do business, but until you put your name on the line, you're a participant. I mean, you're not a participant. So Dallas in the early 80s was, there was some banking crisis stuff going on, but it was for my world, everything about my world was lifestyle and fashion. So that's the world I lived in. And the rest of the country was looking at Dallas for the first time. Besides, it wasn't about oil, or it wasn't about real estate, and technology wasn't even a word then. So they were looking at us and saying, that is a market where you can bring in a product from anywhere in the world, and that's a market that can afford it, that trusts it, that can wear it, that will appreciate it, and it's not just big box retail fashion selling JCPenney stuff.
I went to Deep Ellum. I saw that there was this rich sort of an amplifier effect going on for the arts. And it didn't seem to be restricted to just music. It seemed to be every form of arts. And it reminded me a bit of moving to Los Angeles and going into some of the areas of LA, where it's into the American Film Institute, where we were looking for that, whether it was downtown Los Angeles before it became commercialized. This is the pre-commercial version of Deep Ellum. And this is definitely the one where, I'd been to Chicago and I'd seen the Chicago scene. But I do think it is notable, the fact that the diversity that existed in Deep Ellum, I didn't see existing in these other cities. It really felt like not everyone looked like me, not everyone dressed like me, not everyone was trying to impress. And I think that was a different about Deep Ellum. It felt like people who were being artists and who were not worried about what you thought about what they were doing. They had their own voice and they felt free to express it in Deep Ellum.
Deep Ellum was our portal of musical discovery. James Joyce has that famous quotes, saying mistakes are portals of discovery. Miles Davis would say that. For us, walking around on Tuesday night and stumbling into some great show at the Profit Bar, having no idea what we were in for, and leaving with our mind blown. That's what music's all about. Leaving and going, I want to be that when I grow up. And Deep Ellum gave me that when I was in my 20s. One thing like what Deep Ellum I loved about it back in the old days was, the punk bands would come and hang out at these nerdy music school guys shows, Tin Hands, or like at Billy Goat, every band didn't have a record deal yet. There was like this this cool thing. One day at a Billy Goat show, Phil from Pantera walks in, and back in my head, I'm just like, oh yeah, Pantera, they're like that hair metal band. But he was already, he had his head shaved. He's like, yeah, that was a pretty good show, Mike. And then like the next thing I know, they released Cowboys from Hell. I mean, there was that kind of interchange, like the metal dudes, the like Trees or Shallow Rain, and then you had like Mark Griffin and like Easy Eddie D. There was some, Jeff would bring in DDT. I mean, I would play with DDT one gig, and then play with Tin Hands, and then be recording with like Mark Griffin and the roots of MC 900 for Jesus. Like so many different cool little things, and then going and jamming with the bass player from the New Bohemians. It was a complete stylistic swimming Caesar salad. It was not Nelson, that was his name. The cook. Nelson, now I remember.
It just came to me.
And then there's Berto, of course.
Yeah, Berto.
Oh, Berto.
I met Berto in Fairbanks, Alaska.
That's where you met Berto?
I went up there and lived there a year, and I was working at a radio station. He was a DJ. So I left Alaska, and he was reading Billboard magazine about the Prophet Bar one day, and he just showed up.
Far out.
Work here. Exciting in '84 to launch the theater gallery with a few close friends, and it just was this amazing perfect storm of meeting artists and then bands, and getting also the first newspaper stories that were written about the gallery nights, by Janet Kuttner in the Morning News, and then Bill Marvel wrote a story about the gallery. And we started getting musical critics, Russell Smith and others writing about things. So the excitement of starting something and it just taking off, was a beautiful, exciting thing. And the other side of that I know was that when I told my family I was going to move into a warehouse in Deep Ellum, of course, my mom was a little concerned. It was odd. Oh, you're not going to go to college. You're going to live in the dangerous part of town. But the way things go is, once the newspapers and everybody started writing about us and we became popular and the scene blew up, then, my family thought I was doing really great, So that was sort of how it felt right there.
When I had the opportunity to paint a blacklight room, that was kind of my ultimate goal. And I decided I wanted some go-go dancers as well, so I found some guys and girls that looked really cool on the dance floor and offered them that position and painted their bodies every weekend for many years. I did the math probably over 5,000 times. But, just the talent, the artists, the acts that came through there was amazing. Meeting Timothy Leary was super special for me, being a big fan of psychedelics myself. I've always felt like society was trying to clone me, but always resisted and kind of on the fringe of everything, always. Coming to Deep Ellum was eye-opening, and that's when I realized, these were my people, and I had a place and a family and a home, and just the camaraderie of the people that you would continually see, the artists, the musicians. It was really welcoming. So one night, I was up, it's probably 4 a.m, and I heard someone downstairs, and it was the owner, Jeff Swaney, down there in the office with the safe door open and cash all over the floor. And I'm like, Jeff, what are you doing? He was just, like a pirate in his loot, and he threw me a $50 bill. So here you go, Clay. That was a lot of money for me back then. I was very grateful for that, but it's just that memory of him with all the cash around is pretty freaking funny. So when I first stepped foot into Life of the Warehouse Party, Jeff Swaney's concept, it was just amazing. There was a huge pile of thimbles with yarn just piled up, and I was like, what the hell is that? And DJs, and it was just raw and gritty, theater gallery across the street. And I just was amazed and wanted more of it. And eventually, Swaney and Chloe Hesse, I guess, Steve Chloe Hesse, opened up the original Club Clearview on Elm Street, and that's kind of where I really dug in and started creating.
Growing up in Garland, I had no idea that Deep Ellum existed. Really, truthfully, anything south of 635 didn't really exist at that point, and this was the late 70s. But at some point in the 80s, as I was attending the University of Texas at Arlington, Two of my fellow real estate students turned me on to Deep Ellum. And at that point, it was the punk rock. Probably early days when Profit Bar and Video Bar and all of that were coming to be. So it was a really formative place because I'd never seen anything like it. There was danger. There was definitely surprise. And it was a space where you might find yourself on the roof of an abandoned building at night, or inside of a club that had no sign on the door, playing music that you'd never heard anywhere else, or coming back out to find out that your car windows had been broken out. Deep Ellum, it presented possibilities. It showed me that there was a world much larger than the probably really insulated one that I'd grown up in. You know, I thought that I knew things, and then you go to Deep Ellum and you realize that how did those people exist with tattoos like that? Or how did they exist with that hairstyle? And it made me think maybe I could think out of the box, that I didn't have to be exactly what I thought I would be growing up. And it took a while for that seed to fully grow into something, but it was the beginning.
Yeah, so I grew up in Ellum Park, and everyone bought their clothes at Coldwell and Son. Everyone went to the country club. Everyone wore corduroys and penny loafers. And I was not going to fall for that. I was more into kind of eclectic, trying to separate myself from them. I couldn't afford half the stuff they were trying to get me to wear, and I got made fun of a lot at Highland Park because I didn't wear the right clothes. And it kind of gave me a complex. They called me the peasant. And so it was pretty appropriate for me to be down in Deep Ellum because I wasn't going to the Greenville Avenue discos with all the other pencil dicks who were wearing fancy suits and going to confetti with all the rich kids from SMU. So when I grew up in Highland Park, everyone was going to Young Life, wearing khaki pants, buying their clothes at Coldwell & Son, and I didn't really get into that. And so I knew I was kind of not meant for that ecosystem because, first of all, I came from a divorced family. I didn't have really parental interaction, and I was confused, insecure, probably a little sad, and they called me a peasant, so I used to just get in fights all the time with them because I was just angry. And I think the Deep Ellum experience was kind of me finding an area that accepted me, and no one was looking at me funny, no one was telling me what to wear, and all these people were freaks. I was kind of a freak. We were different flavors of freaks, but we all kind of wanted to go make our own little place that we could feel at home in, and that was probably a godsend for me because it once I got my momentum, it became something that was comfortable. So basically what happened is Don sent me out. He wasn't paying me anything, and he was basically just pimping me out to go find tenants. And he offered me ownership and a good commission rate, better than the guys that I was working for before. So I started bringing tenants in, and he was very tight. He didn't want to pay finish out. He never wanted to build out the space, and I got pissed. And I was like, Don, look, in order to get people to come down here, we're going to have to build out the space. And so typically what we do is we offer them air conditioning, and we'd offer them about $8 a foot, which basically built them a bathroom and air conditioning and lighting. And it was just absolute stark finish out allowances. And in the past, I had been getting like $25 a foot. We'd finished it out to a white box or better. And it made it very difficult. But I went to Lou Reese. And Lou Reese was Don Cass's partner, kind of a silent partner. He had been to jail. And he was probably one of the best salesmen I've ever seen in my life. And everything was wonderful with Lou. Never had a bad day. And even though he just got out of prison. And so Lou and I started talking about how to attract these tenants, how to do some really creative rent structures. So I cold called Shannon Wynn about 10 times. And I finally got in with Shannon because I had gone to Ado, I'd gone to Tango, Nostromo, Rio. I knew Shannon from my high school days when I was using a fake ID to get in all his clubs. And basically, Shannon was intrigued because it's kind of Shannon's deal. Shannon's a very eccentric guy. He's a great restaurateur, and he knew this area was kind of potentially going to be a great place. So I had a building at the end of the block across the street from our office, and we didn't own it, but I negotiated a deal with the owner to get him a percentage-only deal. And so we went back and forth for about 8 months and never could make a deal. But during that time, a guy came to us. He was a lawyer, and he used to, I think he was a real estate lawyer. And he basically was going to do a concept called Club Dada. And we basically cut a deal with him, put him in there. And then another guy, actually the lawyer, I went to work in Deep Ellum. I had a mission to bring in tenants to make it vibrant. I was in this quiet office with this old lady with blue hair and this weird barber. And during the first 6 or 7 months, I thought I made a huge mistake because number one, he wouldn't give me any finish out. Number two, he was just very slow to make decisions, and I got frustrated. I didn't know if it could happen. But all of a sudden, we got some traction. We got a few restaurants to come in there and build out space. We did a few deals. We did one, we converted a few buildings to residential, made some lofts. I made a little bit of money off these leases for residential, which was a fraction of what I was making in the past. So I had enough money to kind of pay the rent, which I was broker than I'd ever been in my life. And I got my electricity cut off like 6 times. Don would tell me how I didn't manage my money right, and I'd tell him, no, I can't get tenants to come down here because this place is a freaking ghost town. And so about a year into it, I started getting some momentum, and we got The Bone, we got Club Dada. I had this weird guy that was about 5'2" come in, and he was wearing a dog collar, and he had this 6-foot tall stripper-looking girl. She had a latex jumpsuit on, and he wanted to open a clothing store with S&M clothes and all kinds of stuff. I put him right next to my office. That was the best tenant I ever signed a lease with. After that, I got a guy from Lower Greenville that I'd cold called, and he said he was going to open up a club, and it was called Club One. I put them in kind of down the block in one of our other buildings, and they drew a lot of traffic down that way. Then I had a guy that had a Mexican food restaurant called Acá y Ala. And it used to be a man, but then he became Monica. And so I did a deal with Monica to put them into a building that Lou Reese owned. And then things started getting momentum, and at night we started seeing the traffic build up. Clearview was already there. Video Bar was already there. We had all the different theater gallery. The Deep Ellum Cafe was always kind of a standard. We started working with Baylor. We took over all their parking lots. We started taking cash to park people, so the parking lot business started building up, and I got a piece of that. And then I found this rich kid from Highland Park that his dad was the guy, Cullen Davis, that supposedly murdered his wife's boyfriend, and he was kind of clueless, and he had gotten a little money out of his trust, and he came to me and said, I want to lease a place and have live music. And I said, I got a perfect place. It's got these pillars in the middle of it, look like a tree. And so he leased it from me, and he called it Trees. He had never opened a club, never run a bar, and I didn't give a shit because I just wanted to make a commission. And so he went in there, and that was another kind of pillar in the building of Deep Ellum. And it was right across the street from Deep Ellum Cafe. And so it really kind of started the momentum and built the synergies down the block.
A lot of local bands, and we continued to support them. And I created a series of CDs where I would put 20 of them on a CD and then sell it for $3 like an idiot, because we wanted to get the music into people's hands. And it worked. And the whole thing fostered a scene that got more and more and more robust, which sadly, as you've probably heard, raised rents. That is the cycle. It's all part of the way things go. Intriguing things about the Deep Ellum scene, especially 84, 5, 6, 7, those first years, was that you had the clubs doing it, you had the press writing about it. They really didn't have that much of a financial interest in it. The clubs, the way they were operating, they didn't really have much of a financial interest in it either, because they weren't exactly making money. I wasn't making any money off of it, talking about it on the radio. I was giving bands, sessions for free that I traded for, so I didn't have any money involved in it. Everybody was doing it because it was fun. It was a thing to do. Oh, we're doing it for the art. Yeah, we might be doing that, but it's also, I asked Johnny Rotten one time, I said, I think I know why the Sex Pistols came together. And it was an eternal set of reasons why the Sex Pistols, or why any band got together. And it was to have fun, potentially upset people, free beer, find chicks or somebody else. That's pretty much it. Making money, that might be happening, maybe, but all this other stuff, making fun, potentially upsetting authority, and getting chicks, and maybe somebody buys you a drink. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And in those first couple of years of Deep Ellum, that was it. That was what we were all doing. And it was a party every weekend. And sometimes, by the time you get to 87, even on Wednesday nights. One of the bands that I really enjoyed down in Deep Ellum in the early days was Reverend Horton. I was a fan of rockabilly since I was a teenager. And so I got to see a lot of the rockabilly acts as they would come through town, of the original guys. And then we started seeing groups like Teddy and the Tall Tops. And then out of that comes Horton Heat with his little trio. And they were killer. I used to see them at the Prophet all the time. And how much of a fan? Well, I put him in the studio, did a recording session. I went to see him as often as I could. And to this day, I have Jimbo's bass in my house, all signed up by the band. And I think this used to hang in trees.
Tommy's evolved because Deep Ellum was becoming such a big scene with music. We actually changed the name from Tommy's to Deep Ellum Live, and it gave us a lot more identity with the area. Of course, Deep Ellum Live, the acts that played there were vast, but everything from Rage Against the Machine to Radiohead to Smashing Pumpkins to Iron Maiden. Then the music scene really started to broaden into in Deep Ellum. Trees came on board. We brought Nirvana and Pearl Jam there. We also took a warehouse space adjacent to Deep Ellum Live, named it the Bomb Factory. And in the Bomb Factory, there were acts like INXS and Radiohead and Tool and Nine Inch Nails. Some of those bands I actually still work with today. In the 80s, there was a really almost unwritten law in the music business that if you developed a band, they would, as long as you could perform, they would stay with you and work through the ranks all the way up to, in some cases, stadiums, like we did with INXS and Guns N' Roses and people like that. So there was a real incentive for us to work hard. Obviously, we really liked the music. We enjoyed the music. It was a vibrant music scene in Dallas then. But beyond that, it was a real business for us because we could, there's not much money really involved in being in the club business, because one day you make money, one day you lose money. At the end of the day, you make a little money if you're lucky, okay? But where the future for us was being able to develop these relationships and then expand that into, broader arenas. The 90s, a little more problematic because the big companies started to come in. They realized what we were doing. The Wild West was exposed. And so the amphitheaters started getting built, which really short-circuited some of what we were doing, because no longer were the bands staying with you all the way through. They would stay with you up to a point, and then you would lose them to the corporate entities. Still goes on today. Although I will say that even today, there are bands like Tool, who I've been working with for 30 years, that still work with me today. It's always kind of really amazed me that there weren't, although there have been some bands like Bowling for Soup and Toadies and other bands, Dallas bands that, Edie Brickell that broke out. But it always amazed me there weren't more of them, because this scene, the Dallas music scene, was fantastic. I mean, there was Seattle, and obviously everything that was going on there. There was San Francisco, LA, New York, Chicago, all those kind of scenes, and people were erupting out of those kind of scenes. And we had some, but as far as the music and the talent and the level of talent, I would put the Dallas music scene up against any of those.
Getting major label record deals, that definitely changed the fundamental dynamic of and not necessarily for the worse. I mean, it legitimized these artists. They spend their whole life learning to play their instruments and all that. And to get a record deal, man, it was a message to them that, hey, somebody outside our community recognizes that what we do is legit. So that was a beautiful thing in and of itself. But on the other hand, it was an introduction into the music business, the real music business, where you finally realize that if I do this deal with this major label, I get $1 of every $10 that comes in on a record I wrote. You know what I'm saying? And that was a wake-up call for a lot of artists. That was kind of, a lot of these bands, like Rigor Mortis got to deal with Capitol, the Buckpats got to deal with Island, New Bohemians got to deal with Geffen. All of these bands were immediately happy they got a record deal. They were happy they were recognized in that respect. But once they started seeing how the music business works from the inside out, and how it's really all about the label getting paid and not the artists, that was a wake-up call.
We were on ecstasy and marijuana. They were on cocaine, and they were wearing expensive clothes, and their whole thing was, hey, we're real fashion-oriented or whatever, but we're slumming in this neighborhood for street-level credibility. Their mission and their intention was very different than ours. They book a lot of the same bands we booked, but only after we had established a profile for them to begin with. I'd always had guitars when I was a teenager. I always wanted to be a rock star or whatever. That all teenagers have these unrealistic expectations of, being Jimmy Page or something like that. And Deep Ellum actually made it real. It made it a real possibility. I still had to learn how to play the guitar. I still had to learn how to be in a band and go to rehearsal and do all that stuff. But it was the difference between doing it in my bedroom or actually getting in a room with 4 other guys and rehearsing and playing songs and then doing the gig. And then, it made it real. It made it a real possibility.
Yeah, the Butthole Surfers was, it wasn't that beautiful. I mean, I like their radio songs and Gibby's a Nut. I love them. The shows were really hard to survive. They played the Theater Gallery often. They'd have like true highway carnage films behind them on stage of, car wrecks. And, everybody likes to watch a car wreck. But they were brilliant musicians. Paul Leary is so creative and inventive, and he produces great records for everybody. And they were a phenomenon. The Butthole Surfers were if Theater Gallery was like the edge of pushing the envelope of societal change, the Butthole Surfers were the epitome of that kind of band. They pushed it probably further than even I would want to push it. And, yeah.
I never gave conformity a second thought. It didn't apply to me.
I like that.
The Theater Gallery, I remember we had 2 shows booked 2 nights in a row. And I was pretty like blown away at the fact that we could play there even 1 night in a row, but much less 2 in a row and sell the place out. It's like I was just flabbergasted that I was kind of proud that we could draw a crowd in Dallas, Texas. And so that was cool. And then I remember we were trying to record the show, working at Pete Marwick and Mitchell.
That's so cool.
We, Gibby and I put together the worst magazine we could imagine called Strange VD, which was mostly pictures of horrible tropical diseases with fictitious descriptions and names that we would make up and give to them, you know, taco leg or I can't even remember some of them, but Gibby was using the company Xerox machine to make the pages for the magazine that we were putting together, and one day he like left a page in there. That was the end of his career at Pete Marwick and Mitchell. When it comes to guitar talent and songwriting talent and singing, that guy is just completely awesome. And I love his music and I love his style, and he's different, and he's like he has a true Texas thing, you know, embedded in him that I always lacked. I was kind of jealous of that. But he knew what he wanted to do, and he was focused on doing that. And, you know, I never stopped to consider what I wanted to do. I didn't care, you know, I wasn't trying to do anything.
Yeah, Jim's killer.
It was sort of like, I don't want to say it was a farm league because that's not really right, but it was definitely a proving ground for this whole array of bands that were coming out of Seattle and coming out of LA and local bands. And from that standpoint, it just became paramount to what we were doing or what I was doing in the business, because that's where it was coming from. That was a source. And from that source, we would grow into other places, the Bronco Bowl, the, you know, Reunion Arena, whatever, you know. So to me, it was almost like the soul of my business model. Going back to the music scene that I've seen, that I've observed in Dallas over the years, it moved from different areas of Dallas. First, Oak Lawn with Mother Blues and Gertie's, Binary Star, those kind of clubs, and that was a real music scene. Then it moved to with the Palladium, Northwest Highway, Bijou, out in there, that little music scene. Even Upper Greenville had a music scene as well, and Lower Greenville with the Arcadia and all that stuff. But when Deep Ellum started really blossoming, the impact was just more concentrated. There were more opportunities, there was more clubs, and it was a little bit to me like New Orleans, where, you know, Bourbon Street, where there's just a lot of stuff going on, and the environment was just fertile for the music scene to happen there. And it did happen, and it continues to happen. So I think that, you know, it's almost like a little revolving door, and it just ended in Deep Ellum. I think the essence of Deep Ellum, to me, revolves around one word, and that's freedom. Okay, I think people come there and, you know, they have all their problems of day-to-day life and their job and this or that or whatever, and they come to Deep Ellum, and it's all of a sudden they can just kind of check that at the door, and they can just kind of like let their spirit fly and let the music take them there. And I think that's really the essence of that whole scene down there. It's just, you know, when you get in there, it's like all of a sudden, like all these problems you got don't seem so big, you know. Hey, you may end up walking home on your knees. I don't know, you know, but you have a good time.
There was a lot of pop-up clubs that started, a lot of copycat pop-up clubs, because at the time, the only other music club was Twilight Room, which was on the other side of the freeway. So people started coming in and doing raves, and kind of Club Clearview started as a rave. They started off pretty immense warehouse and just spray painted the walls and throw some bars in there. And these kids, they had money, obviously. They had a different start than, I'll say, Russell did. And kind of they were bringing in this North Dallas crowd. And then other people said, well, let's put in some legit clubs. So Club Dada came in, the Video Bar came in. There was even this one great place. It was some Rastafarians came in and they put a pool hall in, and it was a Rasta pool hall. That was pretty fun.
Well, when I finally moved to Dallas, I think I was around 20 years old, something like that. I was really focused on this rockabilly thing. And I had done that. I'd been in bands for a few years and rockabilly, whatever, you know. But the art that I saw at Theater Gallery, Russell would have different showings, so it would be different artists would come in, and then they had a couple of other art galleries in Deep Ellum, and I'd go and see the paintings, I guess is what I should, paintings and some sculptings, some things, but I noticed that each artist had their own thing that they would focus on like a laser. So like one guy, and I don't remember, I can't remember a lot of these names. There were so many of them, so much of it happening, but there was one guy that would do portraits that looked real. I mean, it was like, it was not a lot of abstraction. It was like he just painted a person, and that was his shtick, right? So it made me think that I needed to focus on rockabilly. I did the first Reverend Horton Heat show at the Prophet Bar, and that's when I found out my stage name was going to be Reverend Horton Heat, but there were actually people at the show. And so since there were people there, I started developing this following in Deep Ellum at the Prophet Bar, Theater Gallery, and I started doing a weekly thing there. So I think I was doing every Monday night, and it started kind of getting a little better and better each week. And I was, the door, Russell was just charging money at like a little cover charge of the door, but it was getting to be enough money that I thought to myself, hey, I can hire a band. I can hire a bass player and a drummer. And so I, almost as soon as I could, I started hiring Jack Barton to play bass and a guy named Peter Kaplan to play drums. And then the very first show that I had with a band, I also had a friend of mine, Tim Alexander, playing accordion, and Tim was the piano player for Asleep at the Wheel, so he was a very accomplished musician. And so that started the ball rolling with me.
First time I saw the Flaming Lips, I was attracted because their flyers were bizarre. Their flyers were kind of drippy, psychedelic, and it's like, okay, what is this going to be about? Oh, they're from Oklahoma? Okay, well, we'll give them a chance. And they put on this show that was like straight out of 1967. It was just bizarre and fabulous. And again, that's a band that caught on in Deep Ellum really quickly. And they played here a lot. I'm thinking inside of a span of probably 2 years, they might have played here as many as 30 times. They were down here a lot, and a lot of us bought that whatever it was, green vinyl, red vinyl EP that they had with the guy coming through the curtain with the candle, looking very mysterious. And yeah, Flaming Lips are another one that I never thought they could sustain that, but they didn't sustain it. It morphed into something even more interesting and wonderful. So yeah, a cool success story. Could they have made that happen out of Norman, Oklahoma, or whatever far-flung place they were from? I doubt it. I don't know that the Indian nations would have come out to support that sort of musical madness. But I'm glad we had a chance to lift them up.
Well, we were open 7 days a week for the longest time, and we had multiple bands on the weekend. But even during a weekday, we would have 2 or 3 bands. So the calendar would have up to 60 bands in a month. And it was a lot to keep up with, to book all those bands, keep track of them, and then make a calendar and put that out every month. But the one thing that none of the musicians did was miss a gig. If they can't do anything else in their life, they knew what day the gig was and they knew what time to show up. And there was only a couple times I made a double booking, but I had a system that I used so that wouldn't happen. When we started going down, you could see realtors' signs on all these shells of buildings, and the concept, according to them, was they wanted to turn it into a destination, nightclubs and restaurants, and they wanted to develop the area. And so, I mean, clubs like Russell's Theater Gallery, which just were natural and sprang up by themselves, started inviting places down there. I think we were probably at the time when we opened the most legitimate club as far as running it like a business. But that's actually what happened. I just thought the more people that came down there, the merrier, would make it a destination. But there were a few clubs that didn't like us. They thought that we were stealing their bands and they were going to put us out of business. And it's like, I don't have anything against you guys. Why do you hate us? You know, a lot of people were on a lot of the clubs were on their own. I knew people that owned the other clubs, but I didn't go to their venues a lot. I was too busy in my own. So I don't think there was a lot of cohesiveness, but the area became more popular, and an image that I remember is seeing a mom go down the street with a stroller, and it's like, wow, that's changed a lot.
It had the sweet spot. Deep Ellum for me was when all of those entities were humming, and when they did that, it was an opportunity for somebody to go from one bar to the next, and have the different experiences, and regardless paying the different cover charges, it didn't matter. There was something different at every door that you went to. And all you'd have to do is walk by that door and listen to the music or see the art, the performance art that's going on, or the videos, and it would draw you in at that particular point. Maybe not every time, but that was the sweet spot for me, is when when people were able to go to all these places, and it wasn't just one destination, it was a destination for a whole evening.
Between TG and Profit Bar, we had our rhythm down. It was rolling smooth. Russell actually had, employees working there, which took a lot of pressure off of all of us. I eventually almost didn't even have anything to do anymore, but that's okay. So at the height of Deep Ellum in the 50s or whenever it was, I guess the Depression kind of pushed it down back into the sidewalks and disappeared. I described like a rainy day came and Deep Ellum disappeared. Then I describe it that the day that Russell and I started TG, through total organic chemistry, it rained and washed everything away, and all the seeds of the old sprouted up again, and that was the birth of Theater Gallery and Deep Ellum. That Theater Gallery and Profit Bar, we finally really got our rhythm down. Things were running really smooth. It was above board. We had people coming from North Dallas and other places, and really fun mix of ages and types of people. So then what I'll say at that time, some copycat people came in. They'd rent a warehouse and throw a rave. And they were getting away with things that we were getting away with years before. And some of these guys, I'll call them kids, they were from, maybe I'm going to say North Dallas, maybe, but they had money. They had more than what we had when we started. And then they had backers and became a lot larger. And then there was like Club Dada that came in, and the Video Bar very clean, very, backed, very, coming with, managers and, business plans and everything. And where we had this organic thing going with our guests, our fans, the artists coming in, this other element that came in was not so organic, very planned, very clean. Maybe the word is sterile. I'm not knocking anybody. Those clubs were really fun, but it just changed the vibe. And we always stood out as, not being one of those, Dallas glass towers. We were, the real deal, if I may say. And it changed the energy. Actually, it changed the crime rate. There were Deep Ellum, for its first time in our time, started having crime issues and problems. It was destined to happen. Big developers came in, started buying up buildings and making these grand plans for the place, and it will never be the same. I don't think anybody could ever create something like what Russell had in mind. But what we had a very beautiful symbiotic thing going on, and that's life. Life goes on.
I tell them that it's the way I describe it to like any kind of out of towner, performing artist or whatever, is that there's a history here in Deep Ellum that's an African history that we have here, and that was the mecca for Black music here in Dallas. So I try to always make sure I tell that story so you'll know what you're walking into. So man, Deep Ellum had it was like a kind of an amalgamation of everybody. You dig what I'm saying? So like you had cats like us, like these deep hip hop cats, you know what I'm saying? Who were kind of like, revolutionary and who was kind of Pan-African and all this stuff, all this black stuff. And then you had like the skinheads, you know what I'm saying? And then you had like the punk rockers and the hippies. Oh man. And people walking around barefooted, you know what I'm saying? Oh man. Yeah, Deep Ellum is dope, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I liked about it, you know what I'm saying? It was kind of a culture shock for me, because like I say, I had never seen that. And then going down there and becoming a part of it was like, oh shit, yeah, weirdos, yeah, this is where I belong.
I can't remember if it was the Beastie Boys that I saw in Deep Ellum. I know they played at the Start Club, but I'm not sure. Most likely, knowing the history of the Start Club, they found them in Deep Ellum and brought them over. It seemed to be, Deep Ellum was it was kind of the harvesting area for the arts.
For example, that was a really nice little jazz club, and they had a 7-foot doorman. He was killer, But a lot of people would go there because it was classy. So they'd be parking their Porsches and their Mercedes and that type of stuff in the neighborhood, and they'd just be enjoying themselves watching kids with, 16-year-olds with green mohawks. Going, wow, that's so cool. I've never seen anything like that before, It was a real nice blend of people. One of the most ironic things I would say that I've seen is I can remember like in 1986 hearing people bitching to me like, oh man, Deep Ellum's over. It's already gentrified. It's not cool anymore. Look at all those yuppies and stuff. It's over. And I'm like, what, are you kidding me? No, look at all those empty buildings. We got a lot of things to do still. And, no, it's sold out. It's not cool anymore. I'm like, man, here's the deal. You got to learn to evolve. It's a thing called life. This is what we do. We evolve or we die.
We didn't play cover bands. We played original. But in Deep Ellum, as Deep Ellum grew and the market continued to kind of gentrify, then there were other clubs where you could go listen to a cover band. And the general public and the general masses started coming into the market at that point because it was more mainstream. They could still feel like they were hip and going to the coolest spots, but they were really just listening to an AC/DC cover band, sitting at the bar, drinking a Budweiser. The nonconformists were just part of the attraction, because the conformist getting along with the nonconformist is what was unique to me. Because if you went to Fort Worth, Texas at the White Elephant back in those days, and you were wearing a black turtleneck and black jeans and had black eyeliner, you're going to get your ass beat. But if you were a cowboy in Deep Ellum, Texas, and went to a punk show, there wasn't a problem. I watched a door guy bite off a polo logo of a kid's shirt one night. And the kid looked at him and goes, "Why did you do that?" He said, "I just want you to fit in." And there was no fight. There was nothing. He literally tore it off with his teeth. He didn't know him. And there was no fight. There was no nothing. So I really feel that the impact Deep Ellum had on my life was it made me very tolerant of people. It made me aware that people can be different, and that's okay. Whether that's color or religion or lifestyle choice, that you can be not like me and be loved, be cared for, be sweet, or a son of a bitch. And growing up somewhere like I did that's so white and so mom, dad, two-car garage, to be into an environment of a big pot of stew like Deep Ellum was. So in high school, I knew that I wanted to escape. I wanted to get away. So I knew I wanted to leave the suburbs. I did not want to stay there. And I wanted to see something different. I just didn't know it was 30 miles down the road. I'd always thought, I'm going to go to New York, I'm going to go to LA. And I did go to both, but I came back to Deep Ellum where I started as an adult. But in high school, it was all clones. And that's okay. I mean, people have to learn how to be an adult, and then you're doing it by mimicking, and then you got a chance to go be yourself in college. Well, my problem in college is I wanted to work and I needed to work. So I started working early. And I was lucky enough to work for a really cool company that was all about fashion.
Deep Ellum represented everything that we were trying to do. Meet people, be creative, make music, support people, and to find a community of people that really lived life and had fun and cared about what they were doing and, for all intents and purposes, cared about what you were doing, that made everything. And knowing that if you went to see a band, maybe you didn't even love the band. It didn't matter. It was supporting everyone and propping them up, because I learned pretty early it's pretty scary to get on stage and do what you're doing, especially when you're writing original music. And if a few people are there clapping, that's great. But if a couple hundred people are there and you're realizing, oh, there's Peter from Three on a Hill, and there's the Course of Empire guys, and there's, it just created a moment. It was an absolute beautiful moment where everything was possible, and it seemed like at any point anything could happen, and absolutely it constantly did, and it was blowing our minds every day that we were there, for sure. Deep Ellum, in one word, is freedom.
Deep Ellum in one word is opportunity.
I tell you, Deep Ellum has influenced me as an artist, because it absolutely taught me no holds bar, go for it, get on the stage. If you're ready, if you got the equipment, it doesn't matter. Book the show and show up. Do the thing. Someone's going to be there to help you. If you fall on your ass, it's okay. You might get laughed at. Maybe now you're a comedian. It doesn't matter. You're going to do what you're going to do, and just do it. I can absolutely go to those moments when we were playing on stage where everything I'd listened to, The Who, The Beatles, The Stones, it was coming out of us. We were playing our own music, but you always have your influences. You're always, nodding to where you came from. But to me, I absolutely can tap into the feeling of like my skin is tingling. I feel like I'm breathing bigger than I've ever, taken a breath, and you're fully present, but you're also traveling the universe astrally while this major thing is happening, because it's what you've sat and given your life to, and it's what you do. And when a crowd is reciprocating that and it's all flowing, it's spiritual to me. It is absolutely, music has been really my religion, if you want to use that word. It's been the thing that's helped me through everything, and having my brothers and Bobby on stage in those moments, it's hard to describe, but I can still absolutely feel it. And I still use the energy from those days currently now in my life with whatever I'm doing musically or just in my life, to use that energy, which is endless, beautiful energy. So,
Theater gallery, and then a little later, Profit Bar. It was all the same kind of people hanging around. It's sort of a family atmosphere feeling almost, because you'd see the same, hey, there's so-and-so, there's so-and-so. So you'd go down there to play a show or just to support your friends playing in another band, and it just felt like a family almost, because they were the same people, the same friendly faces.
I've always felt like I battle, as so many of us do, imposter syndrome. And being a 16, 17-year-old kid in Deep Ellum at the time, when you had Tinch Cox, just killing an electric guitar, and you had just Peter Schmidt, like this incredible lead singer of rock. Like there's these real rock stars in the scene at the time, and I was the 16, 17-year-old kid with an Ovation. I can't even believe now that I played an Ovation guitar with a big plastic back, and I had my 12-string guitar, and I was playing Peter, Paul, and Mary songs. I was playing my songs that I wrote in high school that were these sort of hybrid Peter, Paul, and Mary, early David Bowie folk songs, and what I was doing was so weird and in left field, or I felt like what I was doing would never work. And looking back, I can see why, because it didn't seem like it should have ever worked. But they were just so cool and nice to me, and they let me in, and so I would play between bands. I'd play between Peyote Cowboys and Red Cross did a gig, and I was on stage at Theater Gallery between those two bands on the Neurotica tour, which was my favorite Red Cross album, and there I was at Clearview opening for Lords of the New Church, which is like, punk rock royalty, and there's teenage, dorky kid me with my, bleached jeans and my bolo tie, whatever stupid thing I was wearing that day, and I was playing my 12-string guitar folk music, and so yeah, I knew that I felt like I was, when I showed up to play those gigs, opening for the punk rock show, or opening for the kick-ass, Dallas rock stars at the time, opening for those gigs, I felt like I had to really play it cool, or else I was going to get booted out of my ass, because I was there on borrowed time. It was really unlikely that they would let me stick around. So I think I tried to probably be really quiet. I tried to listen. I tried to learn a lot from my elders. And I think to this day, I think all the time about things that I learned back in those days from, Peter Schmidt, Tinch Cox, Murray Hammond, obviously, who's been my collaborator now for almost 40 years. And, that was school. For me, that was school. And I dropped out of college after one semester. I got a full scholarship to Sarah Lawrence, dropped out after one semester to come back and do a band with Murray, because I realized, I'm learning way more, at Theater Gallery, Profit Bar, 500 Cafe, and then after hours at the Gringo Manor, you know, partying with all the local gringos. Like, that is school. That's the school I want. It's not some square university, you know, where I'm getting graded. And yeah, that was not interesting to me. But to me, those nights in Deep Ellum and the Mitchell Building and Gringo Manor, that was school. So I'll never know what it would have been like to grow up in a different city. You know, I was born in Austin, but I moved to Dallas at a really young age. So Dallas is all I ever really knew. But it's funny because Austin was always there, 3 hours away, and people would always talk about, well, if you're serious about music, you've got to move to Austin. And I wonder if that would have worked for anyone. And I don't even know if I knew anybody that really tried that, but the Austin scene was so different and so gate-kept in a lot of ways. You know, you had to be bluesy, or at least, you know, pay your respects to the god of the blues. I remember the guitar player in Shallow Rain was in Arnold and Morgan Music one day before I went in for a guitar lesson. And he was telling me about his new band. You know, we're called Shallow Rain, but it's spelled E-I-G-N. And I was like, no way, that's so cool. And I said, what do you guys sound like? And he goes, well, you know that Pretenders album with Brass in Pocket on it? That's what we sound like. I'm like, wow, that is so specific. But what I came to discover was that this scene wasn't like I think Austin might have been at some point, where it was very much like everyone following the footsteps of Stevie Ray Vaughan, who's ironically from Oak Cliff. But that Austin scene was very bluesy. But in Dallas, all the bands were different. Like, some bands were like the Peyote Cowboys, which was kind of following in the footsteps of the Butthole Surfers or Flaming Lips. And then you had, you know, Shallow Rain 3 on a Hill, which was very much sort of the answer to, I don't know, I wouldn't want to put words in their mouths, but like maybe The Alarm, or like the kind of early U2 stuff that was coming up then, that kind of big, loud guitar rock and roll. But you had a lot of different sounds. You had Leroy Shakespeare in the Ship of Vibes, you know, and they were doing this like kick-ass, crazy, trippy reggae thing, but we were all on bills together. And then me, this teen folkie, playing a 12-string guitar, you know, singing folk music. But everybody got along with everybody. Oh, and then of course you had the local gringos, which was the you know, Tex-Mex flavored rock and roll. But everybody was sort of, there was the skaters, and there was the punks, and there was the kids that listened to the George Camargue Sunday night stuff and identified more with the British and the sort of neo-British invasion, Smiths, Echo and the Bunnymen thing that was happening. But nobody judged anybody. Everybody judged everybody. That's the nature of a rock and roll scene, but nobody was, you know, really standoffish. Everybody went to the same parties. Everybody went to the same shows. Everybody was cool and supportive. And then when you see the compilations that came out around that time, it reflects the wide variety of rock and roll and just the variety that the scene in Deep Ellum embodied in the 80s. It was so beautiful and disparate and weird, and I don't think you saw that as much in Austin or Oklahoma City or, God forbid, Houston. You know, it was really, I think, a response to how buttoned up Dallas was otherwise, so that when it was like a crack in a dam, right? When the weirdness got out in Dallas, it was specifically filtered all through Deep Ellum, and I think it was only emboldened and made more powerful by the sort of uptightness of the rest of the city.
So Russell and I were wrestling over the Rolodex. He had this Rolodex full of names inside the front door, and everybody on the Rolodex was supposed to get him for free. And I was like, I argued back and forth with Russell saying, hey, we got to make some money here to pay the bands and pay me. I'm not doing this for free. And so I literally threw it in the trash, and it stayed there for a couple of weeks. Nobody took the trash out. It just stayed in the trash next to the door. And people would come up and say, oh, where's the Rolodex? And I was like, we have no more Rolodex. You know, you got to pay to get in. If you want to hear the music, you got to pay. And I had to argue with a lot of people, and so they would pay and go in and grab Russell, and Russell would come back all red-faced saying, he gets in free from now on. You know, and so I had to memorize all these people that were special people that got in because they were Russell's special friends, and he had a lot of them. Deep Ellum, to me, was really cool because there was danger. You never knew what was going to happen. There was hot chicks. There was music. What else could you ask for? It looked like like a burnt out Detroit. And I'll tell you what it looked like. You can go see the original RoboCop movie, and they filmed it, most of it, down in Deep Ellum at the time. And they made it look like a burnt out Detroit, but it was actually Dallas. So if you want to see what it looked like, go watch that movie, the first one. They blew up the old Smith furniture building down there when they were filming that movie. So it looked like a war zone down there. A lot of burnt out, boarded up, dilapidated buildings, warehouses looking things. There was just a handful of businesses still open in that area for blocks and blocks. The ambiance of Deep Ellum at the time was akin to what you would see in Times Square in New York. There was a lot of street performers. People just showed up. I didn't know Dallas had it in them, actually, until it was created, and then all these people just showed up. Jugglers, painters, graffiti artists, street musicians, poets, street people begging for money. No, it became a scene all into itself.
Deep Ellum was, wow. Deep Ellum was a place where I kind of jammed with a lot of people, saw a lot of bands, figured out that that was the place where the music was happening. And when I was trying to put the band together, that's where I found myself. Yeah, my wife Julie was kind of down here, and she was going to bands, seeing bands down in Deep Ellum and checking things out. And I came back, and it's like I knew what I wanted to get in a group of, find myself in a group of musicians and try to find someone to create a band with. I wanted to create a band. And so I kind of came down here and started hanging out in the scene and meeting people. And before I knew it, I was spending most of my time down there just seeing bands and checking things out. And then there would be a lot of after parties and parties for people to have these kind of like jam sessions. Like Kenny Withrow would throw these kind of spots where we'd all get together and party, but then it'd just be these all-night jams that go like 6 o'clock in the morning. And there's always just a cast of rotating musicians coming in and out. And these would kind of happen all over in East Dallas and down in Deep Ellum, all over. But that's where you could kind of find people that you'd want to play with. They're like-minded individuals as far as music goes. And at the same time, my wife Julie was going to school at Katie's Studio, and she met Wes, who was going there. Wes was in Tripping Daisy. She introduced me to him, and he and I played together and just kind of clicked. Club Dada at the time had an open mic, and so we signed up for that. And I knew that at the time it wasn't just the music for me. It's like what I'd noticed was that at that time in Deep Ellum, there wasn't that much going on. There was a few things happening. I'd been going to Club Clearview. I'd seen bands at Theater Gallery and Profit Bar, and just kind of in and out. But it wasn't like, to me, it's like there was no one doing like shows. Like I wanted to have like reminiscent of kind of Fillmore light shows of 60s psychedelic light show mixed with music. I was just as much into that as I was the band part. And we did that on our first show at Dada, the open mic thing. And I remember when we finished it, everyone liked it, and it went great. And then all of a sudden, they were offering us Thursday night at Trees, like right after that. And it's like we were in, and all of a sudden, the band just kind of blew up. It was really weird. We put on a massive show. Nobody was doing anything like that. And I knew it. It's like, if you have this space, and it's your time in there, make it a show, make it something that's more than what it is the night before. And so we just went to every show thinking like every show got bigger and bigger, and this light show would get bigger and bigger, and finally it started taking up as much as a freaking band would. Big scaffolding in the middle of the floor, all these projectors and stuff going on, and then the crowds just started growing. And we're just trying to keep up musically. We weren't very good, but we wrote good songs, and the musicianship was okay, but clearly there were a lot better bands going on at the time, but we had good songs and there was something that translated with the audience and we had a good show and the band would just blew up. I don't even know how to explain how it happened, just because it happened so quick. I think that I looked at Deep Ellum as like this canvas that I could contribute to. It's all community for me. It's always been community based. I carry the city on my back. Every show I carry local musicians. But I looked at it as like this blank canvas that there was so much that you could do with it. Deep Ellum to me was unexplored at the time for me. And I looked at it as like loads of opportunity. You had artists together, you had musicians, we all kind of cultivated together. It was like a humming energy of creativeness that was going on down there. It was exciting. There was nothing that you couldn't do or attempt to do. There weren't that many rules. It was just kind of open and free. And I think it cultivated that kind of freedom to be able to take it to the next level and try these outlandish things. And
Screamin' Jay Hawkins' show was amazing. That's on a lot of my friends' best show they ever saw was at the Prophet Bar. Reverend Horton Heat backed up Screamin' Jay Hawkins that first show. There was people living there, so they would just appear out of nowhere in the ceiling and show up, and you were going, oh, there's the lighting guy, there's the sound guy, and there's, who is that? Oh, that's the sound guy's girlfriend, things like that. The place was amazing just in itself, really. My mother was an art teacher, and I got in touch with my artistic side when I discovered Deep Ellum. And I'm really glad I did. It just helped me blossom and see what the possibilities are in the world of art.
I never had anybody try to fix or change me until I got signed to a major label. And then all the shit hit the fan. And it was very difficult. It was spectacular. It was exciting. There were so many immediate changes. And I think the people in New York wanted me to be sexier. They wanted me, all the things they loved about me, which was this kind of girl next door playing a guitar and singing songs. They wanted me to tamp that down and let out my sexy Sarah. And I was not having it. And it was very hard. I told my A&R man when I first met him, which is a really great story, that I would be happy to be signed to Elektra, but they couldn't change me. If they tried to change me, I would be unhappy and I would leave. And my A&R man, Howard Thompson, agreed with me, and he loved me the way I was. And I'm still friends to him to this day. So I'm really grateful to Howard, but the pressure from everyone else was really hard, and nobody knew about it. I couldn't talk to other people because I didn't have a band. I didn't have friends like everybody else in Deep Ellum had. They had this whole connective thing, and I was kind of the girl who made it, but I was pretty lonely in that sense because, I had a manager and I had a tax accountant and I had a label all of a sudden, but nobody was really checking in emotionally with me about how different it is to go from being a person in charge of your career to suddenly handing it over to all these people that think they know better than you, who haven't been there on the whole journey. So it was very hard. There were no women. It was me, Tracy Chapman. I'm not saying there were women musicians, Liz Fair, Edie Brickell, but we weren't talking. We didn't have email. We didn't have cell phones. Everybody was working hard. And the only women at the label were in publicity. There was no women in positions of power. I don't even think there was any women A&R people. So, I broke a lot of boundaries for other women that came after me because I would say no, and then I would wear what I wanted to wear in a video. Or I would create my own video. My very first video I made with my then boyfriend, Sandy Abernathy, who's incredibly talented. And we made a video for, I think, $800, and it went to number 17 on VH1. But anyway, we sold that video to Elektra. So, and when they would want a video of something sexy, I would go, no. And I would go create a video myself on like a Super 8 camera or whatever, and I would learn about editing on an Avid, and I would learn. So I would make my own videos and then sell them to Elektra or own them and get Playboy Channel to play it or whatever. I would find ways to incorporate who I was into what I was doing so I would keep a sense of self even while they were trying to spend ridiculous amounts of money on things like videos, because in the end, an artist has to pay all that back. You know, so I was learning all this stuff to pass on to other women that came after me, and they would go, how did you get signed? Or how did you make a video? Or how did you, you know, find a manager? And by learning all these people and meeting all these people, I was telling other women, don't use that person. They will screw you over. And I thank you for bringing that up, because nobody really talks about it. So that kind of loneliness has lingered because I feel a little forgotten. Yes, so yes, the music industry is a machine, and when one little cog in the machine goes, I don't like turning that way, I like turning this way, it messes everybody up, because they're, well, that's not how the machine works. I'm like, well, I can see it's working for you that way, but this is what works for me, and this is what will cause not only success for me, but success for you. Had they listened to me, perhaps, and you know, or maybe I just was there at the wrong time, I think things could have been different, but I was constantly fighting to get the music that I was writing heard. The excitement about the individuality of Deep Ellum was very, very tangible. I mean, it was so much fun. Like, I remember when Rhett Miller opened for me at Club Dada, and he was 14, and there was just this bevy of girls from whatever the girls' school was there. You know, they were all like, ah, you know, and Rhett's up there singing a song about seashells or whatever. And, you know, and meeting the Nubos and Ten Hands. And there was, you know, Big Boss Groove with Doug Bryan and all those guys. There was definitely a family vibe. You know, everybody wanted to help everybody. Nobody charged anybody to sit in. Nobody, you know, the first time I went to LA, I was shocked at, can I borrow your Gibson guitar? Oh, that'll be $75 an hour. I was like, what? You know, in Dallas, we didn't have that. There wasn't a competitive feeling. So the Profit Bar was really fun. To me, it was a parallel to Club Dada in that it was open to artistic endeavors. So you could get on stage and, you know, pour gravy on yourself, and woo, everybody thought that was amazing. You know, so I was in a side band called The Cheese, and we were an improvisational political band, and sometimes there would be as many as 13 of us. There was a core group, and it was really fun because we were at the Profit Bar just making things up on the spot, not only as a band, but the lyricists up front, me and Larry and Amy Seltzer. We were pretty much in charge of coming up with content. And the Profit Bar was a safe, wonderful, fantastic place to just put yourself way out on the limb, and nobody was going to tell you, get out. You're not making us any money. In fact, I don't ever remember anybody at the Profit Bar going, well, we didn't make a good draw tonight, so you can't come back. It was more about the art. And that was profound because you have to work on your craft. So whether I was playing there as a solo artist or with a band or in this improv band, I just felt a lot of love from the Profit Bar. You know what was cool about Deep Ellum was I had played there with a different band in college called Lone Star Dub Band. I was the only woman in the band. I played keyboards, bubble, and I sang, and I wore a fishnet hose, and I had a leather skirt, and the whole thing, you know. But yeah, Deep Ellum was cool because you might hear reggae, and then you'd hear punk, and then you'd hear pop, and then you'd hear a folk artist, and you know, nobody was judging anybody. It was all valuable. You know, we were this cool soup of just the most immense talent, and yet there was this humility there. You know, like nobody was better than anybody else. It just felt like the way life can be. And I really miss it. It was just a fabulous time, and I've never found that kind of spark anywhere else in all my travels.
Every successful bottom-up transgressive revolution ends up metastasizing into a top-down reaffirmation of the status quo. And that's what's happened. I mean, because now Dallas is, I mean, like I remember when Deep Ellum was Deep Ellum, the West End was like everything that Deep Ellum would never be, and so on. And of course, now it is. I mean, it's a tourist destination. It's you know, it's just you go there to be the, you know, it's at some point, you know, that sort of gold rush mentality takes over, you know, as because for a while nobody knew anything was going on, and then people started realizing, and I'm talking institutionally, like the Dallas Police and the Dallas, you know, City Council and the Restaurant Association and the bartenders, and so, you know, I mean, where it's like, okay, so there really is something going. So this is getting traction. So now we, you know, how can we start making money off of this? And here come all these developers and so on. And that started happening all over, you know. So I mean, and once Seattle happened, and Nirvana happened, and Pearl Jam happened, and you know, and Minneapolis, and so everybody's looking for the next. Where's the next scene going to be? And you know, and so Island Records, you know, Kim Bowie had the sounds of Deep Ellum, and there was a moment in time where there were people thinking, okay, it's going to be, it's, you know, now it's going to be us, and that was the best and worst thing that ever happened to Deep Ellum. I mean,
I moved to Denton from Arkansas, so I had no experience being in any type of remotely big city. So everyone in Denton was talking about this scene in Deep Ellum, and so I wanted to go check it out. And a punk band that I was a big fan of called 7 Seconds was playing at Trees, which I believe was just opening. And that was in 1990-ish, 1990 somewhere. So that was my first experience, like driving from Denton to Deep Ellum to see a show. And I went by myself, I had no friends, and bought a $7 ticket to see 7 Seconds. And it was fantastic. I'd never experienced anything like a downtown rock show before that wasn't in a stadium or a, you know, a big venue like that. So,
well, the thing that music did for all of us, and as kids in high school, it gave you an identity. And in those days, there were only a few archetypes. You know, you had the alpha males on the football team, you know, the jocks or whatever. You had the ingenues that were the popular people. But if you didn't fit into just a couple of different social archetypes in high school, you were out of the game as far as validation from the crowd. And so people that didn't feel a part of anything discovered music during that time. And it was incredibly important because when New Wave happened, all those artists were weaponizing geekdom. And if you felt like a geek inside, if you didn't fit in with any of that activity and that energy in high school, you were pretty much, your only friend really was the rock and roll alternative. When George Gilmark was on Sunday nights, and you could hear this English punk, new wave, alternative music coming over from England, and you suddenly had an identity through this, because all those artists, whether it was the Ramones, Devo, Blondie, Elvis Costello, they were all turning social inability into a weapon where you could get a leg up, and it was subversive. And then you had something to hold on to. You had revenge, basically, of the people that you hated in high school. And eventually, all those kids that really took that to heart and understood the subversiveness of that music, they found each other at other high schools. and they found each other at the theater gallery. From those early days at the theater gallery were people that dared to write songs and dared to express this feeling of not fitting in. We all started to find each other. And as the clubs grew and more bands came together with this like-mindedness, it attracted, it created this inversion language of what we'd known in high school, where all the misfits suddenly were at the center of what was going on. And there was a definite language in the songs. It was irony and doublespeak, and something that I don't hear much in music these days. There was an appreciation for absurdity and ridiculousness that made that music. In high school, I wasn't one of the alpha males. I wasn't one of the ropers, wasn't one of any of these archetypes that have an identity and are validated in those days. Discovering music, strapping on a guitar, and stepping on stage in Deep Ellum, suddenly I found myself at the center of an immense amount of energy, of people discovering each other, and their sense of identity and purpose was inverted from what all those people valued. And suddenly I discovered this community of like-minded people, which just exploded in Dallas during that time. Course of Empire was definitely what I consider the second generation of Deep Ellum bands. In that post-theater gallery, we were the second run of groups that evolved. And I was fortunate because Peter had invited me to join the stage with Three on a Hill as an additional guitar player. So I got to be playing shows with Three on a Hill. And that was like kind of being walked right into the epicenter of Deep Ellum, socially and artistically, which is incredible. But I started Course of Empire, and eventually we played 2 shows by ourselves at Clearview, and then we got to open up for Three on a Hill, where I played with both bands that night. And as at that point, things were just exploding. There was restaurants opening up. There were more clubs opening up, and we were fortunate to get to play one of the earlier nights at the next club that opened up, which was called Trees. And very quickly after that, we were able to get on the radio, and then there were 800 people standing out on the street waiting to get in. It just happened so quickly. It was amazing. Having met all these kids from these other schools that had similar outlook, similar views, similar feeling of not fitting in, it was through the music that we kind of found each other, and suddenly we had our own team, and just you had a purpose to go down there every night, and not just to promote yourself, but to support your friends. And I don't know, maybe other cities were different. You hear about other cities being different where bands are infighting or trying to defeat each other on some purpose. But in Deep Ellum, everybody was supporting each other and encouraging each other. Quickly became a tight-knit community. And people that I met when I was 20 years old in those bands are still my lifelong friends. No, I think most of the kids that started writing music in Deep Ellum kind of took their cues from music from England, as we all did, because there wasn't really original music happening in Dallas before Deep Ellum happened. There was a lot of blues acts and rock bands doing cover stuff, you know. So that was really the ground zero of people writing their own songs, those kids that started at the theater gallery. The frustration with being in Texas is that we were landlocked, you know. There were groups in Seattle that had access to Los Angeles on the West Coast and different magazines, alternative press, whatever, where people could hear what was happening in Seattle They could read about bands, but no one was getting on MTV at that point, which was the only other venue. Contrast that to London, where any random gig that happens on a Wednesday night gets written up in the music papers, and it's all across the globe the next day. So people very quickly found out about what was happening in England. But in Texas, as Tripping Daisy started getting massive crowds, as Course of Empire started getting massive crowds, there weren't magazines capturing what happened and distributing it to the rest of the globe. So people outside Dallas weren't finding out about what was happening in Dallas, which that brings me back to Three on a Hill. I mean, everyone found out about Nirvana later as it evolved, but we had Three on a Hill in Dallas that was happening way before Nirvana. Okay, so when Course of Empire started, it was just a 4-piece rock band. We saw the Kodo drummers of Japan, and we hit on the idea, this ceremonial tribal thing, what if we added another drummer to get this kind of Kodo feel and bring that into alternative post-punk? Then we said, what if we take this idea further? What if we bring drums out into the audience and then dissolve the boundaries between the band and the audience? That would be a new thing. What if everybody got to be a Kodo drummer, you know? So we took that idea, we brought Chad Lovell into the group, and then we had 2 drummers. The experiment was magnificent on certain nights. Sometimes we'd roll the drums out into the audience and there would just be a lot of drunk people banging. But sometimes that chaos would take order, and then we would kind of steer it originally with this song called Thrust. And then it became not just the band playing to the audience, but the audience became the band. And we moved from the stage out into the audience, and then we became collaborators. The audience became collaborators in whatever was going to happen next. Sometimes it would take an amazing shift and a beat would emerge, and we'd just follow the audience to wherever it was going to go, and create new music in the moment. So many people were doing stage dives, okay? Some people knew how to do it and give people a chance to catch them. That was an expression of faith. You know, you let the audience catch you. Some people were reckless about it, and people got out of the way because they weren't given, you know, you don't do it feet first with combat boots on, you know. But so many people had injuries in those days, broken collarbones, you name it. But the scars that people had from those days, they kind of looked at like badges of honor in a way, and it really was like this initiation into a community.
Well, I had played in bands in high school, mostly cover bands. We played frat parties and things like that. So I put together a proposal to myself on if I could afford putting out a CD, a Cox CD on our own. And I was able to scrounge up enough funds to pull it off. I did all the art. We recorded in Denton with Sam McCall from Beetlejuice, and I wanted the CD to appear as professional as possible. I wanted it to look like Caulk got signed to a label. So I came up with my own label name. I came up with a record label logo. I went to the post office. I got a P.O. box. This is before the internet, really, so I got a phone number, a fake phone number that had a fake voicemail on it, and without the internet to research that it wasn't a real label, it looked like we got signed to a label. So we basically faked it. And so I wasn't starting a label with their first release. It was just a Caulk record that looked like it was on a label. That's how that started. I had no plans on starting a record label. It was just, let's create an atmosphere where it looks like Caulk got signed. One day I decided to go check the P.O. box that we put on the CD, and it was overflowing with demo tapes from other bands, and I was not expecting that, and I felt like I was literally fooling people. I thought I was going to be exposed because this wasn't a real record label. But we were having such success with the Caulk CD, I was actually making money, and I was like, maybe it'd be fun to put out another band. So that's when I started filtering through the demo tapes, and that's when I discovered Dusu. One of the talents that I feel like One Ton really developed throughout Deep Ellum was their CD release shows. We made those events a one-of-a-kind experience. We would decorate the entire club. We did these shows at Club Clearview, we did them at Trees, we did them at Curtain Club, we did some at the Door, and we would create an environment where as soon as you got into the club, you were experiencing the band in a whole new light with the new music that they were about to play for you. One Ton was developing these bands throughout Deep Ellum. The scene in Deep Ellum was thriving, and it wasn't just because of One Ton. There were so many other great acts playing throughout the early to late 90s. Toadies were exploding, Tripping Daisy was exploding, Reverend Horton Heat, Course of Empire. All of these bands were playing on any given night from Wednesday night to even Sunday night, because the local radio station would put on shows featuring local artists. So any night during the week, you could bounce from Trees to Clearview to Curtain Club, and that would be I lived 2 blocks away, so I would just leave my loft and head downtown, whether I had bands playing or not, and pop in to see XYZ band, and pop in to see, or if there was a new band that someone was telling me about, I wanted to go check them out. So I was always checking out new music. Of course, you know, the clubs didn't charge me to get in, so it was easy for me to, what was that?
That was like wrap it up because we're running out of time.
Oh, okay.
You got that. That was really useful.
Okay.
Wait, it was easy for you to what?
Well, how many minutes you got left? How many seconds?
1.
1 minute. Damn. Go ahead.
Okay.
I shouldn't have said anything. I thought we were down to like 20 seconds.
Well, we'll see.
Well, we are now, thanks to you. So yeah, I could bounce from club to club because the clubs loved the audiences I was putting in there, so they didn't charge me to go in. They didn't charge any of the bands to go in. I mean, there would be band members, we'd walk in packs, someone from Slow Row, someone from the Toadies, someone from Course of Empire. We'd all just walk around, hey, let's head to Club Clearview, let's head to Curtain Club, let's head to Trees, see what's going on. And so, yeah, it was a real good community. Deep Ellum stood apart from Dallas. I mean, Dallas, in the broad scheme of things, was known for big hair and boob jobs and fake people and a lot of money. Deep Ellum represented the opposite of that. Deep Ellum was a place where you could go and go beyond the stereotype of Dallas. You could be yourself. You could represent a subculture group. You could get involved in a subculture group, whether that be through music or art or just the bar scene. And for a long time, especially throughout that period, the audience would come from all parts of Dallas, the suburbs and what have you. But what drew them to it was that it was that different place that they could go to and be more comfortable flying their freak flag, doing whatever it is they want, and not being subject to a you need to look like this, or you need to talk like this, or you need to your tan's not dark enough, or your hair's not blonde enough, or whatever. I always felt like Deep Ellum was the underdog scene throughout the U.S. I feel like that attitude was shared by a lot of the musicians and a lot of the people in the Deep Ellum community, we were always ridiculously outshined by Austin as being the live music capital of the country, which, yeah, it has great venues to see live music, but Austin wasn't turning out the in my mind, the talent of the independent artists that Dallas was. And we always had a big rivalry with Austin going on, and it was basically focused on Deep Ellum. I remember, there was always, bands that were really making an impact in the Dallas music scene that wouldn't get into South by Southwest because Austin was like, Dallas. We don't want the Dallas bands outshining our Austin bands or whatever. I always feel like Deep Ellum was always a little overlooked on the national spectrum of things. We were never a Seattle, we were never a Portland, we were never a New York or Chicago. We never made that kind of splash, but we had bands that were making a national impact, like Tripping Daisy and the Rev and the Toadies and things like that. So Old 97s, I mean, we had great music coming out of Deep Ellum, but the words Deep Ellum really never, I never heard them outside the community, really. I feel like the scene in Deep Ellum really had its ups and downs throughout the years. I was there from living in Deep Ellum from 1994 through 2006. And throughout that time, which is 12 years, there were periods, there were a couple of years there where you couldn't, it was shoulder to shoulder on the street. They had to close the streets because it was so crowded. Everyone was inside the clubs, outside the clubs. And then with that popularity would bring on a crime, instances of crime that would scare people, and then the crowds would dissipate because they were afraid that they were going to, get hurt or get their car broken into or what have you, and then you would see it really get slow, and the clubs would struggle because they'd have trouble getting people into the clubs, and then I don't know what specifically would start to bring it back, but it would come back up again and it would get real popular again. And so I don't know that it had as much to do with the talent that was playing there, or if it was just a ebb and flow of the economics of Deep Ellum, or the crime, or the police state, or I think the one-ton bands had their own micro community in Deep Ellum that were bringing in an audience that wasn't already there necessarily. So our fan base somehow developed organically to where the clubs wanted one-ton bands to play there. And I think it was a combination of creating exposure because and through Deep Ellum, and the exposure that we were bringing the clubs by bringing more suburban, younger audiences into Deep Ellum. And I think that the club owners saw that there were new people coming in through the one-ton funnels, and that was really exciting for them. They would sell more tickets, sell more beer, and it was a very symbiotic relationship. One Ton started before the development of the internet, so we had to rely on feet on the street. So we were always asking for fans to be volunteers to help promote us. So we started street teams, and we would send flyers out to these kids, or they would come into the office and help us, write down names and addresses of people that we would send flyers to, and we were selling CDs through the mail with our little paper catalogs. I mean, we were doing everything the old school way. I think we were probably the last bastion of that before everything went digital, because One Ton closed up in 2001, and that's really when the tech boom happened. So
Deep Ellum was the first time I could say, well, there's a part of the city where there's a lot of like-minded people and like-minded activity happening in that part of town. And I can go there and I know that I'm going to be able to hear music I want to hear, play music I want to play, eat food I want to eat, read, at the time, magazines when people did such things, read a magazine or something that I want to read. It was the first time that I felt that. So that was very impactful to me. Deep Ellum may have an influence on other places in the world in that it was a pretty early version of, like what I mentioned before, this sort of artistic community where you had, of course, you have New York before that, which is the kind of prototype and probably the hate. But outside of those hubs on the coasts, I think Deep Ellum was one of the first places that was not coastal that I know about anyway, that represented a scene like that. And I think it sort of showed that a secondary city, so to speak, could have a very strong, vibrant scene that you didn't have to go to New York or LA or San Francisco or London to experience such a thing. And I think Deep Ellum was one of the places that showed that. So the vibe of Deep Ellum to me, personally at the time, having come from working class, kind of suburban New Jersey, into this scene that I had not experienced anything like that before, it was I was struck by how much creativity and free expression there was, and the diversity of the groups of people that were working. And Deep Ellum impacted my life in the way that I think it was the first time, I'm sure, it's the first time that I felt part of for lack of a better word, part of an artistic community.
My partner and I, a guy named Mark Landry, another attorney, I'm an attorney, launched the Bone in 1991. We had 46 investors and kind of opened when the Deep Ellum was first, starting to flower. There was it was more of an outpost at the time. This was back, I came down in the 80s, like I said, and this was back with the Armani suits and the Boss suits and the yellow power ties. And, we'd go to kind of like the more corporate established places like Ado or Coup, and we'd wear our suits. We'd all wear our suits when we went out. And it was crazy, Here is Dallas, 105-degree temperature, and we're wearing our suits and our ties. And then there was this Deep Ellum place that was kind of edgy and cool. And, Mark and I were hanging out at the 8-0, and I'm like, well, heck, if Shannon Wynn can do this, we can do this. And, we launched a Bone in 1991, and I think that was kind of like the flowering of Deep Ellum. Like the Russell Hobbs Profit Bar and Theater Gallery, and, there's places like Trees and Club Clearview. And then we were kind of like I guess the name of this documentary, Square Pegs, Round Holes. We were kind of squares, and we brought a little bit of credibility or safety to a neighborhood that was kind of scary and a little bit edgy, and it kind of made it okay for people to come. I came down to, the first time I came to Deep Ellum was I went to, I think it was actually I went to the Profit Bar after going to a production at Theater Gallery. And, it wasn't built up then. So it was a lot of like vacant warehouses and dark streets and, kind of scary, and you could see the lights of downtown in the distance. And I saw some performance at Theater Gallery, obviously not a Broadway show, some kind of something put together by local people, and it was cool and edgy. And then I can't remember if Profit Bar was nearby or next door. So that was my first experience. And then the second time, I went to Club Dada, and New Bohemians were playing back in the backyard there in that little enclosure. And Edie Brickell was on the stage singing some song, and we're up close. I'm like, God, this is great. Who are these people? And just the atmosphere of, we're kind of on the fringe of something neat in a very corporate Texas city, and you just felt like you were a part of something. Deep Ellum was a place of self-expression, right? And definitely we celebrated the individual, but the individual had to have a place within the community. You couldn't be, some iconoclast that is like, fuck the rest of you, I'm here because I'm the best. You had to be, within the community of like-minded people who are all interested in a creative culture of music and art and, like I said, the poetry readings and stuff at Dave's Art Pawn Shop. So the individual was celebrated, the creative type was celebrated, but celebrated within the context of a culture that we all kind of adhered to. And you couldn't be, an Andrew Dice Clay, insulting people, unless you're insulting, corporate attorneys down in Dallas or something. But it's, we're all, like part of the brotherhood here, sisterhood here of Deep Ellum. You like Russell Hobbs' Profit Bar and Theater Gallery, and there's places like Trees and Club Clearview. And then we were kind of like the, I guess the name of this documentary, Square Pegs, Round Holes. We were kind of squares, and we brought a little bit of credibility or safety to a neighborhood that was kind of scary and a little bit edgy, and it kind of made it okay for people to come. And starting in 1991 and thereafter, it really flowered. Down to, the first time I came to Deep Ellum was I went to, I think it was actually I went to the Profit Bar after going to a production at Theater Gallery. And it wasn't built up then, so it was a lot of like vacant warehouses and dark streets and kind of scary, and you could see the lights of downtown in the distance. And I saw some performance at Theater Gallery, some obviously not a Broadway show, some kind of something put together by local people, and it was cool and edgy. And then I can't remember if Profit Bar was nearby or next door. So that was my first experience. So Deep Ellum was opening at the same time. This was, a question about what kind of people came to Deep Ellum. And, the people who had a sense of adventure and a sense of wanting to try something new, it was exciting. But at the same time, July Alley was going on, which was corporate run, things were planned, and it had like, stupid neon lights and this archway, July Alley, whatever it was called. And so that was drawing a lot of people. And, we went there early because there was no Deep Ellum. But, when people started to discover Deep Ellum, it's like, well, this is really authentic. This is not some company that's owned in some other state or New York or whatever. These are places that are owned by people who live here. Some guy that had barely any money scrabbled together some kind of, space in here and with their own decor, and was able to cobble together a liquor license and just make it a real experience. And so you didn't feel like, hey, this is just another shopping mall. This is life being lived by people who are creative.
You have all day. That's so beautiful. I love like you painted the picture. I've been telling people all day, paint the picture for us. You just did it.
Ray's a smart, eloquent guy.
Yes.
Okay, that's why we've got him here.
Yeah.
So, wait, where was? I've got a shot in a movie I made of the tunnel.
Good.
We're gonna use it.
We'll use that for
I've got a car coming down Elm Street. It shows Moda, and it goes through the tunnel.
Nice.
Doesn't show the tunnel perfectly, but we'll get it in there.
So who were the graffiti artists? I'm trying to think.
Well, you mentioned two really important ones. I mean, Frank Compagnon was doing.
Frank Compagnon, right? But what was his tag
The
name?
ones you just said were more street graffiti, and Ron English was really the first one here. Even though Clay Austin said
he was the first.
He was. Clay Austin was another one. But Ron English showed in Theater Gallery in '85.
Okay.
But he was doing stuff on the streets before I was even here. Ron, and he's, you know, the mural that's right now, right there across from 7-Eleven. They just did it. Ron just did this mural right there on Good Ladder. It's like this huge thing with a big baby. That's one of they just paid him to do.
That's
They call
cool.
Ron the father of street art.
Yeah, he's in New York now. He's from Denton, but he's a global famous cat. I mean, he does commission pieces for all the rock stars and movie stars and stuff. So we touched on who you were and how Deep Ellum changed you. I love that picture of the tunnel. And, you know, this was an escape. You know, it was a really cool thing. I like the way you said crossover people too. It's really cool. So tell us when you first came down here, you talked about going to some stuff. Describe the scene, how it was in '85, '86, and then how it got thicker and changed. But then maybe what was the decline in the scene?
Yeah, that's the sad part. So, in the late '80s, there was Prophet Bar, Video Bar. I forgot about that one. You know, it's these little kind of, you know, pilot flames of life in Deep Ellum. And you could see that there's something nascent here. Something is being born. And, you know, I think the Bone, I mean, certainly Sweeney's Club Clearview and Blind Lemon and Art Bar, where you could buy, you know, ecstasy at the bar. I mean, those were the days. You know, we were kind of like the first safe bar, I felt like. Safe in its respect that people who would not normally venture to Deep Ellum could come in. But it was still, you know, there was still a bunch of boarded up storefronts. You know, Dave's Art Pawn Shop was a cool place where you could listen to someone recite poetry or something. And so there was definitely that kind of countercultural element. And I think that we were somewhat of I'm not bragging, it's just that, you know, we were, like I said, you know, squares in the square peg equation that kind of opened the door for a broader audience of people who wanted to experience a creative life, a culture that was different than the corporate culture 2 miles down Main Street or Elm Street into into downtown Dallas. Ellum was a place of self-expression, right? And, you know, definitely we celebrated the individual. But the individual had to have a place within the community. You couldn't be, you know, some iconoclast that is like, fuck the rest of you, you know, I'm here because I'm the best. You had to be, you know, within the community of like-minded people who are all interested in a creative culture of music and art and, you know, like I said, the poetry readings and stuff at Dave's Art Pawn Shop. So the individual was celebrated, the creative type was celebrated, but celebrated within the context of a culture that we all kind of adhered to. But there wasn't any coordination of effort, and, you know, someone would own a parking lot, and originally they would be free, and then it was starting to be like $2, and then $5, and then $10, and what you were paying to the parking lot, you couldn't spend in a bar. And so people would drink in their cars and then, you know, come into the bar drunk. And you're like, oh, you know, you need to buy some drinks. And they're like, well, we spent it all at the parking lot. And, you know, some bars would fail and the owner of the building would just let anyone come in that could pay the deposit. And it started bringing some of the wrong element. You know, people that didn't believe in the community but just wanted some cool place to rage or whatever.
Well, that was the thing about Deep Ellum. It was the foundation was built on individualism because nobody. It was all outcasts. It was all people that could not get. There was no place in town to play, and when you would see that, it was like, well, I don't have to conform to this. I don't have to wear the same shirt you do. I don't have to play the same music you do. We're different, and we know that each one of us is here watching the other one's back. You know, saying, hey, well, it's like all the misfit toys coming in and living together and saying, watch out for those other ones coming, you know. And so there was that, there was very, it was, you know, it was something like that where it was, you know, you cared about. Oh, well, when the big shots come into town, oh, Lord, everybody, I don't know if they actually told every band this, but everybody thought, we're in, we're getting signed, everybody. You know, everybody thought it. I mean, I remember laying in my bed one night after I'd heard that they were coming down to check out all the bands and to see what was happening. I was thinking, it's it. My dream's gonna come true. I mean, I was sitting there thinking, it's like, you know, I run through my things in my mind, you know, the positive and the negative, and there's more negative, then all of a sudden your mood changes. But that was the one time in my life, well, maybe two, where you thought, you know, everything's going to work out right. And they came. Boy, it was wild. It was wild. There, you know, everybody, all of a sudden, that's another thing when people changed. All of a sudden there became rock star attitudes with people. You know, whenever we would go to a club, it's like, how much is the door? Here it is, I'll pay it. Well, then it was, hey, I'm so-and-so. Let me in for free, I play here. You know, it's like, oh boy, okay. And so that was the next level of the competition to where it wasn't friendly competition. Well, when the major labels came in, I think it was Island Records, and we knew that something big was going to happen, and they treated everybody special. Everybody believed, well, this is going to be it. We're going to make it. We're all going to get signed. We're going to be the next Athens, and you know, again, then you got the competition. You got somebody whose name was mentioned here and they didn't mention this one. Oh, so-and-so said that they don't like you. Oh, you're not cool because you do this or something. And then it was like an ant hill. It started out small, and then the more ants and the higher the hill got. So that was, you know, that was what was going on at the time.
First few years down here was interesting. Is quiet, just these little pockets of music and artistic energy and people having a good time. That's late 80s. By the early 90s, when I started playing music down here, there was lots of clubs, lots of venues, lots of bars. You could spend the whole week going to different bars, seeing every band play you want to see, seeing all your friends play. You could do that in a single night. Absolutely the best thing about this town, the scene, was that you could go see all your friends' bands play each weekend without driving. You could just walk around. So that to me was the best time, this early 90s to mid 90s. Lots of clubs, the music scene was flourishing. You could get in free, the bartenders would get you drinks free. Somewhere around that middle 90s period, it just kind of got saturated, and there was goofy restaurants coming in and goofy clubs, and lots of people would come down and just walk the streets, not going to any bars, and it really became like a circus about that point. And it's just one of the many phases that I've seen this area go through. But my favorite's that kind of early to mid 90s period. You know, it changed so much between the mid 80s and the mid 90s. The mid 80s was so quiet, and there was just really centralized, artistic, cool, weird people doing interesting stuff. And by the mid 90s, it had just been taken over by people trying to make money with bars and restaurants, parking. It was a totally different world down here. But you know, the music scene was so entrenched that you had no choice but to be a part of it. But it was sad to see it change so much, but you know, that kind of change is inevitable and you can't fight it. And it was just one of the many permutations that the area went through. But it became less fun to visit. Maybe you'd only visit it 2 nights a week instead of 4. And you know, you'd only go to the cool clubs and not the annoying clubs or the goofy people. Or there'd be fights spilling out, or people, you know, every now and then there'd be periods of violence down here, and so you wouldn't want to come down for that for a while. I came down to Deep Ellum when I was 15, you know, with some inspiration to be creative. I didn't know how or where that creativity would happen. When I met people in the Deep Ellum scene and started meeting bands, seeing bands, and eventually becoming a band, it really opened up my own creativity and allowed me to do something that I wanted to do. And starting in 1990, I started a band with Peter Schmidt, did that for a long time. I joined the Toadies and have been playing with them since '96, played hundreds and hundreds of shows in front of lots of people. You know, what started for me in Deep Ellum is still a big part of my life. You know, when I first came down here, I was just a kid in high school with some other freak friends, and that was pretty much the extent of my world. And finding Deep Ellum and finding like-minded people doing really cool stuff, that was a place for me, and so I wanted to be a part of it, and I kind of inserted myself into it somehow and was somehow accepted by it. And I spent years in this scene down here, playing music down here and elsewhere with Funland, and eventually joined the Toadies. We've toured the world. I've been playing shows ever since 1990. And it all started really with one night in Theater Gallery in 1985, seeing Three on a Hill play. It's interesting that there's a through line all the way from that night to I'm going to record a new album tomorrow in Chicago. So it set me on this path.
Deep Ellum to me was this sort of legendary, mystical place. I didn't really make it down here a lot, you know, before I was in Bowling for Soup. I stayed pretty close to home. I owned my own business when I was 17, and so I really didn't venture out much. So it was pretty much around the time that we started the band that I came to Deep Ellum for the first time, and it was to come down here and go to Deep Ellum Live and see a band. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Bad Religion, actually. It was Bad Religion. I came down to see Bad Religion, and I remember just walking these streets and just seeing just all of the people and hearing the music coming out of all of the buildings and just like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. You know, I'd never been to 6th Street. I'd never been, you know, the closest that I'd come to this had been West End Dallas, which was nothing like this at all. And so, you know, to me, these streets were legendary, and to be down here and then, you know, fast forwarding to be a part of the whole thing, you know, it's always very near and dear to me. Well, I have a Texas arm here of tattoos, and when I was driving in one night to Deep Ellum, and there's a sign that sits right as I broke the fourth wall. There's a sign that sits right as you're coming into town there. And right when you come under the bridge, there's this big sign, and I was like, man, that would be a cool tattoo to get. And so, yeah, I instantly, I was just, you know, it was kind of pre-Google too. So it was, I think I had to like go buy a disposable camera and take a picture of it and then get it developed and then send it to my tattoo guy. But you know, that's just what to me, Deep Ellum means so much. It means as much as the whole state or the Alamo or the Mockingbird, or, you know, it's that big of a Texas thing for me. There was a uniqueness to the audiences here, just in this area, because there was so much exposure to really, really great bands, and the clubs figured it out. And we had these nights where you could just pay $5 on a Friday and walk into all the different places, and there'd be 5 bands in each place, and you know, and no matter where you went, that's the one thing is that we would say all the time. We were always very proud of how good our talent was here. And in any other city that we would go to, be like, oh yeah, this is cool, you know, but I mean, you can walk into any club where we live and everybody's really, really good. And so it's a badge of honor, really, you know, we were proud of this scene. And the fans, you know, were just here for it, you know, and I wouldn't say they took it for granted, but they definitely, you know, they supported it more than that. You know, it was just always something to where you could count on there would be something going on down here and everybody be participating in it. And you know, that was one of the cool things about living down here, you know, several years ago is that you didn't really have to have anything to do on weekends. You just sort of came down to Deep Ellum and found it, or it found you. Yeah, just the talent-wise, you know, I always sort of like think about it as far as like the handing of the torch kind of thing. It was like when we first got down here, you had, you know, Tripping Daisy and the Toadies and the Nixons, and then there was sort of like this next wave, which was Bob Goblin and Us and Flickerstick and Jibe, and but it was bigger than that, because it was just, you know, there were so many genres and stuff. You know, you had Spoon Fed Tribe and Brave Combo, who were just so out there, and then you had Drowning Pool, you know, and so just the quality of bands that were down here, and that you know, again, it just was. Man, I should mention the Feds, who moved here from Kansas City because of us, and just so many bands. Valve. It's one of those things where I'm still really, really proud of that, and to have been a part of that, to even be like, to be able to put ourselves in that list of bands, you know, is quite an honor. I get asked a lot about like competition between bands and stuff, and quite frankly, we didn't really experience that. What we experienced was a culture down here, and almost a club. And it wasn't a cool club. I mean, all you really had to do was be good at your craft to be involved in it. And it didn't matter your genre. So, you know, we're playing down here with Hellified Funk Crew and Beef Jerky and these bands who sounded nothing like us. But it was all just sort of this, we're all in this together thing. And one of the cool things that I loved about growing up down here, as far as growing up musically here, is that when you would look out into the crowd, 20% of it was just other bands that were there to see you, to support you. And I mean, it was always like that. You know, if you weren't playing somewhere else, you were down here supporting your boys, your girls, you know, Lucy Love Schroeder. You could, I mean, you know, it didn't matter. I mean, just, you know, you were down here and you were being a part of this. And you know, it was just, you know, one of those things too, where we would dream up ways to like, just to get it even bigger. You know, I remember us and Flickerstick doing a New Year's Eve one year, and just being like, man, we've got to make this the biggest show of the year, and we did. The band to see back then is so hard to say, because there was bands like Tripping Daisy that just had this aura around them. Like when you walked in, even at the club level, you felt like you were in this experience. And then you had this band called Ugly Mustard, and the guy would like, in a little club, would come down from the ceiling in a cage, and he's covered in like goo, and he's trying to escape the thing, and it's just all this crazy thing. But, you know, I think for me is Billy Goat. There's this band called Billy Goat. It was, I believe, some of the guys from Edie Brickell's band, and Earl Harvin was the drummer. Mike Dillon was the singer, and his significant other at the time. It was this crazy experience of like music and vibe and sex, and it was ornery is what it was. But man, when you were there, you were a part of something really cool, and you kind of couldn't believe that it was happening. You know, it was just so great. Any of those people could have been on that stage playing individually, and it would have been a show, but they were all up there together. And Mike's jumping around, and he's kissing on his wife, and then he's banging on these drums and stuff, and Earl Harvin's just playing a groove that makes no sense at all, and it was just crazy. But Billy Goat, man, wow. You know, I mean, just growing up in a smaller town, and you know, everybody knowing everybody, and it being just, you know, I wouldn't even say that we were tight-knit. You know, we talk about getting into the scene down here in Deep Ellum and in Dallas and in Denton. You know, we became this family. Where we were from, it was very competitive, and no one supported anybody, and it was really hard to get people to come out to your shows. And so, what changed about me was just the way that I supported other people once I got to be a part of this culture down here. You know, whether it was a musician or a band or an artist, or, you know, I mean, it just, that was what I found down here, was just this love and support that I'd never experienced before. The way that we adapted to this life down here, to this culture down here, we're still that way. If anybody needs something, you know, we're there to help. You know, I mean, and that goes from even touring with Sum 41 back in 2000, and their van broke down, and and Deep Ellum. Oh, this is crazy. Their van broke down. This comes to Deep Ellum, actually. We're on tour with Sum 41. Their van breaks down, and so we're just like, hey, just jump in ours. And they're like, are you serious? And so 11 of us in a 10-passenger van with a trailer, and of course they're little at the time and they're Canadian, and so we just shove them in the compartments and wherever you can fit a little Canadian guy. And so we do that tour, and we get to Dallas, and Deep Ellum Live just closed. It was closed. We had no idea. Like we were supposed to have a show that night. Like there's nobody. The doors are locked. There's a padlock on the place. I guess this show is not happening. And so we were able to pull a show. This just goes to show you how Dallas is. We contacted Tommy at the Hard Rock Cafe, and we were like, dude, what do y'all have there tonight? And he's like, we don't have anything. I mean, it's just like it's a big restaurant night. I'm like, man, you want 2 up-and-coming bands to come play the Hard Rock Cafe tonight? We put a sign on the door. We're like, all tickets, you just come to the Hard Rock Cafe, you know. And but that's just kind of how this city is, you know. Everybody bands together and makes it happen. I mean, I feel like, you know, growing up, I was a little bit different than everybody. You know, I didn't listen to the kind of music that all my friends listened to. I certainly didn't look like all my friends looked. You know, I actually bought my entire wardrobe at Bill's Records and Tapes, even when I lived in Wichita Falls. My mom would bring us down here to school shop. My brother would get all his clothes at the Galleria. I got all my clothes at Bill's Records and Tapes. And that in my senior picture or my junior picture, I'm wearing a Queensryche shirt that I got there. You know, I mean, that was me. And I didn't really, I had, you know, groups of friends, but I didn't really have, you know, what I would consider like a community. And then very quickly, once I got to Denton, and especially once we started to come down here, I found, oh my God, so many like-minded people. We found a family, we found a community. And it was everybody from the bands we were playing to on Wednesday nights to the bands we were coming to see on Friday nights. And we were just all one big unit, and I finally, you know, I fit in. And, you know, that's a pretty remarkable feeling to feel, you know, after sort of just being this, I wouldn't say I was an angsty kid, but I wasn't not an angsty kid. The difference is that down here, down in Deep Ellum, down in Dallas, what we found is like it didn't matter that we didn't sound like everybody else. That was kind of one of the cool things. It was the fact that we were doing what we did, doing what we loved. There was no reason to try and be this REM cover band or whatever else was happening where we lived. We could just be this. I mean, our genre didn't even exist yet. You know, pop punk wasn't even a thing when we got here. And there certainly weren't any other pop punk bands. We didn't even know that we were a pop punk band because it wasn't a thing. But still, people liked it. They liked the beat, and they liked the energy, and they liked us for what we did. And there was never any sort of pressure to be something that we weren't. We got support almost instantaneously just being ourselves. And that felt really, really good. Deep Ellum to us was always just a home away from home. When we would go out on the road and we would come back, it was always just great to come down here to go see bands, to go see people that we knew at the clubs, to go to the restaurants, and you know, over the years we've come here less and less just because we're gone more and more. And recently, you know, I've started to come back from time to time, and though it has changed a lot, there's still a lot of the same people down here. And it still, for me, has that same feeling. I came down recently and did a show at Trees, and then I walked across the street to Three Links, and it was just like, we're getting the club back together. You know, it was like I knew everybody in there. It was like as though nothing changed, but not in a sad, like, oh my God, these people need to get a life way. It was more of just like, oh yeah, we all feel like that. You know, it's just comfortable to be here.
Okay, so the craziest night at Trees, easy answer, Nirvana. Remember, Nirvana wasn't necessarily Nirvana yet. They were still in a Ford Econoline van. They came in, and obviously it was way sold out. Jeff Lyles booked them, actually before we bought it. They were $1,200. And I was like, Jeff, what is this $1,200 band? He's like, trust me on this one. So we trusted Jeff. And of course they came, and everybody knows what happens, but Kurt was pretty messed up that night, and he decided he didn't like the monitor mix going into his ears or going onto the monitors. And so he went over to Author's monitor mix board and decided to, hatchet it with his guitar, which broke his guitar. Turner Van Blarken tried to stop it. He jumped in this crowd. He's crowd surfing. He ends up back on the stage. We all know what happened. He got in a tussle, a very big tussle. And we all jumped on stage and we broke it up. By the way, it was, I think, song 8, Love Bug. That was the song. And it was the best show leading up to that moment. It was actually the best show during that moment. And then when we finally talked them to coming back on stage, it was also one of the greatest shows in rock and roll history. We actually printed shirts after that. Blood, sweat, tears, and countless other bodily fluids shed in the name of rock and roll. So the band is in their dressing room, what we called a dressing room, which wasn't really a dressing room. And they wouldn't come back on stage until we promised them that there was a way for them to escape the building without getting killed. And we finally worked out the deal. They were going to get in a cab, go out the fire exit, and take off. And they ended up turning into where Turner was waiting for them. And there was a moment. And it's funny, I thought the whole band was in that cab until I read Dave Grohl's book, and we had left Dave behind. And it was literally until a year ago when I read the book, and I'm like, oh my God, we left Dave behind. So anyway, and so another part of the story is, so after Nirvana leaves, they're back probably at the hotel. We're upset because remember, still, it's not Nirvana, it's some band. And he comes back and I'm like, you owe us for a monitor mix board. You owe us for a busted window in a taxi cab. You owe us for, all this other damage. And he goes, how much? And I gave him a number. I don't even remember what it was. He rips out his checkbook out of his Halliburton briefcase, this band manager, strokes a check and goes, that was the best money ever spent. Trust me, when this show is going to be immortalized in history, you'll know how important this night was. In Deep Ellum in the 90s, the music scene was one of the best in the country. We had more Grammy Award-winning acts, by the way, in all genres, pop, rock, blues, jazz, you name it, we had some kind of presence on the national scene with notoriety. And one day, somebody in Austin came up with the bumper sticker or something that they were the live music capital, and it kind of like flicked a switch, and it kind of drained. I don't know. I think about that a lot. Like, why did we lose a lot of the music here and a lot of the attraction of the startup bands and like the scene? And they went to Austin, and I think it all comes down to somebody said, we're the live music capital, and so there they were. But they weren't. We came down here in 1991, and we started with trees. We wanted food to feed the bands. There was no food in trees, so we opened the green room next door. Then we took over the next door space and took over the dark room. Then we got Gypsy Tea Room. Then we had a second side of that. Then there was Vortex Mix, which was the first food truck. Remember, it was an Airstream trailer, and we sold tacos out of it. And we had a retail store called Starcat. This was just, my brother would call it an entrepreneurial seizure. We would see a building and it'd be empty, and we'd go, what could happen in that building? And that's what got us going. And we would figure out if it's live music or retail or a restaurant, and we just kept going. And we set up a company called the EC that managed and ran all those companies and also bought a couple dozen buildings at the same time. And it was just, there was momentum, and we just kept going. It was just, it was so much fun. Our style down here was find 4 walls, what can work in those 4 walls, enjoy the process, and celebrate the history. We were always seeking stories, and there was never a shortage of stories of what happened in that space or on that street or out front or on the roof. Something happened, and you can celebrate that and tell the story through your design, your cuisine, your shows, anything you can imagine. So this is a never-ending source of coming up with great stories.
that type of environment was, you felt like you're just in a studio, just reacting to how you want to do, and the city cultivated it. I say the city, Deep Ellum cultivated it. To me, I thought the city was out of the view. It's mainly just the kids and the artists, musicians that were down there were kind of all reveling in their own world, and no one really fucking with it. And I think that's why it thrives so well. Once the kids found out about it in the suburbs and everyone started to come down here, it's just when it really kicked in. It's like they're like, holy shit, this is in our own city. And a lot of people I couldn't believe it, that these bands that they were into were in their own hometown, which was pretty awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think that the scene fostered an area for people to feel comfortable. You know, audience members and musicians, we were all kind of the same, all going through the motions of experiencing these bands on these particular nights, and yeah, it was a mixture of everyone. And like I was saying, there was no feeling of self-aware. You just felt like you're with your people, you know, which was kind of cool. And then the audiences, yeah, occasionally there's, this or that goes on. But for the most part, kids were really frenzied about music and loved the opportunity that they were seeing something so raw in an area that kind of fostered that. And I'm sure every city had their music scene, and it was probably along the same lines. I feel, and I played all those cities, I played those places, but something about Deep Ellum in that the late 80s, early 90s era was like, there was something magical about that. I'm sure people say that, but there was a lot happening in that small area, and it was cool. It was exhilarating. Some of the funnest times of my life were in that city, sweating my ass off and just leaving drenched and exhausted of just like giving it all and having everyone's just like in it together. It was so cool. It hasn't been that way ever since. It was just that time period, and it was awesome. Can't even describe it. I'm not talking about the danger as far as what it became later on, but I meant like this element of like, are we really allowed to be in here? Is this a condemned building? I mean, are we really allowed to, is that safe over there? Or is like, hell, just that kind of thing. It was all DIY, it seemed like, and everyone's kind of doing the best they can do to even have a place for people to do shows, and they're holding it together the best they can, and that's what I mean. It was just kind of loose and free, and it was kind of cool, There's this show the Flaming Lips did where Wayne was wanting a fog machine, but he didn't have it. This kind of reminds me of it. So he had a motorcycle that was just burning oil, and he was just rearing the motorcycle and using the smoke from the motorcycle to be the fog in the room. And it's like, you think about that, and that's fucking insane. But it was like, it's so him, but it's also a testament of like what you could get away with and what you could do. You could never do something like that right now, or want to. Trees was a big one. The main bar, we had some good shows there. Curtain Club. Mainly Trees was pretty much the spot where we would have just these amazing throwdowns, where the band had gotten so big that we couldn't, there wasn't enough space in the place to hold it. So it's like, I remember one night we were playing down there, and there were probably 300 kids that couldn't get in at least. They were all on the outside on the street. And because these lines would go all the way down the block, literally all the way down the block to get in. And so this is towards the end of the night, and I asked them if we could open the garage door right where the back of the stage was, and they let us do it. And so we played the show to the people in the club, and then I turned around and played the people in the street, and it just filtered out in the street, and it was just like, and they were going just as hard as the people out back. It was so cool. It was just, yeah, man, there was a fever going on that worked and resonated. It's like when you got in Deep Ellum, and at that period of time, the connection, the back and forth with fans and musicians, and just even people would go. We were all friends. We were all friends with all the bands. But after seeing those bands and seeing them in that environment, and then me kind of just by myself looking at the room and looking at what they're doing and looking around me, thinking I can totally be a part of this. This is like I feel welcomed in this. I see a space for something I want to do and contribute to, and it was just like, let me fit in, let me put this on, I want to be a part of this. And once you start getting like that and you get a band together, then it's all about vision and you articulating your ideas and your vision. And Deep Ellum was, I told you earlier, it was like an awesome canvas of being able to like be a part of, and I could see all the possibilities. And it gave me confidence, and it was beautiful. Nothing like it since. I left high school and didn't even think I was going to do music. I moved to California, think I was going to be an actor, and just bummed around and worked various different places, experienced life, and then when I told you I did that open mic in Colorado, and I had that feeling of just playing that thing and improvising, and it just hit me. I got to get back and start a band, get back to what I was doing in school. That's what I found I was good at. And so I came back and hit Dallas and dove into Deep Ellum and found a band, and rest is history. It's funny. That's how it happened, really. Once we kind of started getting, national interest, we kind of we were pulled out of Deep Ellum, and we were playing national and abroad. And so I really wasn't around through some of those growing pains that Deep Ellum went through. I was there at the beginning. I saw a little bit of it before it happened. I was there at the beginning of it, and in it for a little bit, and then I was kind of gone. And then when I'd come back, I'd go, God, what's this place? And what's going on here? Are you kidding me? That's down here? And it just kind of started to happen. Commerce tried to, catch up, and it did eventually. And I think that, it just slowly started to take away what was so beautiful and innocent about that area, and it just started to leave. And I think it became way more self-aware at that point. Business owners were self-aware. The city was aware of it. It just became something that wasn't what it had began, or how it began, and what it was. Which that's normal. That happens. That's progress, if you want to call it that. But it's what happens. But yeah. I just know that I got to be a part of it, and it was fucking awesome. It was great. I would have people talk to me about Deep Ellum and other cities, like, what's it like down there? There's all these bands. I'm like, it's really cool. It's just kind of our scene, And like I said, when you're in a band and you're traveling, you think everybody's got those scenes. But when you get out there and you look, I mean, I don't think. I know Seattle had a really healthy scene at the time. I don't know if Deep Ellum was a perfect storm, was like what we were talking about earlier about it being so conservative and us having this space that was so not and so ignored that allowed us to foster something like what we were doing, everybody was doing creatively. I don't know if that's what it was. I don't know, but I never came across anything like Deep Ellum when we were out touring. This is after Tripping Daisies, like kind of out doing their own thing. Now pounding the road for 4 months, nonstop, and hitting all these different places. We never played anything like Deep Ellum. I'd say Seattle was probably the closest that felt like it. And I'm sure every city had their music scene, and it was probably along the same lines. I feel, and I played all those cities, I played those places, but something about Deep Ellum in that the late 80s, early 90s era was like, there was something magical about that. I'm sure people say that, but there was a lot happening in that small area, and it was cool. It was exhilarating. Some of the funnest times of my life were in that city. You know, sweating my ass off and just leaving drenched and exhausted of just like giving it all and having everyone's just like in it together. It was so cool. It's just it hasn't been that way ever since. It was just that time period, and it was awesome.
So Deep Ellum, probably like any scene, teetered always on the edge of working or not working. Even in the mid 80s when it was really just Profit Bar, Theater Gallery, Clearview's sort of still this warehouse space. Then what you dealt with was the racist skinheads that would roll in. And I remember one night I got punched out really badly by one of them who was drunk, thought I was a girl because of my long hair, tried to kiss me, and then figured out I was a guy and punched me, and my glasses flew off and broke. And Murray, who was just about to go on stage at Theater Gallery, dragged me in there and said, stay next to the stage all night, I'll watch you and make sure that you're okay. Because there was a gang of them that was then waiting outside the club for me all night long. And then I was escorted by, you know, the band guys, the cool band guys, past the skinheads at the end of the night. Russell Hobbs was no saint. You know, Russell Hobbs was a really problematic character in this scene. The Change Your Life Festival was great in some ways, but it was really divisive in a lot of ways because of where did the money go, and then everybody's fighting, and we would have these big meetings, and Tim from the band that was Egypt themed, I forget what they were called, Tim and Russell would be screaming at each other about where was the money from the festival. In the scene, everybody called it, you know, Change Russell's Life Festival. And I remember for me, like one of the first lessons I really learned was about getting paid at the end of the night. Like it's not a guarantee that you're going to get paid if, you know, whatever they say you're going to get paid. I had a gig on a school night at Profit Bar, and Russell had promised me $50, and at the time it might have been the most I had ever been guaranteed. So I was going to wait around to get paid the $50, and I finished. I was done by 11, wrapped up, packed up. And Russell said, yeah, wait on the front, wait on the sidewalk. And it's the time, a weeknight at 11, 12 at night on the sidewalk on the street out there was not great. And so I waited, and it was 11, then it was 12, then it was 1, and I kept like looking in through the window and like waving at him, and he kept just kind of giving me the 5 more minutes look. And finally, he realized I wasn't going to leave, and he came out, and he was clearly angry at me for having waited for the $50 he had promised me, and he gave it to me in quarters. He paid me in quarters. And whatever, it was fine. I laughed about it, and I went home and rolled them up in rolls and took them to the bank and got the $50 and probably went and bought a tuner pedal with it. And but you know, that's what it was. A lot of nights you didn't get paid, and you know, in the end, Russell did a lot of great stuff for a lot of people. But you know, he was his own sort of gatekeeper. I was lucky to a lot of times be on the right side of that. But I knew there were a lot of people that got shut out by him. There were a lot of people that didn't get paid by him.
I love Deep Ellum. I loved my time in Deep Ellum. We started getting more into real estate. There was broken down old buildings. If you think back to the late 80s, early 90s, there was just abandoned buildings. So we started buying them. My first one was the City Hotel building, which was built in 1882. It's one of the 10 oldest buildings in Dallas. And it was raining inside the building, which means the building was going to fall down at some point. So we bought that, renovated it, moved our office in there, but that got us on a roll. And so we used to buy buildings. Again, these were not very expensive buildings, but we would buy buildings, and then we would open restaurants and clubs in those buildings and kind of bring up that block. And so we did that over and over. That's why we ended up with dozens and dozens of buildings down here. And that was fun. That was taking and adding value to these old storefronts that probably would have gotten torn down if we didn't grab them at the time and save them.
So you talked about the first time you came down to Deep Ellum in the clear. That was really good. You did a great description of that. So usually I'll put this later.
I can think of things to talk about. I said I could bring up some stuff if you want me to ask myself questions. Oh, good, good. I thought y'all were.
Here we go. So tell me what you were like. How old were you? You were 22 when you walked in trees. So tell me who you were in high school, like who you were as a kid or whatever, like what type of person or anything, and then how Deep Ellum and maybe the scene or whatever affected you, what you changed into.
I think what attracted me to Deep Ellum was when you grow up in New Orleans, there's a lot of decay. But what you want to do with that decay is you want to embrace it and do the best you can to turn it into something special. And so to me, that was Deep Ellum. There were these old buildings, there was these great old characters that kind of ran the neighborhood. And I was drawn to loving the thought. Are we stopping because of? Yeah, no worries.
That's so good. I love that about bringing the decay and stuff. It's really nice. We're good now. Where would he pause there and just start over? You do that whole thing over. You've grown up in New Orleans.
Okay, what I love about Deep Ellum is that it reminded me of New Orleans, my hometown. New Orleans was filled with decay, but we love our decay. We embrace our decay. We visit those clubs and restaurants and drive over those potholes. And there's something about it that makes you love the challenge of turning that into something truly special, which usually comes embedded in what you're into from a culture standpoint. You know, something shiny and new doesn't have that much culture. But Deep Ellum is so rich with it that I was just drawn here, and the buildings, like every building had a story, every character that owned those buildings had a story. The city looked at it a certain way. Like everything about Deep Ellum was so unique, and I just loved all that. I loved buying an old building and bringing it back to life. What's great about owning trees was you caught the bands at the most interesting 2 points of their career, the beginning and the end. And because we were about a 600-person club, doesn't mean we didn't sometimes put more than that in there, but they were these young bands trying to claw their way into popularity, or they were past their popularity and they were trying to hang on to it. And so it was just an interesting time to watch these groups, Pearl Jam, Nirvana, Smashing Pumpkins, Smithereens, Dave Matthews, John Mayer. I mean, the list, it's like all of them. Like every band, I think, played there on this part or this part of their career, but maybe not their peak because they would be playing arenas. Okay, so the craziest night at Trees, easy answer, Nirvana. Remember, Nirvana wasn't necessarily Nirvana yet. They were still in a Ford Econoline van. They came in, and obviously it was way sold out. Jeff Lyles booked them actually before we bought it. They were $1,200. And I was like, Jeff, what is this $1,200 band? He's like, trust me on this one. So we trusted Jeff. And of course they came, and everybody knows what happens, but Kurt was pretty messed up that night. And he decided he didn't like the monitor mix going into his ears or going onto the monitors. And so he went over to Author's monitor mix board and decided to, hatchet it with his guitar, which broke his guitar. Turner Van Blarken tried to stop it. He jumped in this crowd. He's crowd surfing. He ends up back on the stage. We all know what happened. He got in a tussle, a very big tussle. And we all jumped on stage and we broke it up. By the way, it was, I think, song 8, Love Bug. That was the song. And it was the best show leading up to that moment. It was actually the best show during that moment. And then when we finally talked them to coming back on stage, it was also one of the greatest shows in rock and roll history. We actually printed shirts after that. Blood, sweat, tears, and countless other bodily fluids shed in the name of rock and roll. Everybody was a character. And they were doing their thing. People weren't getting in the way of them living their vision or their dream. We didn't know what we were doing. we were opening up live music venues and restaurants. I remember we raised $45,000 to open the green room. We got 9 investors. One of them was T-Bone Burnett. $5,000. I had to pitch him. And he's like, all right, I'm in. Here's my $5,000. But we opened that restaurant for $45,000. Can you imagine?
A lot of the crowds were a big mix of different types of people. So you would get people who were new to the scene, and then you would get people who were definitely veterans of the scene, and they would dress more the part of the types of bands that they expected to see. So you'd get people dressed in the, Billy Idol Adamant kind of look, Susie and the Banshees type apparel, and then you'd get people who are dressed on Ralph Lauren's and, Guess jeans. So different sorts of crowds, a mix, and the nice thing about a burgeoning environment like that is that it's accepting of all different types of people to see, what is the scene, and everybody is very nice, and quite often there'd be no problems at all. Everybody's had a great time, and it's a new artistic environment, and everybody was very understanding of everybody. Well, I think Deep Ellum was one of the first areas that was like a big neighborhood of clubs in the country, because this evolved all over the country later on, but we were one of the first ones that did it, and nobody was afraid to try new things down there. So you'd see little trailers selling food on the corner, and a beautiful little park set up behind them to serve food on, for instance. And there's just different kinds of venues like Trees and Dada and On the Rocks and a million different little places all over that would, you could just wander from one type of music venue like rock and roll over to Trees, where maybe the who knows, Billy Goat was playing, or the Daylights, and so there would be across town, there would be the Red Room, where we would be just, I call it disco dancing, but it was, hip hop, industrial music, and then next to it was Blind Lemon serving really good food over at on the southeast corner, and then in the Club Clearview side there would be some really great DJ spinning, or Radio Love Gods would be playing, and they were amazing. So you could go from all different kinds of things over to the video bar and watch super creative, professionally produced videos, and you could walk over to 2826 and do some dancing to industrial and hip hop, and great dance music there. And you could go from there over east to a great little Mexican restaurant that was just right down the street from this building, and you could wander over to the exposition side and see an art exhibit. It's just a beautiful, creative environment, a microcosm of the whole world, essentially, all squished into one place, but just the beautiful, creative parts of it. Okay. So Sambuca, we incorporated in 1990 and opened the first club in 1991, and it was designed to be something they hadn't really had in Deep Ellum, which was jazz and blues. There was very little of that, and so we were a jazz and blues oriented music venue with 4-star dining. So we had Mediterranean food and great little bands come in every single night. So you could see a good band there, no cover charges, and just come in and eat and drink. And later that had to change when people would come in and just sit there and just drink coffee and take up a table. But initially it was just a great little restaurant to see live bands every night, and we had different types of stars come in. Harry Connick Jr. walked in one night with his full band, fresh out of a concert, and they wanted to play. So they were trying to put 13 people on this little tiny stage, and they got up there and jammed just for the fun of it, So that was the spontaneity and creativity of an area like that.
But the other thing is that I also met a lot of people that really were influential to things that I did later. I had shows of video of artists, and those artists I then got to work with much later on in life. I met people, there were people from the Dallas Morning News who hung out there, and out of talking to them I said, hey, Can I write something about music video? And that turned into a column in the Dallas Morning News, which then got to be a syndicated column. And all of that happened just because these people were there. Like all of the cool people, which I'm sure you're going to hear in pretty much every interview from everybody. It's like the people who became the sort of cultural establishment past the 80s into the 90s and the 2000s were here in this neighborhood during that time. My time in the club business here in Deep Ellum was absolutely transformative in my life in so many ways. The connections I made down here, the people from other clubs and galleries and people who came to the club, people who hung out there, are people I work with now every day and the other kind of cultural things I do. There is a connection to all of us who lived through that time, who kind of understand a certain perspective on the world that I think is really important. In Deep Ellum, during that era, it was a time when everything was possible. You know, it was before a lot of other things that went on that were good and bad. It was just like there was infinite possibilities. There were all of these cultural plans to build all of this and do all of this, and which luckily didn't come into fruition because it would have killed the spirit that was going on. But between what the clubs were doing and what the galleries that moved in, like as soon as the clubs were here, were doing, was really having an impact. It's these inexpensive real estate environments that allow for people to take great risks to bring culture forward. And that can't happen here. There is no way within the 20 blocks surrounding us that somebody could have a cool idea and get it going. It's just not doable.
The way I think of it now is that the venue owners and the promoters and the managers and the people in the business that love the authentic sound of new are the unsung heroes. Because we need those people, the Club Dadas and the Profit Bars and the Mucky Ducks and the Poor Davids, all these places, to support our authenticity and our newness, to educate audiences. And without club owners willing to give us that space to create in, then we have no place to form. And that's really a loss to all communities, you know, because what makes us singular in a community, again, is the support of people like the Profit Bar. It is a sacrifice for the club owners, and it is a sacrifice for artists to live this lifestyle. You know, in the 90s in Deep Ellum, you had all these brave, outgoing, artistic-based club owners who celebrated the artistic outgoingness of us musicians. I don't know that that's the case anymore because the world has changed and people want to make money first and foremost. And that's really sad because I think when you stick with what's original and what's good and support that, in the long run you'll make money. But you have to be brave and willing to take that risk as a promoter or club owner and back that person while they're growing. There's a universal zeitgeist or karma, whatever you want to call it, that is produced when we support one another. And when you tell somebody no for financial reasons, and I'm speaking purely about music right here, you're missing out on the opportunity for a greater awakening and awareness that you won't have when you say no. You're going to miss out on that. You're going to miss out on that bond of growing with an artist and watching them take off to the next level, whatever that is, going from a garage band into Carnegie Hall, whatever. You're missing being a part of that elation. You know, you're helping develop an artist. And that's what that's what Deep Ellum was. You know, it was just this amazing place where you could stir the pot and you never knew it was going to come out, but it was glorious. You know, you never put the lid on the pot, and then the soup just sat there and stagnated.
I just remember walking into this show at Trees, and I'm walking behind these three big guys, and they're just like jock lunkheads. I mean, they look like they could have come from the frat house, or they were the same guys terrorizing me in junior high gym class and so on. And the people I went to Deep Ellum to get away from. And they're just coming out of, I think we were just coming out of, I'm trying to remember, you know, what my memory, I want to say it was the Consolidated show, because that would be so ironically funny if it was, because they were so anti everything these guys were. But they were just talking about how all the good looks they'd gotten in the mosh pit, and, you know, and it's just like, this isn't the Deep Ellum I came down here for anymore. I mean, and it's fine, everything changes. I mean, you know, late stage capitalism is going to crush everything into, you know, dust anyway. And but Deep Ellum, as it started and what it was, and what people were coming to it for, really was just a brief Indian summer of, and then it started becoming other things, because you know, success breeds more success, and success brings in lots of people with interests that aren't at all aligned with yours. I mean, because again, that was the great thing about it in the beginning, was everybody was there for their version of the same reason, which was, I just want to be here with other people who are looking to get out from under Dallas. What made Deep Ellum was the music and the community that was built around the music. And then it became about nightclubs and bars and, you know, parking lots and stores, and all of the real estate developers who are going to build their you know, their apartments and their condos. And it's just Dallas doing what Dallas does, but it's also it happens everywhere. It happens all the time. I mean, it's almost, you know, banal to talk about it in some sort of like, oh, can you believe? It's like, well, yeah, I with anybody, of course, never had a hometown. You know, I mean, so I was looking for connection, and Deep Ellum was an important source of that for me, even though I almost, you know, I didn't really know anybody there. I mean, really, especially when I was just going. I mean, but it was just, you were just a part of something. And again, you know, your presence was the password that got you into the place.
Towards the end of the decade, the 1980s, Deep Ellum really started changing. You had all the clubs and everything, and it was really, I guess, people trying to come down and make money. You had restaurants opening up, and you had boutiques, and you had all this stuff, and it changed the whole vibe. And it went quickly to a cool happening place to just another part of the city just to go down and hang out and do whatever.
Originally, you go down to Deep Ellum, and it's about discovery. You know, what's happening, and then what am I going to see that's new? What haven't I seen before? Something like that, and then it becomes predictable. So, like, they're playing again. Oh, I don't need to go this week. You know, they'll be back next week, because there's so many different places, and because the bands are starting to proliferate in a way that they're not really original anymore. Cover bands are starting to, you know, play to sell drinks, and there's none of that spirit anymore. It started losing it, I guess, when you were saying that, Kevy, about the end of the 80s. There's nothing new happening.
What I kind of think in the arc of Deep Ellum is it started as this beautiful expression of creativity, and you're meeting your friends and you're going to see all this stuff, and there's nothing down there. It's literally a wasteland. And then slowly a 7-Eleven shows up and a restaurant shows up and all these things show up, and like anything that is happening artistically, doesn't matter where it is, in the 20s and now, whatever, something's happening, it's pure, and that thing is growing and it's got this beautiful heartbeat, but at some point, everyone else around sees that and starts coming in. That's fine to have more people come and it gets growing, But the people that want to make money or are greedy or have other alternatives for making money or whatever they're doing, they're coming in, and then that taints the water. The thing is not pure anymore. That is just human nature. It's going to happen. It's just like a beautiful watering hole, and by the time all those elephants get over here, us baboons got to go find another watering hole.
Out there where Theater Gallery was the only building down there that had neon on the front of the building, and it was just a small T and a small G, and that was it. You know, it wasn't like, hey, big, bright, you know, come check this out or whatever. It was still very underground. And then Dada got neon, and other places, Star Trees got a neon sign, all these, you know, and the neighborhood fundamentally changed. It went from being like a best kept secret type of thing that you only knew about if someone told you about it, to being this commercial endeavor, which ultimately, if you ask me, was the beginning of the end for the neighborhood. Because once real estate developers figured out, hey, we've got all these empty buildings down here, we've got all these warehouses down here that aren't doing anything, that aren't, you know, useful or generating revenue. Once they figured out, hey, there's something happening here, all the rents went up. I can remember when the rent for Theater Gallery was $750. You know, a building this size was $750 because the guy who owned it didn't have any other options. You know, but once Deep Ellum landed on the map and people saw value in it, and the real estate people came in and gentrified the neighborhood. And that in and of, and if you, the more you promote something like Theater Gallery or Deep Ellum or that neighborhood, you know, the more you've kind of dug yourself a hole where a building that used to cost $750 a month now costs $3,500. You know, and that's way over your profit margin. It's way over your expense. You know, so that, and that's not just true in Deep Ellum. That's true of any cultural district in any major metropolitan area. They're all up against it. And I'm personally of the opinion that,
you know, it was the magnet for outsiders from all across North Texas. I shouldn't even say the Metroplex. But if you're growing up in Roanoke and you're a hippie, or you're a Goth and Richardson, or, you know, I'm an artiste, an artistic inclination person, and I live in DeSoto. You went to Deep Ellum because you could find your kind there. People like you. And the music that you liked, you could find that there as a binder. But it became a home for all these outsiders that had no home beforehand.
With Gene Binder, it's probably just 2 years after the show at Theater Gallery, and we had a sold out show, you know. I was just like, 24 years old, out of the woods, and had this big sold out show at this major Texas gallery. So, yeah, I mean, it was, the theater was a good launching pad for me, Theater Gallery.
I've toured the whole world, I've played in many countries. But here's what happened, like the accidents I discovered in Deep Ellum. I'm sitting with the Polyphonic Spree, Tim from Trippin' Daisy's band, and we're playing at a festival in Germany in like 2003. And I see this band called the Mars Volta, and they played an incredible set, and I'm like hanging out, eating dinner with them, and those guys were like, "You were in Billy Goat? We opened for you when we were in high school." And it was that sort of accidental exchange, like in fucking Germany. You're like, wow. Like, and like, Reverend Hardin Heat going out and doing the Sub Pop thing, and he's playing with like Tad and those guys. And all of a sudden I realized in 91, 92, that bands from here were starting to break out. And maybe the Roots was like Trippin' Daisy open for Billy Goat. Or like David Garza, who's now producing like Fiona Apple, or our good friend, the drummer, Matt Chamberlain. Right now he was on the Grammys last week, and he was there every Monday night. And a lot of it's invisible, but all the synergetic energy started from all of us going, there's something real here, and we're gonna play. And a lot of it, I do feel like it might be the obvious. Jim Heath is still out there bringing his brand of his own original music to like, a lot of people don't know that Matt Chamberlain is the most recorded drummer of my generation. He's playing with everyone. The other day, I was like doing a gig, and he goes, "How's your gig?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm having a blast. I'm playing in New Orleans at Jazz Fest." He's like, "I'm in the studio with Miley Cyrus making weird drum beats for her." Like, Of course you're in the studio with Miley Cyrus. But I used to play with him every Monday night at the Profit Bar. The other thing that's important was you had local promoters and local club owners. Now everything is a giant cartel. Not that that's a bad thing, but the same fucking bands play all the festivals and the same bands play all the clubs. Because the bottom line, money. Like, we all gotta make money. We're not 23 anymore and just fucking living on marijuana and, you know, donuts and Dr. Pepper, you know? We're grown up a little bit. In the midst of all that corporate takeover, there's still this cool synergy. Like, we opened for Primus back in 1991. Here it is. I've been playing with Les Claypool off and on for 22 years now. I got a tour with him in 2 weeks. And we do basically what you could do at Profit Bar. Except you're playing with Les and you're in front of 1,500 people a night, but we're just freaking out and jamming. And like, that's another way, like, that spirit of Deep Ellum is still alive, but it's really the spirit of people coming together to try to do something different. I love the element of surprise of going to Deep Ellum on any given night. Having cooked at the Profit Bar, there were things that I would have never discovered had I not been there. Screaming Jay Hawkins, wow. Things like that this suburban kid from Houston would have never discovered.
Well, you know, we were very fortunate. Our timing was great. Trees brought in Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Smashing Pumpkins, Mudhoney, L7, and every other alt band, which gave way to a lot of hip hop, a lot of indie, a lot of pop bands. Trees was the mothership, like CBGB's, 930 Club, Tipitina's, and we were fortunately the operators. We brought in Doug Simmons for many years, then we brought in Charles Attal from Stubbs in Austin and opened Gypsy Tea Room because we knew we had this booking routing through Austin and Dallas, and our calendar was second to none. I mean, from Sonic Youth to Panic at the Disco, from Willie Nelson to Justin Timberlake, from Jurassic 5 to The Roots, from Eminem. I mean, y'all, I go back and look at who played our venues, and it's spine tingling. And that's because the market responded. The bands wanted to play Deep Ellum. They knew these were iconic rooms that were career making. You played Trees, you played Gypsy Tea Room. These were important stops on your way up if you're a band. I mean, I remember when Kings of Leon played to 40 people at Gypsy Tea Room. So we were not afraid to take a chance on a band we believed in. And I feel like that was Deep Ellum's, is what we were known for. I think Russell Hobbs, Yarbrough, Swaney, Hobbs especially has this continuum genesis, and we were able to step in and in a pretty fast moving stream paddle and stay above water, and then find some special things to do to add some power, to add some booking, bring in some really big consistent booking power and production. Opening the green room next door was this culinary, piece of gymnastics that really helped us have the economic, kind of staying power. And then Gypsy Tea Room was just because we needed a bigger room. 900 at Trees, occasionally we might have sold a few more tickets than that. We needed a 1,600, which turned out to be what Gypsy was, cap room with a 200-person showcase room. All of a sudden we had so many rungs of the ladder that bands could be developed in before they went off to the big arena or shed. And that gave us, the agents would be like, can I put them at Trees? Then we go to Gypsy, then we, it was a formula, but it wasn't a formula as in formulaic. It was a way to get the artist into the neighborhood and keep them there for a few years so that the market would build, careers would build, and then on they would go. Gentrification is generally a term that denotes a loss. And I think it's, and it always will because you're replacing something. Is that new, collection of things better? Depends on if you're the developer or the person being displaced. Usually you're a person in the middle, the moderate patron who is enjoying the new bars and restaurants, still frequenting the old ones. You have to have preservation-minded folks in a neighborhood keeping the root stock alive, because once it's pulled up, it is going to lose a significant piece of its DNA. It happened in Deep Ellum, although there's good preservation going on. The French Quarter is turned into t-shirt shops and daiquiri stands. That's a huge loss to the venues and juke joints that used to define the French Quarter. And other neighborhoods are continuously beset with the live music inventory of buildings is constantly diminishing because of rents going up. It's that simple formula that's costing a lot of the music inventory, the economic inventory of music, its foothold in markets known for music. When I realized that, you know, we had hit a critical mass in the mid 90s, and you know, one of the stories that is really kind of tells about my history there is a city tourism official came and asked me at the green room one day, can we do a tour through here? And I said, sure. And I said, who's the tour guide? And they said, we don't have one. We don't have one for Deep Ellum. So I signed up with the city as the only official tour guide of Deep Ellum. And whenever the tourist bus, now they could add this route because they had nobody to tell the story. I did my homework. I've done many presentations on the history of Deep Ellum. I've also been on the bus with tourists. Then I finally had to say, we need to pare down the amount of folks I'm doing this with. I can do 1 or 2 buses a month. And I get on the microphone and take them up and down each street and give the history of the buildings and the old blues musicians and add color. And at the end of the ride, it would be applause. I would get back out at my restaurant and wave them goodbye. Me and Alan Governor, I decided that there needed to be more attribution to the music rootstock of the neighborhood, and that's the blues players. So I did homework with Alan Governor, and we chose a dozen themes, from Jewish migration to the Jewish tailor shops to Howlin' Wolf, Blind Lemon Jefferson, Lead Belly, and the other artists, Stride Piano as a theme. We wrote the copy, had the plaques made in Maryland at the U.S. Historic Plaque Manufacturer, I forget who it is, and then I had each prominent building owner buy one, $1,200, and then we had them mounted. And most of them are gone, they've been chipped away. But yeah, we did the plaque program in the late 90s. Well, you know, we were very fortunate. Our timing was great. Trees brought in Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Smashing Pumpkins, Mudhoney, L7, and every other alt band, which gave way to a lot of hip hop, a lot of indie, a lot of pop bands. Trees was the mothership, like CBGB's, 930 Club, Tipitina's, and we were fortunately the operators. We brought in Doug Simmons for many years, then we brought in Charles Attal from Stubbs in Austin and opened Gypsy Tea Room because we knew we had this booking routing through Austin and Dallas, and our calendar was second to none. I mean, from Sonic Youth to Panic at the Disco, from Willie Nelson to Justin Timberlake, from Jurassic 5 to The Roots, from Eminem. I mean, y'all, I go back and look at who played our venues, and it's spine tingling. And that's because the market responded. The bands wanted to play Deep Ellum. They knew these were iconic rooms that were career-making. You played Trees. You played Gypsy Tea Room. These were important stops on your way up if you're a band. I mean, I remember when Kings of Leon played to 40 people at Gypsy Tea Room. So we were not afraid to take a chance on a band we believed in. And I feel like that was Deep Ellum's. It's what we were known for.
Man, the first time I went to a live music club in Deep Ellum, I met Henry, homeless Henry, who sat on the porch of the Door most of the time. And the Door Dallas was my first music experience in Deep Ellum. I went and watched a band called Census Fail play, and I never forget, they asked me for a ride to the liquor store. And so I was underage, but I was old enough to drive. So me and my other lead singer, our band had 2 lead singers at the time. We took 2 of the members of Census Fail from the Door Dallas to the liquor store and back. And through that, we were able to keep in touch with 2 members of our favorite band for years and years and years. Man, when our band was getting success, getting to play, you know, bigger and bigger and bigger shows, I knew that the Door Dallas at the time was probably the venue where we aspired to play, because that's where the bands that we looked up to, like Amber Lynn and Fall Out Boy and these punk rock bands that we were modeling our band after at the time, that were inspirations to us, were playing. And so, you know, our whole goal was to email the crap out of the owner of that club and the booking agent of that club and say, man, can we just open for free for this band, or this band that's coming in November and August and July? I mean, we would love to open for any of these shows. We knew that if we were good enough, that if we could just get on stage in front of one of those bands as an opener, that, you know, that would lead to more success. And through that, we did get some shows that we got to play at the Door Dallas for some really big acts. Yeah, so when our band was getting successful, and I'm talking about regional success, we hadn't yet signed a major label deal. Later we would go on to sign to Universal Records, but we knew that if we were going to get on any kind of successful shows, it would take persistence. So we were emailing Russell Hobbs at the Door Dallas over and over and over again when a band like Amberlin or Fall Out Boy or one of these big acts would come through that we were modeling our band after and were inspired by. We just wanted to be the first of 5 on the bill. And I'll never forget scrolling through the Door Dallas's website and seeing 5 slots, 2 with blanks. It's like, man, I want my name in that blank. Direct support to Amberlin or something. And, you know, Russell replied one time with 3 words, "Okay, you're on." And that was an inside joke with our band for years, to the point where we wrote a song called "Okay, You're On." And it was named after Russell's stupid reply to our begging of, "Can we please open for Amberlin?" And Russell, "Okay, comma, you're on, period." That's all he wrote. And that was huge for us. I mean, that was like winning a Grammy at the time. So we took that, we wrote a song called "Okay, You're On." That was actually a pretty successful song for our band. Yeah, man, so we played in Gypsy Tea Room, we played at Club Dada, we played at Trees, we played at the Deep Ellum Music Festival, headlining in the streets because we were too big for a venue as our career rose. And then, you know, fast forward 2 years later, and literally 9 Inch Nails, Marilyn Manson, and Slipknot are opening for us in Australia at the Soundwave Festival. I mean, I'll never forget Marilyn Manson walking off stage, and my band members dared me to say, "Great show, Brian." And that's his real name, but he doesn't go by Brian. And so Marilyn Manson's walking off stage. We're about to take the main stage in Australia. And I said, "Good show, Brian." And he said, "F you." And I was like, okay. So we're taking stage in about 3 minutes, and I just got a big F you from Marilyn Manson himself. You know, and it was just a flashback of here we are, 9 Inch Nails and Marilyn Manson and Slipknot and Serge Tankian are opening before us on festivals in Australia. You know, we were on top of the world at that time, and we went out to 60,000 people, you know, coming from clubs in Deep Ellum of 400, 500, 600, 800, and we felt like we'd made it. And here we were halfway across the globe in Melbourne, Australia, walking out to 60,000 at Soundwave Festival, playing for, you know, household name bands. Playing after those bands was just surreal. You know, this is so funny, but Blink-182 was our biggest influence, my personal biggest influence. So in high school, I was just a punk rock kid that didn't care, you know, kind of anarchy. My skateboard and my spray can went with me everywhere, and my tips. And by tips, I mean I would put different tips in the top of spray cans for different size lines. But man, I was hitting the skate parks, I was hitting the streets. You know, I was always a Christian, always went to church. But I was witnessing to other street artists, graffiti artists, and skateboard kids that loved punk rock music. You know, bands like Bowling for Soup, bands like Blink-182. And then we go do a UK tour, co-headlining with Bowling for Soup. You know, and that was a band that I grew up idolizing and modeling myself after. And then, you know, Jarrett and I are now great friends. You know, Jarrett played in my hometown in Burleson last month at a venue, and I brought my 2, 5, and 7-year-old kid to come meet Uncle Jared from Bowling for Soup. So Jarrett, and you know, Jarrett became a close friend, you know, and this was cool, you know. Tom DeLonge came on our bus, lead singer of Blink-182, to partner with us on some stuff during Warped Tour. And you're just thinking, like, these are bands that when I was a punk rock kid in high school were everything to me. And music can take you there. Music can make you the best friend of a lead singer that you idolized. And I'm testament to that. You know, a cool thing about growing up, but also a curse about growing up, is what do I want to be when I grow up? That's a pretty common question that people inject into young kids' mind. Well, you got to figure out what you want to be. What do you want to be when you grow up? Well, my whole thing is I wanted to be a pro golfer and a lead singer of a punk rock band, you know, and I couldn't figure out, was golf more important to me or was music more important to me? And I think that all that is the it factor. People talk about you have to have it. And I just wanted to be on a stage, whether it was 18-hole golf course or whether it was playing for 60,000 people. And I was confused as a young child. I was torn between, you know, sports and what everybody in my small town was worshiping, without saying we had false idols, you know, sports and music. And when I would go to Dallas and escape from my small town and go watch shows in Deep Ellum, I felt like I was around people that got me. As a 12, 13, 14-year-old kid, I didn't have that. But as I grew, 15, 16, 17-year-old kid, and found out there's a place called Deep Ellum where I could take my driver's license, legally drive 45 minutes into the Deep Ellum and be with other kids that wore studded belts and had long chain wallets and spikes on their wrists and tattoos. That was kind of what made me feel at home. And then I'd take that back to my church youth group, and I could kind of be a little different kid. You know, I always wanted to be different. And when I saw a kid wearing a spike bracelet in Deep Ellum, I wanted to go buy one at Hot Topic. And so I would buy one and wear that to my youth group, you know, at church, and people would be like, dude, look at that different kid. It was a place for expressionism that there was no limits to it. And at that time, it was a really safe place to be. You know, Deep Ellum, you didn't have to worry about any crime or any riots or any kind of police activity that was scary. It was just a safe place. The Deep Ellum audience is similar to, but different from, so many of these towns where we traveled. We played all 50 states. That's not many bands can say that. We played Alaska on a USO tour. We played Hawaii. And as you travel to these different states, there's no Deep Ellum in Idaho. You know, there's no Montana's version of Deep Ellum. Truly, if you're not in a major A market, and you know, if you're into music, you'll know what an A market is and what I'm referencing there. You don't have any chance for a Deep Ellum. I will say that there's nothing like it, with the exception of maybe 6th Street in Austin, because Texas just breeds this ground where red dirt country can thrive, but also hip hop can thrive, and also punk rock can thrive in the same area. Not a lot of states can do that, and Deep Ellum is very different in that there can be a show right next door, total different genre, but both are sellouts same night. Bands that inspired me from Deep Ellum were the Feds, the Toadies, Bowling for Soup. I would come to see some of these Dallas bands in Deep Ellum and feel like I was so lucky to just get to witness their music live. Deep Ellum in one word, eclectic. One of my favorite parts about Deep Ellum is the individualism that you see mostly in the streets. So as a musician, when I started playing shows in Deep Ellum, we would have sound check. We wouldn't have anything until autograph signing, which usually our autograph signings were 4 or 5 hours later. And so rather than leave like we did most venues, we would go sound check and then, hey, be back for autographs at 4 o'clock, and you go on stage at 11. We would leave and go back to maybe a casino or a hotel or something. For Deep Ellum, we'd stay just to people watch, because there's so many individuals there that are using Deep Ellum as the grounds that they can express themselves outside. The grounds that they can express themselves externally. That's the word I'm looking for. Through makeup, through wigs, through hair color, through, just some of the people that you see in Deep Ellum are the most individually unique people you'll see anywhere in the world. Deep Ellum changed me probably for the better, much more than it changed me for the worse. I will say that we took Henry in, and he lived with me for a year on our, not a year, but a full semester. We took Henry in, and he lived at our DBU dorm. So we took a homeless man from Deep Ellum, and we gave him a home for a full semester. I don't know that my parents would want to know that. But man, we quickly got a heart for the homeless in Deep Ellum. There's so many of them. They weren't violent. They weren't beggars. They just lived down there and had nothing, and if you'd give them $20, they'd be grateful for it, eternally grateful for it. And when we started seeing the heart of gratitude in the homeless, you know, that changed me for the better, because I fell in love with those people. I don't know where a lot of them are today, you know, probably because at the time a lot of the homeless were older. I would think that probably a lot of them have passed away, because we're talking 30 years ago to 20 years ago. But man, it quickly showed me that I don't care what they do with the $20. That's on them. I'm only in control of my heart. And when I gave $20, my heart was in the right place. So Deep Ellum to me was at the height. It was the most magical when our band was coming through, and we were a little band at that time. but I watched my band, because of our tie to Deep Ellum, get to play in front of crowds that people just don't get that opportunity at a year-old or a 2-year-old band. And then our band went from selling 50, 60, 70 tickets to, selling out Trees, selling out Gypsy Tea Room, selling out The Door, selling out headlining main stage at Deep Ellum Arts Festival and those Deep Ellum music festivals at the time. Then our band took off. We hit the road in a van and then a bus and then an airplane. While we were gone, lost touch with Deep Ellum. We would just swing through and play House of Blues. We would no longer play Deep Ellum because our band got larger. And then we would play, at that time as Coca-Cola Starplex and Smirnoff Music. So when I came back to visit Deep Ellum for the first time was in 2019, where our band was booked to play. And even this year we played Trees. When we played Trees about 4 months ago, we sold it out, and that was a great accomplishment for our band. Literally 10 years later to come back and sell out The Door. Trees. But it was dangerous. It's sad to say that there's been development down there. The bridge of Deep Ellum that you used to drive under that had graffiti on all sides of it's gone. And what I heard was I caught wind of it, so I got interested in it while we were on tour for those years, 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The Deep Ellum scene disintegrated to the point where there was vacancies, clubs for lease, literally shutting their doors. We call it in real estate the meltdown, but 08, 09, 2010 were some hard years from Deep Ellum. I was very blessed by and grateful for what I saw at Trees just 3 months ago when we played. Now here it is, 2023, and it was just different. My old pizza joint wasn't there. Zini's Pizza, that Fran Zini's as I used to know it, wasn't there anymore, and some of the clubs had changed names and changed locations, and the vibe was different. It's kind of sad to me because Deep Ellum will always play a special place in my heart. I just want to say how grateful I am for some of the relationships that were made in the streets of Deep Ellum through graffiti artists that I met, that I'm still in touch with today, that are doing murals on my building. Actually, the building we're interviewing today, there's a mural on the back wall by Mark Cuban's muralist. He just redesigned the Mavs jersey for Mark Cuban. He just did the graffiti inside American Airlines parking garage, inside the Mavs locker room, and here on the wall in Crowley, Texas, outside this building, he did a mural. I met him in Deep Ellum. These are lifelong relationships. Even the director and producer of this movie, Russell Hobbs, that's a great friend of mine, met him in Deep Ellum. Jarrett, Bowling for Soup, met him in Deep Ellum. I have a phone full of contacts, people that will be lifelong friends and relationships that came specifically from Deep Ellum. I'm just so grateful for those 15 blocks and 3 avenues that make up that area, not to mention the great food down there. Deep Ellum had some of the best pizza, which is my favorite food. And I think I found my love for pizza and my appreciation for the ingredients and the taste of pizza in Deep Ellum. Took that all over the world, and I would visit pizza joints just because of my love for pizza I found in Deep Ellum. So for what it's worth, man, my gratitude for Deep Ellum will live on for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I think it is interesting looking back to the 20s and 30s, and at one point, if you look at photos of downtown Dallas and the linkage to Deep Ellum, great art comes out of these sort of down times. If we think about the pandemic of 1918 and what came out of that with the 20s and the Roaring 20s, the Roaring 20s, as much as it was in Chicago or New York, was in Dallas. The same way that you had in the 1930s and you had mobsters and gangsters, that most notably were known for being in gangs in Chicago. They were here in Dallas if the local police would allow it. And so, but you had the great Blind Lemon Jefferson and Huddy Ledbetter, all of these musicians coming out of Deep Ellum. I think the same thing, sort of the cycle of what was going on in Deep Ellum, where you'd have the Depression came through, the market went down, the artist moved in, the artist then took over for a while, property values go up again, you run the artists out, it moves over, the Depression comes through, and so that was the 70s and 80s and 90s within Dallas. And so many creative people came out of that time because there was a magnet. I think there was a magnet because what had always gone in Deep Ellum, had this rich history of great musicians coming out of here and great artists and filmmakers coming out of the area. They were people that didn't feel like they had to be a part of the norm. They were encouraged to be unique. A move happened where the city came in and they ran all of the cruisers out of the West End Marketplace and they directed them to Deep Ellum. And you had hungry people who were working, who needed to give people tenants in their buildings. They were starting to allow people to rent their buildings with almost no deposit. They were bringing in a crowd that was going to be difficult to move somewhere else because they weren't really enjoying the clubs. They were just trying to create trouble on the streets. They'd rarely even go inside the clubs. They were just the ones who knew that there were sort of easy pickings. So crime had come to Deep Ellum. And that became almost a decade-long journey for a lot of people where even though you had the Brant and Brady Woods and the Entertainment Collaborative, Russell Hobbs, his group, all these people working to make it a better Deep Ellum, you had this element entrenched that really, even with the police station moving down to Deep Ellum, you still had this element of crime that, it only takes one incident to run people away. After the formative years of being in Deep Ellum, I had applied to the American Film Institute. I applied to SMU. I'd say it's actually probably 2 years. And I'd been in a circuit where we would start out in far North Dallas. We would literally leave there. We would drive down to the video bar. We would check in. We would go next door and get stamped at Club Clearview. We would head down to Bar of Soap over by Fair Park. And then somewhere after that, we'd go back down into Deep Ellum where normally you would pay cover. So it really kind of, the whole experience, and it would last you until, 2 in the morning. You might go to even Start Club toward the end of the night where you just follow usually the girls. And we'd leave Deep Ellum only because there was somebody else going to some place that I'd never heard of. But as a filmmaker, as a storyteller, we're nothing without music. And it really does. So starting the Deep Ellum Film Festival, music was an integral part of that from the very beginning. And going into these different scenes, everywhere within your mind when you're expanded, it doesn't matter which way you're expanded. So whether it's music or whether it's film or whether it's art, whether it's food, whether it's wine, whether it's drink, like all of those are things that are taking you down a different path than you've gone before. So the music scene here, particularly live, to be able to enjoy that rich history in a place like Deep Ellum completely changed the kind of movies that I would be into. It made me appreciate film completely differently. So as I'm going off to the school where David Lynch went and where Darren Aronofsky would follow shortly after, and Janusz Kaminski and Wally Pfister and all these people, like they were all into music. And when I would talk about Deep Ellum, the interesting thing is when I would go into the AFI, they would have heard of Deep Ellum and not necessarily heard of Dallas. And for them to point out the fact that Deep Ellum blues, I'm like, I guess I never pieced that together until I left Dallas. And when you leave Dallas and you leave Deep Ellum, that's when you truly appreciate it, because aficionados of music suddenly gave me a little bit more cred than I probably deserved, because the fact that I came from a place where they knew of all the bands that had come out of Deep Ellum. They assumed that I had somehow experienced them, whether I had or not, or whether I remembered I had or not, because those are two different things during those times.
The individualism in Deep Ellum permeated everything. The bands, the shopkeepers, the restaurants, block to block, building to building. Nothing was the same. It was a tapestry of woven together, dysfunctional, disparate influences that made this cohesive whole. The sum was so much greater, the total was so much greater than the sum of the parts. it really made it this unique melting pot. It made it a gumbo that had this special taste. You know, I lived in Deep Ellum, multiple places over the span of a good 15 years. I've worked there for, hell, even almost 20 years. Owned venues, lost money, made money. What kept me there was the creative license people in Deep Ellum had. As a building owner and as an operator, I was always fascinated by how landlords would give us a break, would cut us a deal, would open up a door, would give us a break on some rent if we were having a tough time. I was always amazed that if you just did the venue right, people would show up. It thrived. It was a honey hole of experience. And so that changed me. It had a profound impact on my career as a festival producer, music producer, restaurateur. Deep Ellum, it was kind of like if you can build something with baling wire and duct tape, hold it together, get an air conditioner to work, get the duct to stop dripping on this entire row of tables, and get through the night, you had made it. That was success.
Go forward to the early 1990s. I was in the real estate business, and I actually came down to Deep Ellum, bought a small building, historic building, 3333 Elm Street, so part of the Continental Gin Factory complex, and bought that building and moved my office there. So at that time just became more familiar with Deep Ellum. There was a lot of urbanization going on in the large Sunbelt markets across the U.S., and that involved the renovation of old buildings into loft apartments, and I was in the apartment rental business. So that was appealing, seeing these older buildings and repurposed into living quarters and lofts, apartments. And so I'd seen other cities, particularly Denver at the time, in the Lodo area, and how it had blossomed and been rejuvenated, especially by bringing housing into the neighborhood. And so we started buying some of the larger buildings and converting them into loft apartments for living. And the crowd follows and the economics change, and then the biggest challenge for all these neighborhoods is how do you maintain that genuineness, that uniqueness, and what made it special, and not ruining it with as it becomes economically a different place. And so that's always a challenge for these neighborhoods. Sure, I think that early on it was a place where, like I say, it was out of the way. There was lots of big parties that went on because you could, there could be a huge rave party and it could go till 4 a.m. and no one noticed it because it was so far out of the way. So I think that early stuff was very edgy and bohemian and really drew some people in. But then it shortly brought in really good entrepreneurs who followed not just alcohol and that sort of thing, but bringing in food and restaurants, and started appealing to to people all over the Metroplex. And that's what I think early on, the music, the food, the uniqueness of the neighborhood, certainly the location being sandwiched between downtown Dallas and Baylor Hospital, major employment centers, was a plus. But I think people started discovering or rediscovering the neighborhood again. And so that's when it really started to change, and you start to see people from all over the Metroplex. And so it was this huge diverse group of people, and you could go from block to block and experience different kinds of music and experience different kinds of food. And at that time, the neighborhood was probably still 50% empty. Lots of empty buildings, and it's a big district. Like Deep Ellum's a large neighborhood. Some of these inner city neighborhoods are a block or two. This is a large, 150 plus acres of this, collection of turn of the 20th century buildings. The evolution from the 1990s, there have been a few major things that have happened. I think the improvement in the infrastructure in the neighborhood, it was super important. The rebuilding of Elm Street, and things that maybe most people don't see or realize, but we had to rebuild the water and the sewer system and redo the electrical power through the neighborhood and do that infrastructure things that are kind of out of sight, But now we don't have bars that the toilets back up at midnight on a Friday, Saturday night. So, that was a major deal. And the improvement of the streets and the sidewalks. I can remember the day when you couldn't walk down Elm Street without almost breaking your ankle on the sidewalks. But they did from building envelope to building envelope, they improved the entire Elm Street, which was huge. I think the introduction of more people living in Deep Ellum, certainly. So we've been the largest loft owner for years, and we have about 300 residential units of lofts. We built the Case building on the Far East Side, and it's 337 apartment units. So it has doubled, the amount of living units in Deep Ellum. And then since then, there have been other builders. So bringing the residential aspect into it, and then certainly now we have almost 1 million square feet of commercial space for office. So bringing in people that are actually working in the neighborhood has been a change. And then the neighborhood is, basically full today. There's very little vacancy. All the buildings have been improved to the extent that they can be at least occupied, if not, major improvements. But I can certainly remember the day in the 90s when probably half the neighborhood was still empty. There was lots of broken windows, lots of pigeons living in buildings. And so I think it's the difference. It's really transformed. It's been through, a couple of cycles of popularity and waning popularity and, certain issues, but we seem to have overcome them. We seem to have been able to keep the character of the neighborhood intact. And I think it's still evolving, as it has been for 150 years. So I've been coming out here for 40 years. We're talking about how long, you've known about Deep Ellum or visited Deep Ellum. And one thing, there's been definitely periods, and there are people that come down here, and I always use the term that people get very intoxicated about Deep Ellum. They really fall in love, and they become very passionate about it, which is what's great about the neighborhood, is that the stakeholders, the people that come down here to do business, the people that visit, they become very passionate about the neighborhood and what they think the neighborhood, ought to be. So there are these cycles that people come in and they're very passionate, and they were very passionate about the neighborhood maybe in the late 1980s or early 1990s. They're the same people who are now living in the suburbs and telling their kids they can't go to Deep Ellum. And their parents did it to them, and it happens over and over and over again. But so there's people that come in, they make their stake, and there's groups that come in and go out, and there's groups that have come in and stayed the whole period of time. And like I say, the really interesting thing is about the neighborhood is that passion that people have. And from a property owner and a developer, redeveloper here in Deep Ellum, all the professionals that we ever engage to work in Deep Ellum have a great reverence for Deep Ellum. And they're very careful about what they do, and they're very deliberate and want to do the right thing because they do treat this as sacred ground, and knowing that what they do in Deep Ellum is going to get a lot of scrutiny one way or the other. So you've got to weigh the benefits, right? What are the best benefits for the neighborhood? And if you have a very, large investment in the neighborhood, both time and treasure, over the years, you are really, you're wanting to maintain that character of the neighborhood. And so you're going to weigh those economics versus, what are the economics of keeping that kind of a tenant in the neighborhood. We have a lot of long-time tenants in the neighborhood. And their economics have probably improved, so the economics to the building owner, have improved. But that's always, a challenge and something you just have to weigh.
Deep Ellum really followed its own cycle. The economy could be doing this, and Deep Ellum's doing this. The economy's doing this, Deep Ellum's doing this. It's interesting because usually it was kind of crime-based cycles, and I don't remember feeling threatened in any way in the early 90s. And then it got a little rough, and you'd have a customer and they would come down to green room and somebody'd walk by them and kind of hard shoulder them as they're walking by, and it would scare the hell out of them. They weren't coming back. So once the crime kind of trickled in, it kind of scared away our base crowd, and we felt it. So things kind of declined in '05, I remember. And if you think back to the cycle of the economy, '05 was a boom time, but somehow Deep Ellum was struggling. There was also some high-profile incidences where some really good people got hurt, and we had, it was everybody knew about it, and it was scary. It scared off a lot of people, and really awful. And so that just, that would be something that would trigger a downturn here, and it did, and it's back.
The challenge in the neighborhood is keeping that genuineness, keeping that authenticity, and keeping what made Deep Ellum special. You don't want to destroy that. And that is, keeping it an area that attracts young, creative types, and people that want to experience and be part of a very, diverse, inclusive neighborhood, which is what it's always been. And that's always the fine line, and you don't want to destroy that. So you just got to be conscious about, what you do, what you bring into the neighborhood and introduce. So we have been, very deliberate of trying to keep the core of Deep Ellum intact, and then really new development surrounding, the core of Deep Ellum. And right now there's no historic overlay that's saving these old buildings or anything that's being handled on a regulatory type basis or with some kind of historic overlay. It's just the market recognizes that that's the gem, and that's that's the golden egg that you don't want to destroy and maintain. Yeah, so you've got to weigh the benefits, right? What are the best benefits for the neighborhood? And if you have a very, large investment in the neighborhood, both time and treasure, over the years, you are really, you're wanting to maintain that character of the neighborhood. And so you're going to weigh those economics versus, what are the economics of keeping that kind of a tenant in the neighborhood. We have a lot of long-time tenants in the neighborhood, and their economics have probably improved, so the economics to the building owner, have improved. But that's always, a challenge and something you just have to weigh. Over the years, we've gone through numerous cycles of where we've had headline risk of the paper, or the news of some crime in Deep Ellum that tends to get really blown out of proportion. I mean, we have crime all over the Metroplex, but crime in periods in Deep Ellum have been a challenge, for years, and it's something we're constantly battling. And what we want to have first and foremost is anybody that comes to Deep Ellum is safety. I mean, it's the number one thing. And today we work very well with the Dallas Police. We work well with all the other owners in the neighborhood, and to try to make sure that we do things to deter crime, because we want everybody to visit and have a wonderful experience, and we don't want crimes against people or crimes against property. So it's always a challenge. It's been a challenge. It's a challenge for any urban neighborhood, and especially a neighborhood where on Friday, Saturday nights it blows up to tens of thousands of people down here. But it's number one on our minds all the time, and it's not, as you said, not just the reality of the crime. It's the perception, and it's that headline risk when something happens, and like I say, people put it in a category, and it's really not fair. And it's one of the biggest, I think, over the decades, Deep Ellum's been misunderstood, and that's always a challenge, is communicating to people what Deep Ellum, really is. And if you look at crime statistics, it's no worse than other areas in the urban core. I always tell people when I talk about Deep Ellum that we're probably the only group of landowners or building owners in Texas that have voluntarily asked for regulation on our neighborhood. But we really needed it coming out of that period where we had some issues with the uses and the size of the uses and the hours, and so those SUPs were put into place to help protect the neighborhood. And in the future, we may need more as the neighborhood changes. So, like I say, it's very unique that many people and business people in Texas ask for regulations to help deal with an area. But it's been a necessity here. But we've always got to protect ourselves against the reality of crime and the perception of crime in the neighborhood.
So after I did a bunch of deals and I started seeing the crowds grow, we opened a bar called July Alley to fill in the block at the end of the block where 2826 was. Club 1 was rocking. I'd go in there and I was like a rock star. And I started feeling like this neighborhood had accepted me and that it was my home. And not only did I office there, but I went out there. I would take dates there, and I was proud of it. And it gave me a sense of dignity, which made me feel like no matter what my ecosystem that I grew up in said, I had value. And it was kind of a revelationary moment where I'm thinking, I'm not as dumb and stupid as my neighborhood in Highland Park said I was. I met people in Deep Ellum that at Highland Park I never even dreamed of. And I ate and drank and went out in places that I would never have ever gone. And I saw people that had tattoos, they had nose rings, they had big weird things in their ears. And I was like, what the hell is going on? But they were kind of artistic, creative people. And in Highland Park, everyone dresses the same, everyone talks the same, everyone agrees with everybody. Everyone wants to be somebody they're probably not. And I kind of like this authenticity of the Deep Ellum neighborhood. And I wasn't trying to be some social justice warrior, but I just thought it was really refreshing to see people that were good at stuff and that were progressing in their passions. So in about 1992, the first downturn that Deep Ellum had after gaining momentum was when we had a rap club come in and lease a building, and they started having late night parties, and the people spilled out of the club. All the people that came from Oakland, from across over by Fair Park, started pouring in because they realized that's where all the girls were. And so it started being like a parade at night. There was lights underneath their cars. Everybody was cruising. They were intimidating the patrons. The Highland Park people and Lakewood people that were going to Deep Ellum Cafe started avoiding the neighborhood. We saw traffic drop, and all the tenants were calling me and bitching about what had happened. And then a few months later, the skinheads came in because the skinheads said they're going to defend the neighborhood. So we had all these weird white supremacist type people in the streets getting in fights, getting in knife fights, shooting, all kinds of chaos because of this new tenant that had come in on Commerce Street.
One of the craziest things that happened at Clearview was, and this story has not been told, I've told this privately, and I've written about it in this book that I'm writing that has to do part with the scene, but a lot about other things. We had pirated our electricity off the pole there, that we weren't paying for it. And we didn't have a breaker either. So basically you're getting raw power off the grid, off of the pole. One night we had problems with bathrooms that flooded and everything because our place, in the early years, our place was just ramshackle. And so one night we had Edie Bickel at New Bohemians playing. They had just been getting really popular, and we probably had 1,000 people in the back of this warehouse where we had to keep making it bigger by extending the cyclone fence and moving the stage back, thinking about how many people were going to be coming. Because we had 90,000 feet to work with, but we didn't need it all. There was no heat or air or whatever. The bathrooms were flooding. The band was playing. We had a coupler that ran power to the stage. So it's a big, thick rubber thing, and it has a metal thing where you connect it together. And I was back at the stage watching the show, and I was looking, and I saw the coupler on the ground, and I saw the water. We had an inordinate amount of water from the toilets that was coming towards the coupler. What I realized at that point was I was about to electrocute everybody, because they were all been killed, because there was no break in it, and it would have blacked out a whole chunk of the grid down in Deep Ellum. So I just about shit my pants. I had to think quick. I went back, picked this thing up, found a vinyl chair, some trash cans. I set the thing on the vinyl chair and the trash cans, and I could just feel the vibration of this electricity. I was trying to get the sound man's attention. I couldn't leave the area. There was a backstage with this thing. The water at that point had gone under the chair, and I was standing in it, and that thing was sitting up there on this chair that I had pinned with these trash cans. Edie would have never married Paul Simon. I wouldn't be here to tell anyone the story if that would have happened. I got a hold of the sound man, and he came back, and of course he went, "Holy shit, don't touch that thing, Jeff. You're gonna die, we're all gonna die. It's time for it's one more song, we gotta clear this place out," which we finally did. There were some, really magical times. I may have noted already that Joe Nick Petoskey, who I think has spoken about this, did a Texas Monthly article called Summer of Love, and he talked about punks and yippies and hippies and yuppies and buppies and everybody being down there and everything being so cool. And, he said, it's like so groovy, and nobody's into the money yet. So at some point we became a successful business and well-run business, which was good. We were able to pay people better. We were able to pay bands, and we were able to, forward and help do more into the 90s, which was a little different. It wasn't the cool, raw, and elemental magic of the 80s, but it was still, nonetheless, it was good. It was kind of before a complete gentrification, which is probably what's occurred, something like what's occurred now. But, every area like that, Soho, Haight-Ashbury, you go all over the country, there's always that magical, perfect time where it's just, the porridge is just right, It's not too cold, not too cold, it's not too commercialized, it's not too raw, it's not too dangerous. And, we had that magic period, I think in the late 80s, and it was still cool in the early 90s, and then it became gentrified. I think our purpose in Deep Ellum, which I didn't know what it was when I started there, because I just wanted to get involved. So I threw a bunch of warehouse parties that were just ridiculous, actually. I guess my purpose was, I found my talent in working, kind of like a chameleon, working with lots of different people on different levels and bringing them together, and being willing to take the risks, sign the paper, be the front guy, be the fall guy if I needed to be, which I was sometimes. But I was willing to do it because I was passionate, because I had purpose. Once I found that purpose, and I saw the other people with their purpose and their art and their music and their clubs, and I saw, that passion is contagious. That passion is contagious, and that's what that's what drove it. That's what made that neighborhood successful. People finding their way, the round pegs in the square holes, coming together, finding their way, finding their purpose, and collectively making something that was just freaking awesome, that had energy, that just would blow your shit away. And so cool, and you can't explain it. Jaw dropping. Some nights were just so amazing, you're just like walk around and just go, wow, right? Wow.
After Deep Ellum died, and there was just a couple of pockets of life, it stayed dormant for a decade. It was abandoned. It was kind of like you expect, how Rome was after it got sacked, and just all these buildings that were the ghosts of what once had been something really special. And I think, how did it come back? I think the city kind of woke up and said, "Oh my God, it's gone." What have we allowed to have happened here? And I think they got wise about how to better manage the right kind of establishments to come back, because we all know what they are. We want a fun bar that's safe. We want a restaurant that the health department doesn't have to shut down. We don't want strip clubs, or we don't want these kind of pop-up party bars. And I think the city got smart with special use permit, or they had some kind of requirement now to ensure that it's not some kid that has enough money in cash that they can pay the deposit and open up a place and throw some paint on the walls.
Don't let what these people are telling you on the internet become a part of who you think you are. They can say whatever they want. You know who you are. If you went home tomorrow and your wife said, "You've been seeing Susie," and you know damn well you weren't seeing Susie, it's like, thought about it, but I know, I'm not seeing Susie. You know who you are and what you did. If you're going to be an artist, there are two things you have to do. If you feel art in your soul and you want to get it out there of any type, music, literature, whatever it is, two things you have to do. One is know your history. If you don't know the history of what you're doing, then you are never going to be the artist you could be, because you didn't invent this shit. Somebody else did. When the dawn of man, somebody, Og or Grog or some guy carrying a club around, Og probably had some really cool ideas, and he was funny, and he was different than Grog, where Grog just wanted to invent wheel, I mean, certain people are artists and certain people aren't. You can't force yourself to be one, but if it's in you, you got to get it out. But you got to know your history. And the other thing you got to do is never stop being a fan. If you stop being a fan, then you're not going to be your best, because you're then going to become so into your own thing that you won't remember the joy of why you wanted to do it to start with. That's the thing. Know your history, be a fan. And I'm not saying be a fan of whatever shit they throw out there. I'm saying be a fan of what you love and understand why you love it. How does it speak to you? What does it do to you? And when you know that history and you're a fan of that, then you're going to be influenced by it. You can't help it. And that's a good thing.
I personally, I do not see a disconnect between the 1920s and 30s and what happened in the 1980s and 90s and what continues to happen in Deep Ellum. At its best, Deep Ellum is about the meaningful mix of culture. And that happens in a lot of different ways. It's not necessarily planned. It's happenstance and necessity. It's that mix of intent and good fortune or blessing, depending on the kind of music that you perform. So personally, I don't think there is a disconnect. I mean, for me, I watched it happen in real time. And
I was not totally on board with that in the very beginning because, I didn't get an appreciation for blues music until I got much older. You know, at the time, at 22 years old, I was still into punk rock. I was still into speed metal and other stuff like that. So I didn't, in the beginning, in all fairness to Russell, I didn't see how the connection was necessary to exploit or to talk about it. You know, he had actually gone and done the research about it. And, first he started talking about the history of the neighborhood and all this stuff, and I was like, it wasn't one ear and out the other. I didn't really, I didn't give it too much thought. But then he booked these guys, these older musicians called the Legendary Revelations, who were older African-American musicians who were in their 80s and 90s at the time. And when seeing them play at the Prophet Bar or whatever, that was when kind of the light bulb went out. It's like, okay, now I get it. Now I see why it's important to uphold the history and the culture of the neighborhood. They don't really do that anymore now, not in real time. I mean, now the neighborhood is all neon and there's restaurants everywhere, and real estate, the power of real estate or whatever has made it really hard to do any kind of creative endeavor down there and do it from scratch. Everything down there now is about making money.
The first change I think I noticed was sometime in the mid-90s when it felt like it changed from being this sort of isolated bubble of creativity to more people looking in and observing what was happening in this bubble. And that was the first change that I noticed. And to me, that seemed to happen sometime in the early 90s.
There was the incubating of something new. There was a lot of attention that was thrust on Texas culturally in the 1980s. And that, sadly, declined because Deep Ellum was such a crucible of urban development and redevelopment. And the music scene languished, I think, to some extent, but on another sense, it didn't. It was just becoming something new. So as musical styles changed, the approach to the music evolved. So indie rock gave way to, in the most simplistic of thinking, to hip hop. Hip hop's become the most pervasive music of the world. And to some extent, Deep Ellum is part of that scene. So I tend to look for continuity because there's always continuity. There is this stream of creativity for me that passes through the ages. And we're just at a different place right now.
Well, yeah, even though that it has gone away, and even though that it is part of the past, because of what you're doing, it's going to be remembered now.
I grew up as just a regular person on the earth, in suburbia. And I think we all search for what's true, what's real, and who we are. And today, there's millions of kids all over the planet that are teens or young 20s that still don't know who they are. So for me, I just was the guy that didn't know any better than to just kind of start a place to discover. And a lot of people joined me. So I found out truly who I was, and that's a person that loves art, music, theater, and human expression more than anything else. I really don't care how much money I make. I don't care, what society thinks of me. The value system that was formed there from my own exploration and people around me and learning from everyone's art and philosophy, I think created my own value system. And so Deep Ellum changed me in the fact that I tapped into the vibe and the destiny of the neighborhood that I studied about. The blues guys in the 20s and 30s, they weren't really trying to get record deals. I mean, they sang because they had something in their heart, and then, hey, well, yeah, I'll take some money for doing this. you know, and then back in the 1870s when the slaves were free and they were getting jobs on Central Tract, they just wanted to have a life and a community of their own. So they were looking for life, right? So I think Deep Ellum has always...
And then you brought those guys back.
Well,
You brought some of those guys back, right?
Yes, we brought the legendary revelations. We had a news writer bring me Pops Arredondo, who had played in Deep Ellum back in the 30s. And, you know, he wanted to put together a band, and he had Ira on keyboards. And then Herbie Cowan played in the 30s in Deep Ellum. So we put them together. I called them the Legendary Revelations. And they, we would have them open for touring bands and younger bands, because I wanted all the young crowd to see the history of Deep Ellum right in front of them and learn from it. And it did really happen that way. It was successful. So I think what it boils down to, though, is if anyone is willing to seek and search, they can find truth and they can find who they are. And it's really about not accepting what society puts on you and not just trying to be like other people. And so I think Deep Ellum represents individuality and the searching for that. You know, I grew up in Dallas, and I used to go, music was always a big part of my life. In 4th grade, my collection was Led Zeppelin, the Velvet Underground, and Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. That's like the first 3 big records I remember. And I used to go to Mother Blues when I was a teenager. You know, we'd sneak in and you'd see Richie Blackmore at the bar, the ZZ Top guys hanging out. I mean, Mother Blues was a scene. And then, you know, in the 80s, I think there was a lot of cover bands everywhere. And Dallas was a very materialistic, right-wing, sort of, you know, status quo type city. And I think once we opened the theater gallery and, you know, our ship sailed into this ghost town and we opened the door of Deep Ellum, the floodgates, the hunger of being original and making music and art and theater, the suburban masses. I mean, there was finally a place where you could play your own music, and it blew up. And so I think that the void was being filled from '84 all the way through, and now for decades. And things have changed now. It's probably harder to get a gig in Deep Ellum. There's less original music maybe, but for the 80s and the 90s, it was a very opportune moment for art to happen and bands to create whatever they wanted to do. And so I think anytime you have a situation where people can create music how they see it and there's true artistic expression, the arts grow, and the synergy of the bands forming and all the bands learning from each other, and it just raises the level of everybody's creative power, and then you get an identity out of that. And you know, the album, The Sounds of Deep Ellum, that came out of Deep Ellum, there's a lot of unique sound and identity there from a lot of the bands. You know, the New Bohemians, the Reverend Horton Heat, those bands have their own sound, and it was partially formed from playing there and just feeding off the community and that process.
I think that was something that was inevitable. It was going to happen somewhere. It's just where was that seed going to find root first? And that it happened so close to downtown is kind of unlikely. You know, typically things like that happen out in a sketchy neighborhood rather than in an industrial area. So that was interesting. Deep Ellum might have had its run, and it might need to happen somewhere else, because I've seen the scene happen in all these different places before, but it's been in Deep Ellum for so long. Can it survive? You know, I don't know. It's going to take some park rangers to keep all the wolves out and to make it happen. And then is gentrification going to make it impossible? These are some heavy questions. The cycle that we don't want to see happen is that it becomes so undesirable a place that the neighborhood crashes, because if it crashes, then it can rebuild, and there might be people that would do that. but that's a cycle that could take 30 years. I'm not going to be around to help them out.
You know, I think Deep Ellum went fallow, you know, around the world wars, if you will, and became a warehouse district. Then folks like Russell Hobbs and Jeffrey Yarborough and Jeff Swaney really brought in a culture of we can throw parties here, we can produce shows, and that lit a spark that ignited Deep Ellum's current, still very alive trend of supporting and nurturing artists, being a place where all walks of life can come hang out and have a good time, where you can go on a date or you can hang out with your girlfriends or your buddies, and there's something to do. There's no shortage of things to do. That right there, that unique experiential quotient is so high as to have affected countless neighborhoods, 6th Street, the French Quarter. I mean, I could go on, but it had a wide-ranging impact on what an entertainment district with historic context can be.
Well, none of us could really play any instruments. You know, we got together and we would just play, you know. And we had a drummer that had never played drums before and a bass player that had never played bass before. And, you know, I'd been playing guitar all my life, so I was like the kind of the musician in the band. But I had stopped playing guitar for 4 years in college just because I got tired of it. And Gibby had to like drag me kicking and screaming into picking it up again and playing in his band. And then once I did, I was kind of hooked again. But we would just make noise in our house that we would rehearse in until the police would come almost every night, and they would walk up to the power, just turn the power to the house off, and then it was, you know, practice was over. We would start practicing, you know, 7 or 8 in the evening, and then Gibby would get off work late. He had landed a job at Pete Marwick and Mitchell, which at the time was the largest accounting firm in the world. And he would get off work late, and he would come in wearing his suit and tie, and so he would start stripping off the suit and the necktie and the shirt until he was down to his boxer shorts, and then he would start just blasting away through the microphone, and that carried over to the live show. You know, he usually ended up in his boxer shorts in the live shows too.
Like during wartime?
No, we weren't inspired by anything. We just wanted to meet girls and try to make some money. And so we used to throw parties. We lived in the village. We all lived in the village. And we used to throw parties all the time, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger. And so we were going to rent a place, a meadow in Greenville, which was an old Chinese restaurant. And I was like, Swain's, that's too small. So we started searching down here. And back then, people didn't know what Deep Ellum was. And so we found this place, and we rented it. It was $300 or $400 for a month. And literally, I have pictures of us scrubbing, you know, the floor and putting toilet paper in, and, you know, and the funky Chuck E. Cheese characters that were in the back. And it was an old window or clear view blind factory, I think it was. And so we threw a party. And literally, to promote the party, we would get business cards printed up that said life in the warehouse, the date, and we would have white and pink. And there would be like 100 white business cards made up. We gave those to guys, and like 2,000 pink ones that we gave out to girls. But this one was special, I'll never forget, because it was $20 for guys to get in, free for girls. And we had Fretzelnet champagne, which cost us about $10 a bottle. And we had kegs of beer. And we must have had 20 plus kegs of beer. And every girl who walked in got a bottle of cheap champagne. And every guy who walked in got a plastic cup. And by the time, we had 2,000 plus people there, so we made a killing. And by the time it was over, we were taking the empty champagne bottles, lining them up, and taking the empty kegs and bowling with the empty kegs. But, you know, I digress. But it went so well, we started doing more of them. And that went so well that Jeff, who worked at Hewlett-Packard at the time, basically, not directly, but basically quit his job to do this full time. And I had a company called Micro Solutions, which was my first company. It was a systems integration technology company. And I went back to work, you know, just looking to throw these parties to make some money. And then the rest is history. From there, they rented it for another month and another month and another month. And eventually got a beer and wine license, called it Club Clearview, because there was a big Clearview sign that was up on the building. And that and the video bar basically created the whole Deep Ellum scene.
So Screamin' Jay Hawkins is booked. He comes to the Prophet Bar in 1986. Pick him up from the airport. Screamin' Jay, we pull up in front of the Prophet Bar. He looks around. We're about to go in for rehearsal with Reverend Horton Heat's bands back in Screamin' Jay. So I said, Screamin' Jay, you ever been to Deep Ellum? He goes, Deep Melon? I was here before you born. Walks in the Prophet Bar. So Reverend Horton Heat's band backed him. It was a super cool night. So Screamin' Jay does the sound check with Horton's band, goes down cool and smooth. And so we go later to pick Screamin' Jay up at the motel room. Knock on the door. He opens the door. Oh man, I lost Henry. I can't play without Henry. I'm like, Henry, my skull. His live skull, right? So Screamin' Jay had thought he had lost Henry. He's searching around the hotel room. You think I won't play without Henry? So finally, we're just kind of waiting around. It's a little nervous, you know. I mean, he's a big deal, Screamin' Jay, right? I didn't want him putting voodoo on us or anything. So he finally locates the skull, the human skull, Henry, gets in the car. We go down back to the Prophet Bar. He plays the gig. Everything's beautiful. I mean, it was just awesome. Screamin' Jay Hawkins at the Prophet Bar, 1986. The scene's raging, awesomeness. Screamin' Jay, I put a spell on you, Screamin' Jay. Come into play, right? So we go to the airport to pick him up, pull back in Deep Ellum. You don't want that? I was going to do that even better.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we pull up. We pull up in front of the Prophet Bar, get out. You know, there's the Dallas high rises down there, and we're in Deep Ellum. Screamin' Jay, you ever been to Deep Ellum? Deep Melon, I was here before you were born. Walks in to do the rehearsal with Horton's band. It was awesome. Screamin' Jay Hawkins at the Prophet Bar, 1986. The scene's raging. Go to the airport to pick up Screamin' Jay. I put a spell on you. I mean, this dude's for real, right? Come back out in front of the Prophet Bar. He gets out, looks at the Dallas skyline, Deep Ellum. Hey, Screamin' Jay, you ever been to Deep Ellum? Deep Melon, I was here before you were born. Walks in to do the rehearsal with Horton's band. Dude was something else. Growing up in Dallas, it was materialism. It's JFK, JR, you know, the TV show. And everybody is kind of at the mall buying really fancy clothes. And I don't know, I just never really fit in. I didn't really know what my purpose was in life yet. I just knew I didn't really want to do the shiny clothes, the shiny car, the shiny building, you know, sit in traffic and go to a job. So finally, I just kind of threw it away, moved in an empty warehouse in a ghost town that later I found out was called Deep Ellum. And it was just amazing, man, the freedom. We opened a gallery, started booking bands, and it was like every day was an adventure in being whoever you want to be, being creative, meeting cool new people. And, you know, the first art opening we ever had was a bunch of painters from Denton, Texas, North Texas State, I should say. Well, the first art opening we ever had was a bunch of painters from North Texas. Jamie Height, Jennifer Hoffaker. You know, it was so awesome, and it was gallery night in September. And so we didn't know, but Janet Kuttner of the Morning News shows up and sees these fresh, just shocking avant-garde paintings all over the place, writes a huge color story about it in the Morning News, and we were sort of on the gallery map. You know, Deep Ellum was a ghost town in '84. There had been clubs all over Dallas. The Hot Club was awesome over on Maple. It had its run, original, really cool bands. I used to go to Mother Blues on Lemon. Mother Blues, you'd see ZZ Top hanging out in Mother Blues. But in 1984, there was no original music scene in Dallas. Deep Ellum was a ghost town. And so when we opened the theater gallery, the combination of the art gallery with avant-garde, shocking paintings, just passionate painters full of a message about society, coupled with the fact that we booked all original music, starting with Zeitgeist from Austin. And then other bands, local bands, came out of the woodwork to play original music. Plus the avant-garde theater, like,
Hold up. Plus the.
that's hard to do in a short answer. That's hard to do in a short answer, but I'll try to do it better this time.
You're doing good.
Yeah, I'll
so
know where
just
to go.
start with plus all the other bands.
Oh, you want to jump in?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The combination of the art gallery with this avant-garde statement art, basically, it was also beautiful, but it was political. And the edgy theater written by local playwrights and just absurd drama in the theater, coupled with the original bands that we were doing, like Zeitgeist from Austin, The End, and later Three on a Hill, that was a transcendent moment in Dallas where people could come, and our policy was anybody can pretty much do anything. There was an absolute no profit motive for money. This was an adventure to break on through to the other side of what's life about, what are you gonna do today to just turn your guts inside out and get out of your own skin and make something really absurd happen. So yeah, I think Theater Gallery was the catalyst for the Deep Ellum scene in the 1980s. So when, I came into Deep Ellum and we rented the Theater Gallery, I mean, it was a coffee warehouse. And I was just escaping Dallas. We rented that place for $900 a month. And, having the theater going and all the bands coming and the art gallery and all the people from Highland Park, Lake Highlands, Plano, all the kids started coming from everywhere, seeing the bands. And so you could rent any property down here so inexpensively. Over the next few years, the property values obviously started jumping up. That was terrible. So once the theater gallery was established, and then we opened the Profit Bar, it was still a renegade Wild West scene. But once other clubs came in, Clearview came in and brought another layer of sort of the next layer, sort of dance crowd, let's say. And some people maybe a little more yuppified, a little more money, actually graduated from college instead of throwing college away to be a band or something. And so the property values eventually jumped up because the scene got super thick with successful live music venues, then restaurants came in. And so the rents all went up and the real estate exploitation began.
Did you make a lot of money?
The motivation behind the theater gallery and the Profit Bar, in fact, was never about money. The reason that the theater gallery was so potent as the catalyst of the Deep Ellum scene in 1984 and the Profit Bar in 1985 is all the money that came in, we put it right back into staying open, growing the revolution, and it wasn't ever about money, and we never did really make money. I lost money at the theater gallery. I had to sell my '59 Mercedes convertible to pay the rent. And, when I had a wreck in my BMW, I used the whole check to make the first Three on a Hill record. So we weren't about making money. At the theater gallery and the Profit Bar, it was always about changing the world, exploration. We were never about making money. We never did make money. What it takes to make an art scene grow is people sacrificing the profit motive about making money and sacrificing ROI. It takes people that are dedicated to believe that there's more to life than the bottom line. It's about putting bands on stage to do whatever they want to do, painters, theatrical script writers, whatever it is, playwrights, I should say. It's about giving all those people an opportunity, an incubator to become the artists that they dream to be without how much beer they're going to sell or, is this venue going to be a profitable enterprise? Because the picture of what happened in Deep Ellum is an absolute perfect study in art versus commerce. It started off in '84 all about art, and it slowly became more and more about commerce, and ultimately commerce squeezes out art. I know that what we did with the theater gallery an open invitation to everybody to be free and create and be who they were. And then later the Prophet Bar, sort of a legitimate bar to kind of keep the scene going. I believe that that was the catalyst that opened Deep Ellum up the floodgates to everybody in the city and the nation. I believe God led me there because what was going on was way bigger than me. Every great movement, every great thing that happens is bigger than any one person. So I felt like I was led there and given the vision to do it, but I also had so many people that came along. Early on, the painters that showed in the gallery, they brought Zeitgeist, the first band. David Mabry and Tench of The End, they started spreading the word and brought the sound guy, Jim Heath, who became Reverend Horton Heath. Later, Jeff Lyles came in and I had him help booking and, we sort of delegated things and we grew. And so it took the synergy of all these great players to make things happen. And really, I think God's behind anything that's that synergistic and just exploded and blossomed the way it did. God led me to Deep Ellum. God, tuck in your love gift.
Okay, one more time.
All right, here we
I'm
go.
not going to look at you this time so you don't
Oh, you can look at
crack
me.
up.
Okay, I'm not cracking up.
Whenever you're ready.
God led me to Deep Ellum.